Hello and thanks for staying with us. The Custom Care Program has continued to win awards in the country. For some custom support, the CG speaks on the Public Relations Summit held in Port Harcourt. Plus, more reports. I am Egeseme Edie. Stay tuned. At the Just Concluded Public Relations Summit held in Port Harcourt, the Custom Controller General has been speaking on the way forward in the service. So the Nigerian Customs Service will continue to improve the well-being of every member of the service alongside promote the well-being of the country.
We have deployed a number of initiatives like the Google, the AEO, the Advanced Reading, and we have attempted to deepen stakeholder engagement, and we have embraced intelligence-driven operations. These initiatives require more than technology. They require understanding. They require stakeholder buy-in. They require public confidence. They require trust. Therefore, they require communication. Today, I believe the time has come to reposition communication within the Nigerian Customs Service from a tactical function to a comprehensive corporate and strategic communication framework.
The Nigerian Customs Service has been awarded Commonwealth Award for a job well done. We now bring you some of the clips of Customs Care as approved by the Nigerian Customs Service.
The Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, has received global recognition as its flagship corporate social responsibility initiative, Custom Cares, won the Commonwealth Environment and CSR Gold Award in Glasgow, Scotland. The award honors organizations with measurable, sustainable, and community-driven interventions that advance the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Customs Cares stood out for its impact in education, healthcare, food security, and environmental sustainability across Nigeria. Receiving the award on behalf of the Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, Deputy Comptroller General of Customs, DCG, in charge of enforcement, investigation, and inspection, Timi Bomodi, described the recognition as a defining milestone in the service's transformation journey.
Yeah, for the first phase, come in.
Okay, so a very good afternoon to all attendees here at this event. I bring you warm greetings from the Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeniyi, MFR. We will be here because I have official businesses to attend to. To the conveners of this event, we say a very big thank you. The Nigerian Customs Service were traditionally involved in the facilitation of trade for the government of Nigeria and also for collecting revenue. But in addition to what we do or what our traditional responsibilities are, we also understand that there is a relationship between the communities in which we operate and us as government agents. And we also know that within these communities, if the facilities that are supposed to be present are not there, it somehow impedes our ability to function as an agency for government. And that is why we have taken the deliberate measure to establish customs care as a community social responsibility agency from the department. And what it has helped us do is create spaces in which community dwellers, especially border community dwellers, could actually thrive and grow, either in the areas of providing healthcare, schools, potable water, and so on. We recently started a campaign for Green Borders, which also is directly related to what we're doing. And what that program does is, plant more trees, especially in the border areas, because we know that these are places that are they are vulnerable to different kinds of dangers. We experience the fragile border situation along the axis of the borders in Nigeria. And the Green Border Initiative is supposed to help community dwellers have a sustainable environment, both for living and for businesses. So we're really grateful for this award because it speaks to the heart of what we are doing at the Nigerian Customs Service. And we intend to do more going forward. Say a big thank you to the organizers of this event. Thank you.
The acting controller in charge of PTLM has recorded an average of 48 billion naira in 1 month. He said that the command will also improve and introduce new measures that will help the cargo to move freely in the port.
The ECTS bring direct benefit by bringing faster cargo clearance and delivery, as there will be no more waiting for escorts of those cargoes. Cargo will move faster to the bonded terminal or other command or free zones within the stipulated time. It will reduce cost of doing business as a result of less demurrage, fewer delays, and reduced logistic costs due to predictability on transit times, transparency, and security. Because consignments are secured throughout the journey. This workshop will therefore convene to engage our stakeholders on procedures, responsibilities, and expectations under the electronic cargo tracking system regime. I urge all participants to embrace this change, ask questions, and work with us to ensure seamless takeoff. On behalf of the officers and men of the command, I extend our profound appreciation to the Controller General of Customs and his management team for the bold step they took towards the digitalization of custom processes.
You are watching the program Customs Report.
The Controller General of the Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, Adewale Adeniyi, has announced that the service will now conduct recruitments every year, ending the era of irregular recruitment exercises. Speaking at the press briefing on the release of the final list for the 2024-2025 recruitment exercise, Adeniyi described the move as a major reform to improve manpower planning and operational efficiency. He said the annual recruitment cycle will become a permanent and predictable process, allowing the service to recruit qualified Nigerians every year.
We are working deliberately to ensure the continuity at the top of the organization, but continuity at the top means very little if the base is not replenished. This is the lesson this exercise has taught us most forcefully, and it brings me to the most consequential announcement that I need to make this afternoon, and it has to do with a new recruitment cycle. The Nigeria Customs Service is moving to an annual recruitment cycle. Recruitment will no longer be an occasional event undertaken after several years. It will be a standing, predictable yearly event. The 2026 recruitment exercise will therefore open later this year, and it is my firm intention that it will be completed within a single calendar year from advertisement to the final list. The systems, the screening architecture, and the verification process built during this exercise now exist, and they will not have to be built all over again. The release of the final list of successful candidates in 2024-2025 recruitment exercise of the Nigeria Customs Service. A total of 3,852 candidates have been offered places across 3 cadres of entry into the Nigeria Customs Service. And the breakdown includes 1,275 in the superintendent cadre, 367 in the inspectorate cadre, and 2,210 in the customs assistant cadre. This is the final list, and it concludes the exercise that was opened over 2 years ago. Let me begin with the matter uppermost in the minds of many young Nigerians who applied, and of course, in the minds of their families. This exercise has taken longer than any of us intended.
The customs boss noted that the screening, verification, and recruitment systems introduced during the 2024-2025 exercise have now been fully established, making future recruitment faster and more transparent. The Nigerian Customs Service (NCS), through Operation Whirlwind, has handed over a truck carrying 45,000 litres of premium motor spirit (PMS), popularly known as petrol, to the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority (NMDPRA) in Katsina State. The truck, bearing registration number SBA 146SA, was intercepted by operatives of Operation Whirlwind along the Kano-Jigawa route at Birni Kuka in Mashi local government area of Katsina State, while allegedly transporting diverted petroleum products in violation of existing regulations. The handover ceremony took place at the Nigerian Customs Service Katsina Area Command Headquarters. Speaking during the event, the Deputy Comptroller of Customs in charge of Operation Whirlwind, Aliyu Abubakar, said the seizure demonstrated the service's commitment to curbing the diversion and smuggling of petroleum products and protecting Nigeria's economy.
Bashir Adewale Adeni, MFR, FNR, PR, DSM, PSC Zaga at this important handover ceremony. Today's event reflects unwavering commitment of the Nigeria Customs Service through Operation Whirlwind to safeguard Nigeria's strategic petroleum resources and strengthening interagency collaboration in the fight against economic sabotage. In line with the expanded operation mandate of Operation Whirlwind, which now covers not only petroleum motor spirit (PMS), but also other regulated petroleum products such as automated gas oil (AGO), aviation turbine kerosene (ATK), and liquefied petroleum gas (LPG). The Nigeria Customs Service is formally handing over to the Nigerian Mainstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Kano branch, 3 tankers truck bearing registration number FGE 570 XD, KMG 361XA, and KMC 69ZR respectively, conveying suspected diverted liquefied petroleum gas and PMS product. These tankers were intercepted along Dora Road, Kano, on the 25th July 2026, following credible intelligence and sustained surveillance by operative of Operation Y-Way between Kano, Jigawa, and Katsina as preliminary investigation reveals that the petroleum products were originally destined for Benin, Kebbi, and Argungu in Kebbi State, as indicated in the NADPR Deni truck manifest. However, circumstances surrounding their movement raised strong suspicion of diversion, warranting immediate interception in accordance with the mandate of Operation Y-Way. We will continue to strengthen intelligence operation, enhance surveillance capability, and deepen strategic collaboration with relevant agencies and stakeholders to ensure that individuals and syndicates involved in this illegal diversion, smuggling, and trafficking of petroleum products are identified, investigated, prosecuted where appropriate, and held fully accountable in accordance with the law of the land.
The Nigerian Customs Service (NCS) Lily Pond Export Command has recorded a 24.35% increase in export value, processing exports worth over $792 million in the second quarter compared to over $599 million recorded during the same period. Speaking during a press briefing on the command's second quarter performance in Lagos, the Customs Area Controller of the command, Comptroller Samuel Aribi, said the command facilitated exports valued at over $792 million, representing an increase of over $192 million over the corresponding period.
The Nigerian Customs Service remains committed to facilitating legitimate trade, promoting non-oil exports, enhance compliance with extant export procedures, and contributing meaningfully to Nigerian economic diversification agenda through efficient export processing. I am pleased to present the command export performance for the second quarter of the year 2026 to you all. Trade volume performance. During the period under review, the command recorded a total export value of $792,567,765 compared to $599,600,702.47 recorded during the corresponding period in the year 2025. And this represents an increase of $192,967,062.84, translating to a 24.35% growth in the export value. Now the monthly performance. April 2026, the command recorded an export value of $274,834,061.46. That's compared to $237,589,178.50. That is in April 2025, reflecting an increase of $7,244,882, 96 cents, representing 13.55% growth. We now move to the month of May. In the month of May, export value stood at 275,904,639 US dollars 20 cents, compared to 180,993,934 US dollars 16 cents. That is in May 2025, and this represents an increase of 94,910,705 US dollar 4 cents. That is the growth of 34.40%, and this represents an increase of 1,778 containers, translating to a 32.27% growth, 27% growth in container throughput.
According to the comptroller, the strong performance reflects the Nigeria Customs Service's commitment to facilitating legitimate trade, promoting non-oil exports, strengthening compliance with export procedures, and supporting the federal government's economic diversification agenda. The Comptroller General of Customs, CGC Adewale Adeniyi, has reaffirmed the Nigeria Customs Service's commitment to strengthening integrity and ethical conduct and professionalism, pledging closer collaboration with the Code of Conduct Tribunal, CCT, to promote accountability and transparency across the service. Adeniyi made the commitment when he received a delegation from the Code of Conduct Tribunal, led by its chairman, Mai Nasara Kogo, at the Nigeria Customs Service's headquarters in Maitama, Abuja. The two organizations discussed institutional cooperation and measures to strengthen compliance with the Code of Conduct for Public Officers. The CGC said the service's integrity drive aligns with global best practices prescribed by the World Customs Organization, WCO, stressing that, and I quote, keeping an ethical customs and ensuring that our officers operate under a strict code of conduct is fully supported by the World Customs Organization through its integrity program.
The Kirikiri Lighter Terminal, the Nigerian Customs Service, has recorded 19 billion in 1 month. The Customs Acting Controller also said that the expired goods and smuggled goods will not be allowed into the command.
I'm delighted to present the command's performance in revenue generation and brief you on the significant enforcement achievements recorded during our statutory responsibilities. I'm pleased to inform you that the Kirikiri Lighter Terminal Command generated a total revenue of 19,404,925,103 naira 53 kobo in the month of June 2026, as against total sum of 14,336,621,664.35 generated in the corresponding period of June 2025. This reflects an increase of 5,041,303,439 kobo, representing a 35% increase. This remarkable performance demonstrates the dedication of our officers and men, improved stakeholder compliance, and enhanced trade facilitation. While we remain committed to facilitating legitimate trade and maximizing revenue generation, we are equally firm in our enforcement activities aimed at protecting the nation's economy and the well-being of Nigerians. In furtherance of this mandate, officers of the Kirikiri Lighter Terminal Area Command, through diligent cargo examination, intercepted a 40-foot container number TIIU 4739360 containing expired disposable vape with a total duty paid value of 809,698,761 naira. Physical examination of the container revealed 18 pallets of disposable vape, each pallet containing 60 cartons, some cartons containing 20 and 40 packs respectively, each pack containing 10 pieces,
making the total quantity of 484 cartons, equivalent to 182,340 pieces. I repeat, 484 cartons, equivalent to 182,340 pieces. Further examination established that the products had different expiry dates of 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 respectively, rendering them unfit for use and posing a huge risk to public health. In line with the established procedures and our commitment to interagency collaboration, the Command has commenced the process of handing over the seized items to the appropriate government agency for further regulation, action, and proper disposal. This interception demonstrates the vigilance, professionalism, and commitment of the officers of men of the Kiriki Delta Terminal Area Command in enforcing the extant laws and preventing unsafe and non-compliant goods from entering into the Nigerian market. I wish to use this opportunity to urge importers, licensed custom agents, and other stakeholders to ensure strict compliance with all applicable import regulations. The Kiriki Delta Terminal Area Command remains committed to supporting the objectives of the National Nigerian Customs Service and will continue to deploy intelligence-driven operations, effective risk management, and stringent cargo examination procedures to detect and intercept expired, falsely declared, prohibited, and other non-compliant goods while contributing to national economic growth, public health, and security.
Just before I round up this week edition of the program Customs Report, we brought you a report where the Nigerian Customs Service continue to receive award on customs care as approved by the management of Nigerian Customs Service. For me, Egesemete, thanks for watching.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded, you discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. When a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our U-monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CJID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. It will always continue. to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbashi first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
Hello and welcome to The Teacher, the show that celebrates teachers, takes a deep dive into the lives, challenges, and triumphs of teachers and the issues shaping education in Nigeria. I am your host, Ian Philip. Every great nation is built on the shoulders of its teachers. They nurture minds, shape futures, and inspire generations. Our teacher of the week is Mr. Matthew Aniseshi, a passionate mathematics teacher for over 20 years. Let's meet him.
Being a teacher to me is shaping the future, creating and bringing to existence what I cannot do myself. As a matter of fact, with the children I teach, I can see some of them becoming great politicians who will make decisions I, as a teacher, would not have been able to make. So I am influencing the future positively by my little way of inspiring the children. A child is said to be educated if learning has taken place and that child is able to perform, to meet up with demands on the society, to be able to fit into the society. And I am so happy and proud of this school I am teaching, because we don't just teach and end in the classroom. We give children every avenue to showcase their potentials wherever they find themselves. I inspire them using different methods, bringing it down to the level they can understand, because there are some children who are visual learners. They see before they can be able to comprehend. And there are also children who would like to listen. So because of that, I come with my audio device and have it connected to other teaching devices, so that the audio learners will also be carried along. The visual learners, those who want to see, will also be part of the class. And also the kinesthetic learners will be given the opportunity to showcase what they have with their hands. There are children that do things before they can understand what they have done. As a math teacher, I hope to continue making a difference beyond the classroom, which I am already doing. I have online classes as a math teacher to consolidate what the children are being taught, what the children learn, to ensure consistency and continuity after the classroom. The first challenge of the Nigerian teacher is the way the society looks at teachers. they don't seem to understand that teachers are the foundation of every other profession. If you want to take statistics, how many students or pupils would like to be teachers? The result will tell you or make you know how that the society feels about teachers.
If you were to ask me what superhero title I'll give him, I'll say Sonic the Hedgehog because he has some of the attributes of him. He's nice like him. When he teaches you, it won't take so long to understand it. And he's always there when you need help.
By using stories to help us improve in our mind and making math fun to learn. Way that he takes his time to explain the thing to us and he gives us stories. And when the character in the story makes a mistake, he teaches us not to make the mistake that the character has made.
Mr. Anisheshi is one of the oldest staff here. He's been here for over 20 years now. And I really love his passion, drive, dedication towards his job and also towards the children. I know like one of my friend's kids is currently in his class and she has also commented that, oh, she really liked Mr. Anesh, like how he is towards her son. And he's always like, Ma, don't worry. I understand him very well. I'll handle him. You don't have to worry about anything. And that really tells a lot.
You're welcome. Thank you. I love you too. You're smart children. I love you.
Truly inspiring. Mr. Anisheshi reminds us that teaching is not just a job, it is a lifelong mission.
Teaching goes far beyond the lesson plan. It's about the people. Every student carries a unique story, and as teachers, we are honored to be a chapter in it. We want to hear from you. Is there a teacher who changed your perspective? Or a school memory that stuck with you? Tell us your story. Do you have a picture of your school now? As an alumni, tell us one basic infrastructure or resource your school needs most right now to help the next generation thrive. Send them via WhatsApp on 070-6925-1712. The teacher, one student, one classroom, and one teacher at a time.
Let's take a short documentary, and we'll be right back with our guest to highlight some of the challenges teachers face and the educational system in Nigeria.
In the heart of every classroom lies a simple truth. Education is the foundation of a nation's future. Yet, in Nigeria, the men and women who build that foundation, the teachers and professors, stand at the crossroads of hope and hardship. Across the country, from bustling Lagos to Kano and to Owerri, teachers face daily battles that go unseen. Overcrowded classrooms, outdated facilities, and inadequate teaching materials are only the beginning. Many teachers handle up to 70 students or more in a single class. The blackboard becomes their only digital tool. Chalk, their only weapon of instruction. Even university professors, the supposed intellectual elite, teach in halls where microphones fail, electricity is unreliable, and research grants are scarce. Despite carrying the weight of the nation's intellect, teachers in Nigeria are among the least paid in the workforce. Primary and secondary school teachers often wait months for salaries, sometimes resorting to petty trades to survive. In higher institutions, professors face delayed promotions, unpaid arrears, and dwindling research funding. The result? A green wave of brain drain. Brilliant educators leaving for better opportunities abroad. Every departure leaves behind a gap, a classroom without its mentor. Education in Nigeria has long been trapped in the web of political promises. Government policies come and go, but their impact rarely reaches the chalkboard. Strikes by academic unions, ASU, NASU, and others have become almost predictable as educators protest for better funding and working conditions. But each strike carries a cost: disrupted calendars, lost semesters, and disillusioned students. For every day the system stalls, the dream of a generation drifts further away. Just as teachers struggle to stabilize the old system, a new challenge emerges: the digital revolution. E-learning, once hailed as a solution, now exposes deep inequalities. In urban centers, some schools boast smart boards and online classes. But in rural Nigeria, where electricity is a luxury and internet access unreliable, e-learning remains a distant dream. Artificial intelligence, a tool designed to assist learning, brings both promises and peril. AI chatbots can now generate essays, answer questions, even grade assignments. While this technology can ease workloads, it also raises fears. Will it replace teachers? Will it encourage academic laziness among students? And more importantly, how will educators already underpaid and undervalued compete in this new digital economy? For many Nigerian teachers, the problem isn't technology itself, it's exclusion. Without access to digital training, funding, or infrastructure, they risk being left behind in a world that's moving too fast. Yet, amid the hardship, there remains resilience, a quiet strength. Teachers still arrive before dawn, preparing lesson notes by candlelight. Professors still mentor, research, and inspire, even with little recognition. They continue because they believe in something greater, that education can still change lives. And perhaps that belief is what keeps Nigeria's educational heart beating. The future of education in Nigeria depends not only on technology or policy, but on respect. Respect for the classroom, for knowledge, and for those who give their lives to nurture it. If we are to build a nation of thinkers and innovators, we must first uplift those who teach them, because every nation rises on the shoulders of its teachers, and Nigeria is no different. For every child who dreams, there is a teacher who dares, and their struggle must not be forgotten.
Welcome back. Joining us to unpack these issues is our special guest, one of the executive producers of this program, an entrepreneur, public policy analyst, author, development strategist, and an alumnus of the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, Tufts University, Honorable Magnus Oyigbe. Welcome to the teacher, sir.
Thank you very much.
So, this is a very delicate topic. By your experience and standards, what do you think is the biggest challenges we have in the teaching profession today?
The challenge is enormous. It's lack of motivation, lack of incentive, and lack of proper recognition. I think, that the saying that the teacher's reward is in heaven is wrong. And it's a disincentive, because teacher's reward should be here on earth like it is in the Scandinavian countries. Let me throw out some statistics. Okay. There are less than 1 million teachers. In fact, 915,000.
In the whole country?
In the whole country. And we have over 31 million learners.
Wow.
So there's overload. That's why you find, where there are classrooms that have over 100, where it should be like 25, right? And so the teachers are overworked. and maybe not really respected. I understand, that just this week, maybe a couple of days ago, a teacher was beaten to death because the teacher, punished somebody's child somewhere around Kogi State or there.
Yes. I got that news.
And things like that are going on regularly. Parents go to schools to go and accost teachers and probably, assault them and whatever, stuff like that. As I was saying earlier, compared to the Scandinavian countries where teachers are, maybe I should exaggerate and say they are treated like royalties. They are treated with a lot of respect. Teaching profession is one of the top professions in the Scandinavian countries, Norway, and stuff like that. But that's not the case here. People feel ashamed to say they are teachers. But that shouldn't be the case because they are very critical to the foundation of growth. Because without good teaching, without a good learning environment, without imbibing skills that are given by these teachers, we cannot proudly say that the children are the future, as we always say. But children are the future if they are given solid foundation by teachers.
Okay, I agree with you. But just like you said, even I, of the, should I say, 80s generation, we have been hearing that statement, the teacher's reward is in heaven. And the value on teachers have only dropped over the years and over the centuries, especially in this country. What has been the major issue of that happening? What is the genesis of this disrespect, of this loss of value?
As I pointed out earlier, teacher's reward is in heaven. That's the foundation. That slogan is wrong. I think teachers should resist it, should reject it, as a matter of fact, because their reward should be here. They work very hard, and teachers should be proud when they see their awards. People who were their children, people students, who they nurtured, they become president. That president, right now, like President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, should be grateful to his teachers, even at foundation level, even at graduate level, undergraduate level, postgraduate level. Your teachers, they're instrumental to who you become. So the notion that teachers' reward is in heaven is a wrong notion. Teachers' reward should be here. We should reward them adequately. The other disincentive for teaching is lack of tools. The environment is not right. Some learnings are going on under dilapidated buildings. Some have no chairs. Some teachers walk very long distance or trek very long distance or ride bikes over very long distance to go and teach. So the environment is not right. And their welfare, they are poorly paid. Because they are poorly paid, it's a fallback when they don't find anything else. Whereas it should be something that they should be passionate about. When you have a passionate teacher, you learn better because it puts in everything to make sure that you learn. But, we end up having teachers that are just, they had to teach because they had no option.
Fall back.
Absolutely.
Just to make sure I'm doing something.
Exactly.
At least let me go to the school.
So we have to find ways to carry them along and incentivize them. Nigerians are geniuses. I don't know if you just heard, that our kids just went to Europe and won the Olympiad in STEM.
Wow.
4 of them. They won the whole world. They came back with gold.
It was like it's
yes,
a world competition.
The world competition, Olympiad.
These are some of the things we are talking about, whereby such events should be out there and should be something the teachers should be proud about.
We should celebrate it, and that's what this program should be celebrating. So going forward. But to tell you the truth, they are not students that came out of schools in hovels or in terrible places. The teacher who, or school proprietor who made sure that this thing happened, it's the proprietor of Educare. And I understand from the information I got that he actually sponsored these children to go to Europe, to Rome, for the competition. So you can see, some people can be committed to teaching in the manner that the man has done. And we have billionaires in this country who, are involved in corporate social responsibility. We think, that some of them should take the responsibility of saying they want to help teachers and help students and, pay back. They are very accomplished people. They should be able to do so by going back to the communities where they come from and supporting the schools. Not what Old Boys Association do, which is good. They go and build classrooms. They build fences around the school, and provide one or two science block or stuff like that, which is good. But we have serious multi-billionaires, like Mr. Tony Lumelu, for instance, of Hayes Holding. He has this Tony Lumelu Foundation.
Yes,
whatever,
and he does a lot of work.
Yes, exactly. And he's empowering people from 54 African countries, and stuff like that. That's good. Somebody else should pick up another aspect of it to say, look, I'm going to, do X, Y, Z to make sure that our children, learn specific skills, like coding, for instance, like, stuff like that. The AI, take advantage of it. Somebody should focus on that and say, I want to train our children to become to be whiz kids in technology, and stuff like that.
Okay, so riding on that, the fact of AI and every other advancement that we have, we are in the 21st century now. So what tools do teachers in this country need to be able to deliver the best education they can and to be able to feel that they are passing down the knowledge? We hear that the Gen Z generation now are having short attention spans. So what tools do these teachers need to be able to apply current technologies, current needs to be able to deliver education at the perfect level to these children?
Yes, there are experts who will speak specifically on that, different ways of learning. Some ways that we are teaching right now are accommoded, for instance, because you find sometimes our kids, when they go to school here, they don't learn as well as when they go to school abroad, right? Let me give you a simple example from my experience. Out here, the teachers assess students. They score students, right? And they assess them and whatever. Out there, where I went to school, the students actually also assess the teachers. So a teacher's ranking is based on the assessments of the students. So if the teachers here were going through that kind of process, they will make sure that they taught or that they teach their students well enough so that their ranking will go up. But we find here where teachers are punitive, and he may just take some kind of hatred on you and just say, oh, you can never pass my course. You can never pass my course. Out there, the number of students that pass your course is used to rate you. If it is less, you are rated low. If it's high, you are rated higher. So those kind of psychological things have to be looked at so that we'll find a way to address this thing so that the right impact will be made on our children, even adults. The learning methods, we have to look at how we can find the ones that are more relevant and leave out the ones that are relics.
Okay, fine. So finally, is the education sector and the stakeholders in the educational sector, are they doing enough to ensure that teachers have what they need, have the support they need to make the education system the best?
Stakeholders, if you're talking about government as stakeholders, well, I think the best stakeholder and the best that has performed right now would be President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Why do I say so? The Student Loans Fund. That's the biggest support that students have received ever. Right now, that, if you're smart and you want to get education, there's no more problem. This is not a question of, scholarship. It's a question of student loan. The money will be made available to you to pay, and you repay, which is what they do in the Western world, advanced Western world, which is why they have a lot of educated people, because you don't drop out because your parents don't have money. And that's why if you interview some kids on the street, you see that we have potential Einsteins. Robert Einstein on the street. They couldn't go to school because their parents couldn't afford it. But right now, Nelfund has stopped that. If you are educated, if you are talented, and you are interested in education, just go get admission and it will be paid for. That's a win, you know, and the benefit may not come now, but in the next 10 years, we begin to see
because we have more skilled children, more graduates.
Yes, and part of the reasons why China, for instance, is to some extent outperforming the United States of America is because of the number of educated people in a room per capita compared to the US. Because of China is about 1.3 billion people, right? The number of educated people that can come together, say, in a city will probably be, like so much compared to America, that's about 250, 300 million and whatever. So the per capita of educated people, is higher out there. So when we begin to train, we have 220, 230 million people. When the bulk of our people start getting educated, the intelligence quotient coming out of Nigeria will be much higher. You will see, like I said, if you go to the street, if you talk to some of these street urchins, and you see their reasoning faculty, you see their intelligent quotient, you see that if these people went to school, they'd be like Einstein. But unfortunately, because their parents didn't have the means, they couldn't go to school and they dropped out. But now that gap has been closed. People who are inclined to get education can easily get admission, apply to Nelfund, and their school fees is paid.
Thank you very much, sir, for these great insights that you have given us. We are very, very happy to have you in our show today, and we hope to see more of you as we continue this program. Thank you very much. As we've seen today, the story of Nigerian teachers is one of resilience, passion, and hope. They may not wear capes, but they are the heroes shaping our tomorrow. Join us next week as we spotlight another outstanding teacher and continue the conversation focusing on another specific challenge and how to surmount it so we can have a stronger, smarter Nigeria. One classroom, one teacher at a time. Bye.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy. I am Nancy Nnaji. This morning, we're tracking 3 developments that cut across Nigeria's financial system, capital markets, as well as governance. First, the Central Bank of Nigeria has lifted one of the conditions around banks' access to its discount window by lifting restrictions on the use of foreign exchange bonds and collateral. The bigger question is what this means for bank liquidity, FX management, and the central bank's role as lender of last resort. Is this simply a technical adjustment or a signal of a more flexible approach to liquidity management as the banking system adapts to the post-reform environment? We'll be getting the market's view on this from Rebecca Ikoli Opuriano, a chief dealer, Parlex Bank Limited. Second, the Securities and Exchange Commission yesterday has fixed a 5 p.m. deadline for T+1 settlement of equities and commodity transactions, another important step in Nigeria's move towards faster, more efficient capital market settlement. T+1 means investors should no longer have to wait 2 business days for a trade to settle. But behind that simple change is a bigger test. Are brokers, custodians, clearing systems, and investors ready to move at the speed of the new market structure demands? And what does this mean for market liquidity, investor confidence, and Nigeria competitiveness as an investment destination? I'll be discussing that with Dr. Ayodeji Ebo, Chief Executive Officer at NDU Capital Limited. And third, we return to a governance nightmare that has raised serious questions about the integrity of government systems, the fake agency scandal, and the integrity of government itself. The fake agency scandal has become much bigger than the story of one man allegedly pretending to be a government official. Adeni Adeyemi Matthew presented himself as Director General of the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, an entity the presidency has repeatedly said does not legally exist. Yet, this was not an operation run from a bedroom or a social media account. The presidency says the allegedly fictitious agency operated from the office or at the from an office at the Federal Secretariat here in Abuja for about 2 years. There were claims of meetings with foreigners and government officials, requests for diplomatic support, and forged a document purportedly carrying official signatures and seals. And then comes the question that has made this scandal particularly disturbing. How does an agency that the presidency says never existed end up inside the national budget? The 2026 appropriation document contained an entity described as the Presidential Economic Advisory Council, Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, with an allocation of about 1.3 billion naira. And that allocation was broken down into about 803 million naira for personnel, 200 million naira for overhead, and 300 million naira for capital expenditure. Now, the Budget Office and ICPC have said that no government money was actually released to spend. But that does not make the budget entry irrelevant, because the bigger question is not just where the 1.3 billion naira went. The bigger question is, how did a non-existent agency get far enough into the appropriation process to receive a budget code and a line item in the first place? And there's another layer to this. The House of Reps, of course, opened a probe into how the disputed agency was established and how it found its way into the 2026 budget. The IPC has also finished the investigation, submitted its report to President Tinubu, and told us how the entity operated from within the Federal Secretariat, and has questioned the President Chief of Staff, of course, as part of his investigation. So this is no longer just just about Adeyemi Matthew. It is about the checks and balances within the civil service. It is about who verifies the legal existence of an agency before it gets office space, who authorizes its officials, who checks the documents, who validates its budget code, and how many people or systems had to look the other way or perhaps make an error or simply fail to check before this could happen. Because if one person can create a fictional government identity, access government space, and appear in any official documents, budget document, then the problem is bigger than the person at the center of this scandal. It is a system problem, and that is the conversation we'll be having also this morning with Eze Onyekpere, a lead director, Center for Social Justice. So, 3 stories this morning: banking, liquidity, capital market efficiency and governance, as well as accountability. God help me, but you know that with these 3 different stories, one central question: are institutions moving fast enough, and are the safeguards strong enough to protect the systems that manage Nigerians' money and public resources? So don't let this conversation end when the show does. Follow us everywhere on social media, and if you want the full breakdown at your own pace, hit the subscribe button on Moneyline with Nancy TV on YouTube and turn on that bell so you can never miss a conversation that matters. And if you missed us live this morning, no stress at all. Catch the full replay at 1 a.m. That's a Friday morning. What's tonight? Yes, 1 a.m. Friday morning. Oh, let's take you through the first story. The Central Bank of Nigeria has eased access to its standing lending facility and removed restrictions linked to participation in primary government securities. The changes were announced in a circular issued in Abuja by Oke Omano, acting director of the Financial Markets Department. The CBN has also lifted the suspension on tenor-based repo operations and broadened participation in open market operations. Let's get started with our first guest. Come with me to the wall, to the video wall here, and Rebecca Okuli, Chief Dealer at Parlex Bank Limited, is joining me right here. Hello, Rebecca. Good morning to you.
Nancy, very nice to be here.
Yeah,
how are you doing this morning?
Very well, thank you. Let me start with a big picture, Rebecca. Why should the average bank customer or investor, on hearing this news yesterday evening on the CBN removing this restriction on banks accessing the standing lending facility, that's the SLF, after participating in FX transactions or primary government securities auctions, why should an average bank customer or investor care about this? And perhaps if we can also explain what the SLF is. We shouldn't take that our audience understands all the technical jargons. Yes.
All right. Okay, so perhaps now I'll just try to explain how the system has worked.
Yes.
Right. SLF is standing lending. There's also something called SDF, which is standing deposits facility. Before the circular, right, the MPC was at 26.5%. And so if you give money to the CBN, which is at the end of the day standing deposits facility, the CBN will pay you interest per day of 22%. But if you lend for them, right, that will take money from CBN, which is the SLM, will pay an interest of 27%. So the asymmetric corridor between their MPR rate was about minus 50, right, and plus 450. So means 22% on SDF, right, and 27% plus 50. That's 27% and 22% on SDF. So this means that the CBN will collect more money from you, right, when you lend from them. And then when you give money to them, they will just pay 22%. So this is how it has been for now. So I'm proud to now, as at 2019, the CBN stopped individuals, retail, corporates from accessing the OMO. OMO is what? Open market operation. Is a monetary instrument that the CBN uses every now and then to control liquidity supply in the market. And this period, we've been very afloat with liquidity, especially since the recapitalization. There's been a lot of money in the system, right? So the CBN comes into the market with their open market operation just to manage liquidity by using that bill being sold to mop up liquidity from the market. But before now, it was only the banks and FPIs that can access it. So there are just two people that can access the window, just banks and the foreign portfolio investors, right? So every other person, you and I, retailers, individuals, corporate, financial institutions, we are all restricted to just buying NTB, which is Nigerian Treasury bills, or buying federal government bonds or commercial paper, as the case may be, right? Our investment portfolio wasn't diversified, right? And then if you're looking for truly short-term securities, that means you're stuck with just NTB, because bonds are like over a year, but NTB is just within now and a year. Right. So now that the CBN has come and said, okay, now I want everybody to be able to participate in OMO. This only means that now we as individuals and retailers, we have access to more diversified portfolio. And now it's the same thing. They are all short-term securities. OMO is also issued from 1 to 362 days. Nigerian Treasury bills is issued from 1 to 364 days. Right, they are both short-term securities. So it means that I have two options, right? The only conversation here will now be competition on rates, right? So I'm going to buy the bill that gives me the higher rates as an individual. Since they are both short-term instruments, they both qualify for liquidity ratio on my books, I'd rather just go for the bill that has the higher rates. And the Nigerian Treasury bill auction closed yesterday, and you could see that the 91-day closed at 16.3, 182 days closed at 16.5, and 1 year closed at 17.5. Okay. And immediately after the circular, CBN now sent out their own auction notice that we're having auction today. In fact, the auction is currently ongoing as we speak, because it's supposed to hold from 10 to 10:30. So that's the signal to the market to say, oh, if you didn't get good rates at maybe the NTB auction that happened yesterday, come to the OMO auction space today and come and bid at your rates. The only difference between the OMO and NTB per se is that with the NTB, I mean, you have opportunity to stagger your bids. So I can bid from like 17 to 18, but with the OMO, CBN is just bid at one rate. So it's a make or my bid. So it's either you get it or you don't get it. But exactly. Okay, well, that's yes. The OMO bill has been given out as high as 20.1%. On 130 days, 140 days, and 180 days NTB just closes at 16.5. So if I'm an investor, I will go and buy 140 days OMO bills at 20%, rather than buying NTB at 16%. Okay, it makes normal sense. Okay, do you think that the Central Bank of Nigeria is trying to solve the problem with this guideline? Do you think there's a problem? Yeah. Yes, I think the Central Bank of Nigeria is creating flexibility for everybody to be able to access the financial markets. Okay. Because even before they invited individuals to participate, the banks and FPIs have been participating. And the FPIs have been. What do you mean by individuals? Rebecca, what do you mean by individuals? Individuals participating through their banks, right? Yes, through their banks. Yes. Even for NTB, individuals participate through their banks. Everything through the banks. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. So land on your point as to what problem the CBN is trying to solve. Just liquidity access to everyone? Yes. I think the CBN is trying to encourage a flexible investment opportunity for everyone to be able to access all the investment scheme available in the financial markets. Mm-hmm. I think it's also opportunity for more liquidity, because prior to now, when we go for these auctions like NTB and bond auctions, we can't access the ILF and SLF window, right? So you have to go and take money in the market to fund all of your bids, right? But now CBN is saying, if you go for auction, which is my own auction, right? Because CBN are the ones that go for the ones that do the auction, even if it's on behalf of DMO, through FGM bonds, but they are the ones that auction all those bonds and bills, and they are saying, come and borrow money from me to buy what I'm selling. So it means that they are creating an enabling environment for the banks, so that there are no hindrances and there are no obstacles. You don't have any excuse or any reason not to try. Okay. Definitely from what you said now, don't you think that removing that restriction creates like a moral hazard concern, that banks might become less conservative about liquidity because they know the central bank's window remains available? Yes, but even assessing the central bank window, SLF is at 27%. Interbank is at 22%. Okay. So you're already borrowing at 500 basis points ahead of the market. So normally, even within your bank, your risk guys and every other person that checkmates all these money market guys, there's no reason they will constantly want you to be borrowing at high interest rates when you can manage your liquidity and stay within the buffer of the interbank. So you only should be in that window when you do not have the choice at all. But there are sometimes when you're expecting money, you're expecting to make some payments, and then maybe your customer defaults on you, that throws you into that CBN window, right? So now they're saying, okay, when it throws you into the window, even when it's not supposed to throw you into the window on those auction days, there's no issue, your bid won't be cancelled. Because before, when you're thrown into that window, your bid gets cancelled automatically for coming into that window on auction settlement day. But now that they've agreed with it, it means that nobody bids gets cancelled. You just fund and then you move on. So it's just really an enabling environment. No hindrances, no obstacles, no restrictions for banks to thrive.
Okay, so Rebecca, even from your tone, it seems that the market is happy about this. You guys are
very excited. We had a meeting with CBN earlier this week. That was on Tuesday. And even when the acting director that issued that circular announced, we all gave him a standing ovation and we clapped for him because it was something that was needed. We really needed that diversity of portfolio in the market, and they've broken the barrier. So now everyone has access. Okay, there's more investment buckets to participate.
Okay, so from a dealer's perspective, because you're the chief dealer at Palex Bank, from a dealer's perspective, how does this change or alter the way a bank manages its intraday or short-term liquidity?
Okay, so prior to now, we only go for you go for bids and you try to make sure that you fund all your bids by yourself. Either you're getting deposits from your customers or you're getting deposits from interbank. CBN introduced a tenor repo placement. I'm sure you saw it on the circular. What they are saying is that if you look at your liquidity as a bank and then you see that, I won't be able to have access to fund in the next 4 to 90 days, come to me, come to my portal, click on it. I want to borrow money for 4 days, for 5 days, for 6 days, for 7 days. We will give you money at 27%. Okay. It means that I can take my books, I can manage my liquidity the way I want to manage it. And even if there are now issues where there's a bit of deficit or I can't be able to cover up, I know that truly now the CBN is fulfilling that definition of lender of last resource for me. I won't be stranded. I can go to the CBN window and access liquidity. So I'm never going to default on any of my clients. So we're good to go.
So finally, what do you think will change? Perhaps if you're looking at this in the next few weeks as a result of this policy change, perhaps interbank rates, FX, liquidity, bond yields, or something else, what should we be watching over the next few weeks as a result of this policy change? Finally, in 30 seconds, yes.
So I can say that this has put DMO in competition with the CBN because if you issue a bill yesterday at 17.59 and the result of auction comes today and it's higher at maybe 20 or 19, so for the 140 days that's competing for the 180 days, investors will all move towards where to favor them, right? At the end of the day, NCB and OMOBOs will converge in the middle. They might find a middle rate, maybe 18, maybe 19, but it will be something that will be more favorable to we the investors, right? Higher than where it was at 17 levels. For the FX was trading as high as 1365 before the announcement. As I yesterday, which was 1361 in the NAFEM market. It means that people are selling out their dollars and buying Naira to participate in this OMO investment because it's happening today. So they can be able to access higher yield now, the Naira leg, so they are selling out. So we are seeing that there's more FX appreciation for Naira because of this news. So overall, this has helped to manage liquidity, effective liquidity management. We are never stranded. If you converge for treasury bills, FX will do better and bonds used to also do better.
Very much, Rebecca, for speaking with us. Let's hope to speak soon. Thank you very much for your insight.
Okay.
All right. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has set a 5 p.m. deadline on the first business day after a transaction as the deadline for settling equities and commodities traded through the Central Securities System, Securities Clearing System, so many acronyms, CICS. In a circular issued in Abuja on Wednesday, the SEC said market operators must ensure full payment by T+1 deadline, which is 5 p.m., while defaults will be handled under CSCS rules. Dr. Ayodeji Ebo joins me now. He's the Chief Executive Officer at MDU Capital Limited. Hello, Dr. Aya. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Nancy. Great to be here.
It's a potpourri of so many issues. I said at the beginning of the program, God help me, keeping pace with everything that is just happening, bass. So now coming to the capital market, let's strip away the technical language a bit. What does SEC's 5 p.m. T+1 settlement deadline actually change for an investor buying or selling shares on the Nigerian market today?
Okay, thank you very much. So if I will step back, the policy of what we call the T+1, which is the transaction, the day you perform your transaction rather, plus a day, which means that when you sell your shares today, by tomorrow, latest by 5 p.m., you should receive value in your account. If you are on direct cash settlement, those that opt out of funding their stock account. So in the market, you have two options. Either your stockbroker is credited, which invariably also credits your own wallet, or your bank account is credited directly by the CFTS, which we call direct cash settlement. So if we look back, this new policy of T+1 was put into operation, I think in June, rather.
In June, right?
Yeah, in June. And what we have seen is that it has helped resolve some of the issues we normally have in the market before, because for most young retail investors, they can't phantom. If you look at where we're coming from a T+3 less than 2 years ago, now to T+1, it means that you have immediate access to your funds more quickly. And what the circular has now done is to provide clarity and a deadline. You know, there are a lot of stakeholders within these buckets. You have the traders, you have the custodians, the exchange, CSCS. All these market players now know that if you don't meet up with the 5 p.m., that is 5 p.m. the next day, you have defaulted based on the agreement.
And there's a sanction.
Yes, and the fractions and penalties can be triggered. So I feel that maybe the SEC, which is the Securities and Exchange Commission, have seen that maybe there are a bit of back operational challenges, I'll put it that way, and to provide clarity across board. So the custodian can reach out to whether it's the PFA that should fund that this is the deadline, and if you don't meet up with that deadline, you have defaulted. You know, our market, there's what we call delivery versus payment, which means that when you buy your shares, and it means that there's cash that one needs to settle, that needs to exchange on the T+1, which is the next day. So I would say that this is really a positive development. It's providing more clarity, while it means that operational wise, we have to tighten the operations part of it. You know, when you look at the foreign portfolio investors, for instance, now have less days to settle, but that doesn't mean that they have to pre-fund. You can look at the different platforms that works for you, because they have to convert dollars to naira also to fund. But these are things that are workable within the ambit of what is also available in Nigeria. So I would say that it's really a positive one even for the retail investors, because you know that within the next day at 5 p.m. latest, you should be able to have access to your funds.
Okay, Dr. Oyo, what happens, for example, when an investor sells today, but the corresponding funds, the documentation, the settlement instructions are not ready by 5 p.m. the following business day? Where does that pressure ultimately fall? For reasons, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Anything can happen. You may not see
the pressure will be on the broker and Yes. Because for most clients, retail clients, accounts are funded before transactions are permitted. It's only for likes of PFA, foreign portfolio investors, most times, and maybe some HNIs that needs that you perform transaction, you execute for them, and you advise them of the total transaction cost before they fund. But for most retail investors, they have nothing to fear. It still continues because you always fund before trades are executed. So if there's a default, it means that maybe for the stockbroker, for instance, based on the total, because the way it's structured in the market is that on a daily basis, you would know your total purchases and your total sales. It is the net. So as if I'm assuming I'm a broker or a stockbroking firm, for instance, if I have more of my clients buying than selling, it means that I need to fund CSCS. If I have more of my clients selling than buying, it means CSCS needs to credit my own account so that I can pay my customers. So when there's a default, there's a delay, it's really going to impact on settlement. But I know there are most, like we say in the market, our word is our bond. If there are delays, most times, most brokers can also get like 1 day leverage from the bank to ensure that they cover that position, because you must honor your words. If transactions have been done, someone has bought shares from you, you have to settle. And that's why we all ensure most times that, especially the retail investors, they form their account before transactions are done.
Okay. Do you think there's a downside for foreign investors because of time difference too? 5 p.m. in Nigeria is not 5 p.m. elsewhere.
I think, yes, it will put more pressure on the foreign investors, but we've also seen it, they will just need to plan ahead. It's like, I've been in positions where when transactions for the US market, for instance, that you need to also settle they are also on T+1 that you also have to settle. So what will be done is that they may need to move funds into the country ahead based on the estimated amount of transactions they plan to do, so that those funds are already being converted to Naira a day before the transaction is being done, right? So that they can settle the next day. You know, some of the things that we look at the financial system in terms of our payment system, for Naira, it's very smooth, but for dollars, there's still that time lag, especially from one bank to the other. There's still that time lag that is also involved. So I think that it will put a lot of more pressure on them, but it's what is also doable, because you are also looking at the opportunities. When you see the opportunity, you look at what are the operational challenges, identify them, and you see how do you want to mitigate them. So that's normal business rules, that you just ensure that you're able to meet up with all the operational challenges and overcome them.
Dr. Ayo, just finally in about 25 seconds, because even when this T+1 was launched in June, T+2 was launched in November 2025, I remember, because I had the CSCS guys here on the program then. Do you think now that this T+1 is primarily about speed, because it seems that's also what the Securities and Exchange Commission is trying to achieve in terms of speed, or is the real objective deeper, perhaps better liquidity, lower counterparty risk, and greater confidence ultimately in the market?
I would say it's about speed and confidence.
Okay.
Especially for retail investors. You have access to your funds. When you sell, it provides liquidity.
So it's the Securities and Exchange Commission is favoring retail investors, because our market now is mostly retail investors, as it were, you know?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and I think what the market operators are also working towards is to see how they can encourage a lot of more retail investors. We have less than 2 million active CSCS accounts. So how do we want to increase that, increase their participation? These are people that invest in cryptocurrency, and instantly you have value.
So why not?
To not comprehend them before November, why they have to wait for 3 days to have access to their funds.
Okay. Thank you very much for your perspectives, Dr. Ayo. See you soon. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. Yeah. Bye.
All right, let's take a quick tour of the markets, and I'll begin by telling you that liquidity opened strong at 6.46 trillion naira, while the NOFA, that is the overnight financing rate, that was launched in June by the Central Bank of Nigeria, 22%. In treasury bills, we saw that demand was robust, as we can see here on the wall, 4.41 trillion naira in subscriptions for 700 billion naira on offer, with the 364-day stop rate rising to 17.5%, what I was discussing earlier with Rebecca. Bonds remained under pressure, with the average FGN yield up 2 basis points, about 16.75%. The Naira, however, strengthened to about 1,360 Naira 57 compared to the dollar. On the NGX, as you can see on the screen, the all-share index fell 1.12%. Market cap at 157 trillion naira. But abroad, Wall Street finished higher after U.S. inflation came in at 3.4%. Remember, I told you that yesterday, supporting rate cut expectations. The S&P 500 rose 0.26%. Nasdaq gained 0.5%. The Dow slipped just 4 points, while Asian and European markets remained cautious as investors watched geopolitical development and energy prices. And that's it, a snapshot of the markets today. All right, let's take a quick break, and when we return, it will be time for us to talk about the governance nightmare I mentioned earlier on. We're tracking 3 developments today on the program. I'm done with Sue. I'm going to be doing the last one, how one man allegedly can just, con the system. ICPC has submitted its interim reports to the president. We'll be digging further into the implications of all of this. Barrister Inyekbere, lead director at Center for Social Justice, will be joining me after the break. Don't go anywhere. Still around, how do we break this circle? Is there a way for us to come out?
The way you can get out of that is to channel our
without taxing also.
Is channeling our resources or the borrowings to productive endeavors. For instance,
would there be space? Is there space now to channel to productive resources?
People borrow to set up petrochemical plants. They borrow to set up fertilizer plants. They borrow to set up LNG projects. You understand?
Yes.
These are economic programs that one will get employment, that will generate revenue, and of course the federal government will get tax. See, the idea is they need to reduce the heavy dependence on borrowing. It's very, very important that because we are looking at the future of the country. There is the burden of repayment. Don't run away from that. The burden of repayment on future generations. Don't say, okay, this is my administration when it's a continuum when I leave. No, there's a burden on future generations. So you must make sure that you reduce your debt stock, debt liabilities.
Ezra joins me now as the lead director, Center for Social Justice. The CJN just a few days ago says no lawyer should be addressed as barrister. So I take that back. No barrister, just as a lead director, Center for Social Justice. Good morning. Welcome to you, sir. And thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
We're looking at this fake agency scandal. It seems, of course, the ICPC has done the investigation. They submitted an interim report to the president. I've been watching this closely, at least for the last few weeks that this issue has been on. But our point of discussion this morning is the governance nightmare that this has actually thrown up. Let me start with a fundamental question. Are we really looking at a sophisticated fraud by one individual, or are we looking at evidence of institutional failure across several layers of government?
Well, let me start by saying that this is not the first report we are reading in the media. I thought the police had done an investigation which established a prima facie case which led them to charge somebody to court, Mr. Adeyemi to court, sometime in around September last year. So this current report by the ICPC did not add much, rather than affirming what we already know.
No, but it brought out other two agencies.
Those are
also a serious issue.
They are not really the gravamen of what Nigerians are looking forward to. Now, for me, there is nothing complex about what has happened. It is straightforward fraud or attempt to defraud the treasury, okay, or mismanaged governance. And from all available facts, it couldn't have been perpetuated by one person. Okay? There must be a conspiracy among a group of people. Let me start by saying that my initial position, which I will state maybe last, so I can state it first, is that if you look at the maneuvers from the budget office to the National Assembly, to Accountant General, to CBN, to Head of Service, to Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, it is not possible that one person could fool everybody and manipulate these things.
But that's what it seems like.
No, it's not what it seems like. I will come to it one by one.
Yes.
If a conspiracy manipulated from the top, then if it is a fraud that one person managed to deceive all these institutions, those people that allow themselves to be deceived without questioning the issues, okay, or the letters, you know, are in breach. There is a level of violent negligence that is gross and perverse, that whoever has committed it is no longer entitled to continue staying in the office. Okay, let me come to say why I think it's a conspiracy, because in law, there are three categories of offenders. There are accessories before the fact of the crime, the physical act that constitutes that crime. Those who counsel, help them to help the person, the conspirators, help the main person to plan so that that physical act on that day will be successful. Then there's the person who carries out the physical act. And there are accessories after the fact. People who want to help him to get away from justice. A driver who could have been stationed so that when the police start chasing, is an expert driver, they could escape. It's an accessory. People who help you to hide things are all accessories. So if you look at it from that way, let me start by raising the poser. The Budget Office of the Federation and Ministry of Budget and Planning are the custodians of the call circular, which is the initial documentation that MDAs used to start filling up the. In that call circular is written government policy for the incoming year and the ceilings for the respective MDAs. Who did the Budget Office issue the call circular in the presidency? Who brought the call circular back to the Budget Office? After you take the call circular, fill it up and bring back, the Budget Office fixes a bilateral discussion with that agency, the head of that agency, the accounting officer, where you come to them to defend that that what you are proposing for the agency complied with the budget call circular. Now, if you recall, Adeyemi stated and confirmed by what the police have been stating, that he was arrested around September last year, right? Around September and charged last year. Now, if you recall, By that time, they were still not, the budgeting session had not fully kicked off. So he was already charged and taken away. And in between, you can know how long it takes for them to complete the budget, defend it, and then the budget office collates everything and sends to the Federal Executive Council
for approval. Yes.
Now, after the Federal Executive Council approves it, is when the Mr. President now fixes, as the National Assembly to say, give me a date, I'm coming to address you. If you recall, that address did not happen until the 19th of December. And you know, normally the National Assembly proceeds on their vacation 13-14 days. So they deliberately waited so as not to be that the president didn't present it before they left. And as soon as they collected the budget, they closed for the year. So by the time the budget was being defended at the budget office, by the time it was passing Federal Executive Council approval, by the time it was presented to the National Assembly, Adeyemi was out of the picture. So who was pushing it in Adeyemi's, when Adeyemi was not there? And when he has been charged?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm also looking at it, and let me play the devil's advocate.
Yes, because I will take it step by step.
Yes, let me play the devil's advocate in this sense that from what you're saying, when you must have submitted, you must have met the head of the budget office or whatever, they would have had a meeting. Because every budget will have, there's a budget code.
Yeah, exactly. Even before that, the Accountant General provides a budget code,
which I mentioned at the beginning of the program. So, but with all of this, before it even proceeded to the National Assembly, do you think that perhaps because of the failure of the governance system, that the choke points, the barriers that were supposed to flag this thing are not adequate enough?
No.
Or perhaps even the budget office of the Federation is not equipped to know which agency is
great actions.
You understand what I mean?
Hold on. Let me further clarify.
Yes.
Gbajabiamila wrote to the police, right, to complain that his name was being used. Okay? And this was before that September when these people arrested him and maybe charged him to court. And he is called at the presidency. And this budget started this process. Understand? So by the time the police arrived at the preliminary conclusion, because the overall conclusion, whether it's forged or anything, is with the court, that something is abnormal and say charge him to court. It was the time whoever authored the petition to the police should have drawn attention to the budget to say stop. I don't know how this thing got here. Even however it got there, stop. The person did not leave office. He was still there. So this is the executive level. The budget office must have a list of all agencies, all persons and authorities of government that are entitled to be in the budget. The Accountant General must also have a list. He's the Chief Finance Officer of the government, must have a list of all agencies that should be entitled to a code so that they can get into the budget. Now, if you leave this executive side, you get to the National Assembly. President submits the budget. They have a day or two of general discussions on the principles and policy statements. Thereafter, it is moved to the Appropriation Committee. All committees of the National Assembly exercising oversight over different MDs become subcommittees of appropriation. And when it gets there, so whoever is exercising oversight, the committee exercising oversight over the presidency, is given that portion of the budget of the presidency. And they now again invite the accounting officer of whoever is in charge of the presidency to come and defend it again. He comes before the committee, the National Assembly. Who was that person that came from the presidency to defend their budget before the committee in the National Assembly? And the National Assembly people, are they saying that since they exercise oversight in the presidency, they don't know the number of agencies or subdivisions?
They don't conduct security checks.
They don't know the number of agencies you've been exercising oversight. Now, who came to defend that budget, including that budget of Adeyemi? Who defended it? That person does not also know. He did not know that Adeyemi is already being prosecuted for that fake agency. Now, look at the natural sequence of events. You can tell these stories of, A is not involved, B is not, to little babies without a discerning mind. I'm explaining this thing now. Not because I'm a lawyer. I'm explaining this thing for you to understand. You still passed it through the National Assembly. The person that came from the presidency did not complain because at this point in time, Adeyemi had been charged to court.
That there is a pending issue.
Yes, Adeyemi had been charged to court. And you know when this budget was finalized? It was finalized in April. Mr. President signed it on 17th of April. They forwarded it to him around between the first week of April. He signed. So it's about September to April. September, October, November, December, January, February, 8 months. And nobody talked about this thing in April. When did this case arise? When did this case arise for the public domain? Probably when the people were filling forms to start drawing down. So do you understand what I'm saying? So all these stories of A does not know, B does not know. Now, get back to his getting an office. You go to the head of service. This is anybody now walks in with my CS, the head of service, give me an office. So head of service or secretary to government of the federation does not have a list of agencies set up by law or administrative action.
Okay.
For which you have a small laptop, maybe a secretary.
That's actually exactly.
This agency is not even on that.
That's actually where next I'm going to, in the sense that could a simple central verification system where every appointment letter, every agency creation order, every presidential directive, whether it was created by executive order or whatever, carries a digitally verifiable reference. Could that have also prevented this? That's one. Then the second question is, we should own this verification responsibility, because everybody is saying, I don't know. We should own it. Is it the presidency? Is it the secretary to the government of federation? Is it the head of service? The budget office?
The verification process is to be done at every stage. So by the time you made an application to head of service, he should have his dossier of agencies
and just
that entitled, right? He doesn't. The head of service will be such a busy person. He must have staff.
Staff, exactly.
Some young men and women with their laptops, so we just in 5 minutes they say, "Man,
this thing is not there."
It's not there.
Yes.
So we can't even be talking of same at the secretary to the government of the federation. Now, at the budget office, that's why I'm asking: who do they give call circulars? Do they give it to any random guy on the street and say, "Come on, let's face it"? Because like Nigeria, you give to the accounting officer, who is a permanent secretary or whatever is called in an establishment. It is the duty of that permanent secretary or the accounting officer to know the number of agencies under his supervision and control. Because the bulk money given to the presidency will be subdivided into all the departments, agencies, things working under the presidency. So who is that person that was given that overall budget of, let's say, 100 billion? Who subdivided it and gave the so-called fake agency 1.3 billion? At a point in time, the headship of that fake agency was under detention or facing prosecution. I'm trying to tell you,
yes, you're giving us
the choke points where this thing is not one central point. It's agency by agency. The presidency, who was this person who is in charge of budget preparation at this thing? And those people in the National Assembly who are pretending they're conducting a probe. How can you, in the National Assembly, not know the agency? You are a committee exercising oversight over the presidency. You don't know the departments. You've been doing this for the past 2-3 years. You don't know the people you are exercising oversight over. You claim ignorance. So Nancy of Moneyline could have also been written into the budget. And nobody. Now, Accountant General's own is the one I can't even... Who instructed him to put a code?
Just like what I mentioned.
Who instructed him to put a code?
Has a code.
How did then the opening bank account? If you want to open a bank account as an individual, you know what
the process, the KYC.
KYC.
Yes.
How can government have a bigger KYC? Even the CBN is not
totally out of it.
To say, officer say, make I shoot, like Kupis will say. The officer say, make I shoot, there's no right to obey.
Then the other part is that even deployed to the agency.
You deploy those civil servants. Do you deploy civil servants that comes to you? I keep using this word.
So that means I can also have a space within the federal secretariat as an office.
Moneyline, please go and apply. You are entitled. You have contributed so much to Nigeria. You need a space, and they should give you staff of the directorate level 2 or 3 directors who should be reporting.
Work with me.
You should
Yeah, because that's actually what it means.
Yes. So I will say that all these people, everybody is denying. Everybody is denying because a scandal has come out. So I want to believe that it is either they knew and participated, which looks more like it, or the negligence was gross and perverse.
Do you think that we'll see the end of this? That's one. Number 2, are you worried that this is the phantom agency that we know? How about others that we may not know?
Good.
And is there an ongoing verification process now that could be instituted by the perhaps secretary to the government of the federation, or even across even all the agencies that we've talked about?
In fact, you raise a very beautiful question, because this should set everybody on the alert to say, supposing we've not found this, is there any guarantee that there are no agencies we have not found somehow going through? Now, if actually, right, this was a mistake, it went through all the processes, nobody discovered it, it boils down to the question, to the issue you've raised. That means we have a very loose and woolly system, which is not accountable to anybody at all, and which has no proper checks and balances. And that also means that some more money will have been lost previously, and maybe nobody discovered it. But even if you look at even the issues of people that have been invited, ambassadors, top government officials from other countries,
to the EFCC chairs, having pictures and all that.
And so it is difficult for me not to believe that there is no hand from a very top. You see, there are categories of persons who can give you instruction in government and you don't ask questions again. You don't look back before you implement. Because if this question is coming as a lead from the topmost, somebody very close to the commander-in-chief, you're not going to ask, where is this coming from? You will not even have the opportunity to see the commander-in-chief to say, did you give this instruction?
Wouldn't this also be a form? Yes, I do. Wouldn't it also be a form of, Nigeria's I don't care attitude, a form of mediocrity? There's no competence anymore in terms of how we do our work. There's no excellence attached, as it were.
Now, what the question I'm even asking is, can you walk into the Federal Secretariat, right, and simply go and, like ICPC talked about, breaking in? Can you walk into the Federal Secretariat and start breaking in? And no security, nobody will ask you, say, my friend, what are you doing here? How did you get here? And you simply walk in and occupy space. So what I'm saying in essence is that, one, this is a wake-up call for the legislature who are supposed to be doing these checks and balances. It's also a wake-up call for the executive, particularly from the presidency. Is a wake-up call for the budget office, because the budget is the most scrutinized instrument, policy instrument and law in the whole federation, from local government level to federal level. So to pass the budgeting process so easily and get away without anybody discovering means that you could pass away, you could move on through a lot of other processes which are less scrutinized, because it's scrutinized by both at the highest level by the executive and the legislature.
What does this say about
even at the point of after approval, when an appropriation act is brought to the president for signature, he doesn't immediately work on
sign, yes.
He calls the Minister of Budget and Planning, he calls Finance, he calls Accountant General, he sends the Attorney General. All those top level officers will review to make sure that everything is in order. The way, otherwise National Assembly can simply upturn his budget and there will be no problem before they say, sir, I think we are substantially in order, go ahead and sign. So that's the point. So how did it evade all these institutions? And these institutions are not just one person. Attorney General should have a list of PAs, SAs, big lawyers, Minister of Justice. Accountant General should have big directors, seasoned chartered accountants of so many years' experience who have seen it all. So if you can escape the scrutiny of all these people, where wouldn't you escape the scrutiny?
I'm also even talking about the protection of our public resources.
Yes.
Because if this kind of thing can happen, and he almost got away with it, I wonder what's happening to our monies.
The question whether he almost got away.
Yes.
But the story coming out is that he had literally gotten
away with it.
But maybe some challenges. When criminals are usually caught is when sharing formulas become problematic. Most of the times when they are planning things, there's no problem. Everybody finishes the planning. But at the point of sharing the loot, he says, I'm the one who saw that place and earmarked us for us to rob, but without me. And B says, I'm sorry. B says, I was the one who actually scared them away with the gun and they brought the money. C says, when the police started chasing us, I was the one who drove. We need an independent investigation or even judicial inquiry beyond what the police and ICPC, because what they're saying does not tally with common sense. I'm sorry.
We have to go, but what does the president do with the interim reports that the ICPC has submitted? 30 seconds.
I don't know what he should do, but it is not for him. But the normal thing he should have done when this thing came up, like they did in the Better Edu case, which they didn't follow up, was to have asked that gentleman to step aside. If he had stepped aside, it would have been very easy for proper investigations to have been conducted. Rather, he was rewarded to being in charge of the state policing. So the opportunity for proper investigation had not been given to the security.
You just brought up another can of worms, and there's no time. The Better Education, we've not seen the end of it, even with the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction. Anyway, thank you very much. It's a lead director at Center for Social Justice. We're looking at the failure in our governance system for how a purported fake agency can just be there. Anyway, we've done all the talking. We've tracked the 3 developments on the show today. Thank you all for watching. Please keep following us on all our social media platforms. I am Nancy Naji. Be the best you can be and be the change that you want to see. Bye for now.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Corruption has remained one of Nigeria's most enduring national challenges, draining public resources, weakening institutions, distorting governance, and eroding citizens' confidence in government. But in recent weeks, the country has been confronted with questions that go beyond the traditional narrative of corruption. How does a purportedly non-existent government agency find its way into the federal secretariat, operate for months, and even attract the reported 1.3 billion naira allocation in the national budget? The controversy surrounding the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council has raised serious questions about institutional oversight, budgetary scrutiny, and the ability of government systems to detect fraud before public resources are exposed to abuse. And while Nigerians are still demanding answers from the fake agency saga, another major debate has emerged around the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC), a federal agency with national jurisdiction to fight corruption. The commission was established to investigate and prosecute financial crimes and recover the proceeds of corruption, whether it happened within a state, state agencies, federal authorities, and federal agencies. But as its activities increasingly intersect with the political space, questions about the independence, timing, and application of its powers have continued to arise. The recent freezing of the Osun State government accounts by the EFCC, allegedly after a huge sum of money had in questionable manners been transferred from the Osun State government's accounts into some private shadow accounts, has again brought that debate into sharp focus. The EFCC's action triggered a political and legal confrontation with Governor Ademola Adeleke challenging the commission and subsequently filing a 2 billion naira damages suit. But just before this, President Bola Tinubu had in a statement personally signed by him directed the EFCC to vacate the freezing order, citing concerns about timing and particularly the electoral process currently ongoing in Osun State. But rather than lay the controversy to rest, the president's action has stirred up another controversy. This time, questions are being raised about the independence of the EFCC, which under its enabling act is expected to be independent in its operations, except in filing reports to the appropriate organs of government as required by law. In this particular instance, the EFCC would appear to have followed the law strictly, election or no election, although questions as to its selective application appear very valid. So, where exactly is the line between legitimate anti-corruption enforcement and political interference? Can an anti-graft agency investigate political actors without being perceived as taking sides? And when the president intervenes in an EFCC action, does that strengthen confidence in the system or raise even more questions about institutional independence? These questions become even more significant as Osun State edges towards another crucial political contest, with political tensions already attracting concerns from traditional and political stakeholders. But perhaps the bigger question is not simply whether Nigeria is fighting corruption. It is how Nigeria is fighting corruption. Are our institutions strong enough to prevent corruption before it happens? Are budgetary and administrative systems capable of stopping fictitious agencies, questionable appointments, and fraudulent structures from penetrating government? Are anti-corruption agencies being allowed to operate independently, transparently, and without political influence? And most importantly, can Nigerians trust that the war against corruption is being fought consistently, regardless of who is involved, which party they belong to, or whose political interests may be affected? As Nigeria moves closer to another defining electoral season, the answers to these questions may determine not only the credibility of the anti-corruption campaign, but also the public's confidence in the very institutions established to protect the nation's resources. Today, we ask, Nigeria and the fight against corruption. Is the system winning the war, or our politics, institutional weaknesses, and selective accountability getting in the way? Dr. Umar Yakubu is an anti-corruption expert. He is the Executive Director, Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity. He joins us today on Jigsaw.
A very warm welcome to you wherever you are watching us from. My name is Benga Aruleba. We are starting today's conversation. Our guest is Dr. Umar Yakubu. He is the one that is the guest we have on today, and we are adding his voice to this search for answers to all the questions we have raised in the poster. Nigeria and the fight against corruption. Is Nigeria actually winning the war? Dr. Umar Yakubu is here. Dr. Umar Yakubu is Executive Director, Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity. Like I said, he's an anti-corruption expert as well. Good to see you, Dr. Umar.
Thank you for having me, sir.
Thank you so much for finding time to join us. All right, simple question. Nigeria and corruption. Is Nigeria winning this war? Judging by what is happening around us, the latest issues, particularly this fake agency issue, whose ghosts we are yet to lay to rest?
Well, that's a complex question that I cannot give you a yes or no answer, and depending on the mechanism one wants to use. So if you use the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which every country ought to be using, over 200 countries, not every country actually, ought to use, you find that Nigeria, there are 5 pillars, but there are 4 that you can't really measure. That is, there's a prevention arm, there is a criminalization arm, there's asset recovery, and there's international cooperation. So in the terms of asset recovery, you find that Nigeria is doing well. But when you look at it from the surface, we're doing well because our preventive mechanisms are likely not working. Because it means there's a lot of corruption and money going out of the country, so there's a lot of repatriation. So on that scorecard, you find that we're doing well.
I'm going to take you up on that. So I just want to have it at the back of your mind.
Sure.
You said we are doing well on asset recovery.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
That will probably prove otherwise.
Okay. So if you now look at the prevention, definitely we're not doing well there. Okay. Because what the people normally see is the sensitization, the talking and all of that. But the major critical element of prevention is to stop it from happening in the first place. Now that area we're not doing well at all, and I can explain why we're not doing well. In other areas, we're just neither here or there, international cooperation and all of that. So it depends on how you look at it now. The way I view it now, because the easiest thing to do is to target the anti-corruption agencies. Now, this is the ICPC, the EFCC, the Code of Conduct Bureau, and all those accountability agencies that are supposed to ensure there's prevention. But it's important to look at the economy as a whole. Now, just before we started, I saw the preview about how they had increased recurrent expenditure by like 600 billion or so in the last budget. And as you know, the budget now, seriously, nobody takes it seriously anymore. Nobody takes it seriously.
Because we don't know which one we are, when you say budget, which one are you talking about? 2024, 2025, or 2026?
Even budgets, there are very responsible civil society organizations that follows the budget. They're even getting tired because nobody takes the budget seriously. You have 3 budgets, nobody knows. I don't know. I'm not sure whether you know of which one they're implementing.
I just mentioned that there are 3 budgets that are overlapping now, so we don't
know which one is being implemented.
Exactly.
That's my point. Then the second aspect is, how was the budget prepared? Is it citizen-led? What are the inputs of those budget, or is it the political class that sat down and decided to form the budget? What are the components? How is it going to develop the economy? What are the macroeconomic indicators that will improve if you implement the budget? I'm of the view that if you even implement whichever year of the budget you want to implement, it might not really translate too much, because it's just there are too many insertions in the budget. There are too many projects that are not citizen driven. There are too many projects that are there just to satisfy some political class or some political people. They are not there to really develop the economy. So
budgets are supposed to be people's needs driven.
Citizen driven,
right?
Yes.
Globally.
Yes. But that is not happening. Some may argue, okay, is our National Assembly members that are representing us, so that the ones that are making inputs into the budget. That argument is valid. But where do the National Assembly members, where you are supposedly supposed to have different political parties, when last did you see opposition to anything regarding the budget? They all say yes, stamp it, and it moves forward. So even if they implement it, well, we might not see much. All these people advocating that there should be implementation. So you might not even really see much, depending on which they even want to implement anyway. So you can see there's selective implementation. The one they have political interest, you see payments are being made. There's high level of implementation, some as much as 80%, 90%. The ones that they don't have deep political interest, you see low level implementation. So it's just not a very good thing to be doing in 2026, where we're supposed to be competing with over 200 countries. Countries are moving forward.
Yeah, you said this is a component of the budget, the anti-corruption scheme under the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. Budgeting process and all of that. But I'm wondering to what extent is our opaque budgeting system, to what extent is it promoting corruption or making the fight against corruption difficult to fight?
Okay, good. So if you look at the accountability mechanism as a whole, like you rightly said, procurement is a critical component.
Yeah.
And the last data shows that 72% of all public sector corruption in Nigeria is through procurement.
Related.
If you listen to the EFCC, they even tell you 90%, but I don't know what data they are relying on. But let's take the 72%. That is bad enough for any country to bleed, you know, that you cannot implement these things now. But if you now look at the procurement function, where it has been captured, I can use that word, because everything that goes through at the federal level and at the state level, and I believe it's even worse at the state level. There's a surplus of integrity at the federal level, where the Bureau of Public Procurement at least has no COPO. It's an open platform where you see the contracts, you see who is even being given, even though some elements are not being followed. So, but at the state level is much worse at that level. Now, when you are bleeding 72%, now, so it means even if you put, let's say, 1 billion naira for a project.
Let's take 72% of it and put it in a drain.
Thank you.
In a drain pipe.
Thank you.
That's what it means.
Yes. So if you implement it, it's problematic. If you don't implement it, it's problematic. So that means the budgeting system from the bottom has to change completely. What we have been doing the last 10 years is not a serious activity for any serious economy if you really want to develop and implement budgets. But come back now, when you are bleeding 72% in every year in your budgets at the federal level, I might likely going to be worse at the
state level. Of course, we can guarantee that.
Now, tell me, sir, how do you want the anti-corruption agencies to cope? That is the problem. So sometimes I'm not speaking for them. I'm just trying to draw attention. As you are criticizing the ICPC, EFCC, it's also critical to look at those other accountability institutions. The Bureau of Public Procurement, federal and state bureaus of public procurement. You look at the Central Bank of Nigeria, they're very critical. Because when you take, assuming the 72% bleeds now, those funds are going through financial institutions. They are going through financial institutions. So now, where are the regulators now? Which is the Central Bank of Nigeria now, that is supposed to prevent money laundering, combating fraud. They have a whole department or units taking care of these things. Where are they stopping the banks? Because it's the regulator that is responsible for the banks. If you are talking about the BDCs, no country in this world runs BDCs the way we run. There are too many. The other time they were about 3,000. I think they have reduced them to 1,000. So if you do the due diligence of those 1,000, go and find out the owners of those BDCs. Why? Creating a rent system economy. Before you just go collect a dollar at a certain rate, you go and just exchange it. I believe they have abolished it now. They have done it. But why is it maintaining so much? Because we're not running a dollarized economy. But that is what is happening now. Now, when you don't prevent the corruption within a certain political circle, all they do is they have so much naira so much naira. What's the first thing they do? They change to dollar and keep.
To make it easier to move.
Thank you. And keep putting pressure on your economy. Then once in a while, the ICPC and EFCC will do some arrests to recover, you understand? But the enabler, which is central bank now, has not done enough on those financial institutions, the deposit money banks, and particularly the BDCs, Bureau de Change, on ensuring there is effective regulation for money laundering and illicit financial flows.
I'm just wondering what else we need to do. Where are the loopholes, the areas where the loose is loose, and we need to tighten them? Because, like you agreed, we have the Bureau of Public Procurement. It was a well thought out idea that procurement has always been a challenge to government. And that was what brought up the idea of Bureau of Public Procurement. And I would say that it's not working or what? Or the news is not tighten enough.
You see, now, if you look at our accountability structures, now the legal frameworks are solid. Anyway you want to assess them.
Yeah, so they said that we even hear some foreign countries want to even borrow from our experience as far as the legal regimes are concerned.
Yes.
Not the practicability or the implementation.
Yes. So you look at the legal framework, you find that they're excellent, near excellent. You also look at the institutional framework where we know how to build nice buildings, overstaff them. It's not staff that will overstaff them, we're competent and incompetent ones, bureaucracy.
That had nothing to results.
Yes, fill them up. But something I like, there's this tool, the Financial Action Task Force use in measuring money laundering. So they'll tell you there's technical compliance and there's effectiveness. So these other two I mentioned to you, they're technical compliance issues. It is easier to have laws, to have buildings, to have staff, to train. Okay, what is the effectiveness in all those issues? That's where you find that we are dropping. And the reason for that is you find that countries that have similar technical compliance but are doing very well in effectiveness, and while which will have similar ranking, but we're doing poorly in effectiveness, is not the political involvement in these things.
Not about the people of the two systems.
No. It's a political
it takes people to make that other aid to deliver results at this other aid.
Exactly.
So perhaps that is where the problem are.
No, not really.
It's not where the problem
Not really.
Okay.
Now, if you are driving to your office now, and you beat the traffic light, I can assure you, you may beat traffic light and nothing may happen.
Yes.
Now, if you do that same thing in, let's say, the UK now, we like to use foreign examples. Let's say that again. There is certainty of consequence.
If you are not caught immediately, it is recorded somewhere, and in a matter of time,
now that's it.
You will be held accountable.
Now that's the difference. You find that.
So what is that? Is it the people or the system?
The governance issue. The accountability. We do not want rule of law is just not rule of law. Where there are no consequences for behavior. That is one. Two, we do not penalize incompetence. It is only, well, not only in Nigeria, but we're speaking about Nigeria now. Where somebody will be appointed, he will serve 4 years, do nothing, fail. He may not have stolen any money. It's very possible. But he has not failed in discharging the mandate of that organization or that MDO of that state. And he just walks away free, even with pension and gratuity. So we are not penalizing incompetence, meaning it is okay to not to perform. Meanwhile, today, if your mechanic takes your car, let's go on that to our level, fixes a fuel pump and it doesn't work, you call him back to fix it and replace it. And if he doesn't do it, there's some measure of consequence. Now, but our governance is in a way that you just come, do your term and leave. Now, those are the things we need to fix. And the people to fix those things are the citizens.
So how do we ensure
demanding more accountability? What you are doing here, what other media houses are doing. But I will not sit here and tell you that the citizens too, the political class are not capturing the citizens. You can see they are almost they infused tribal issues, religious issues to be captured. You can see most of our religious institutions, they have penetrated them. They are penetrating the judiciary everywhere and all over the world. Politicians try to capture everywhere for their self-interest. That is the way they are built. So it's when, but the only difference, or the major difference, not only, is when citizens continue to demand accountability. You can see now, I know you are coming there on this foreign intervention, whatever that problematic name.
We are getting closer to that.
Yes. You can see because there is consistency in demand. I can see the media houses have refused to let it go. You can see they keep shifting.
We are just waiting for another issue to another big issue to happen.
Yes.
And then this one takes the back seat.
The span is usually 2 weeks, but this has elapsed more than 2 weeks.
Because nothing else as big as that.
To replace it.
Yes. Osun has been in between, but it comes and goes, they probably until after the election.
Yes. But if we sustain it, you find that now, even if you don't get...
That's the problem. Sustaining that kind of campaign. The media itself probably may get wearied. The people may become interested.
Yeah.
And all of that. And then you're also talking to people who appear to be, quote unquote, conquered economically.
Yes.
Economically. When people are struggling for survival, how do you preach to them to hold government accountable?
Now, then the narrative should change. The narrative should change in the terms that to show the people that that person or that government person taking those money is not his money, is your money.
That is the one responsible for what we are going through.
Yes, that is your money he's taking. Because if you notice most cases, let's say by the EFCC now, just to use a few examples, when they take the person to court, you find that his village people come and protest on his behalf because they see that alliance with him. He's from my tribe, or he's from my local government, or whatever.
Particularly if he's doing one or two
palliatives
here and there.
Rice, Maggi, spaghetti, and all of that, you know. So, but you see, that is the link they have identified with him. Now, what we all need to do is not government work, is to now start thinking the minds of Nigerians. Now, when there is a bad road, when there's a bad hospital, when there's whatever you see bad, there's somebody that he did something or did not do, because I don't like the
consequence of somebody not doing something or doing something wrong.
Yes, because we are so comfortable with incompetence in this country that nobody, you just see incompetence and not even corruption, and people just do their 4 years and leave. So the citizens now, once they ask questions, because when is their own? That is why I'm a strong proponent of tax reforms. Now, when I mean tax, I'm not talking about increasing tax only, but let everybody pay tax so that when you are paying, that's why now we'll make
that pay that
yes,
this is coming from your pocket.
Exactly.
Money that you probably would have used to enjoy yourself, you have to pay to government as tax.
Yes. So no matter how much you pay, even if it's 100 naira a year, you will now feel that is why you are not involved, and nobody will just come and take your money and just go and enjoy himself. That is what will be the major driver, and I think that's the thing we need to do. There should be wider taxing for everybody. Should pay tax for the purpose of anti-corruption and for you to, in fact, to even help in building our nationalism. Because when you are paying tax, you will not allow anybody just to play with your funds anyway. Thank you.
You much earlier you alluded to one area in which for you we are doing well. You said asset recovery that we are doing well, and we actually do well in terms of asset recovery. Somebody has acquired maybe hundreds of assets. At the end of the day, you took back maybe 40, 45 from him. Is that a pass mark? Because there are still some hidden assets that that person still goes away with at the end of the day.
Like I said, don't discount the level. It might look minimal, but I believe it is high. Especially in terms of local asset recovery, there's a lot of recovery going on. Now, if you look at percentage of, if you just even take the procurement data of how much you lose through procurement fraud and the asset recovery, it will look minimal. I agree with you. But we are doing well comparatively to almost every other country in the world. It's very difficult to recover assets. Now, what we might not be doing well, even international asset recovery, well, I think we're number one. But I'll still tell you, we shouldn't be clapping for ourselves in the international asset recovery, because it means, why is the money going out in the first place?
Exactly.
Why is it even going out?
With the asset that goes out of the public, the way is just too much.
It's too much.
It's too much compared to what we are able to track back and get back.
Agreed. So, but what the data shows in international asset recovery, it is high. So let's just stick to that data. But we need to do a lot more to stop it from even happening in the first place. Let's not go and be clapping for ourselves that are doing well in asset recovery, where now you have a system. Now, if you open any newspaper today, tomorrow, or yesterday, you will see 15 billion naira missing, let's say, from a particular MDE. The thing that should scare you, how do you have a system with all these accountability mechanisms, checks and balances, supposedly National Assembly, and 15 billion? Now I'm just using
is able to slip through all of this.
Now it's when there is disagreement between parties, the whistleblower will come up. That is when it happens. But the mechanism itself has not detected the preventive mechanism. So it's after whistle has been blown, the ICPC and EFCC jump to do some recoveries and some prosecution. But we are not looking at those accountability mechanisms. BPP, Central Bank of Nigeria, Code of Conduct Bureau, Auditor General of the Federation, all of them, they are all just not functioning well. We have technology systems, IPPIS, give means, we are supposed to be doing procurement online. All those is, why are they happening, why are they not happening? Those are the major enablers of all the bleeding we see today. And those are the things we have to fix, and not to be distracted by EFCC, ICPC. Those are the issues. Okay. I'll take you to,
No, just go.
I'll take you to an issue now. People, let's say, look at our data on drug trafficking.
Okay.
We used to be a transit route 15, 20 years ago. Now we're a major route to, apart from transiting, we are consuming. Now, I don't have any data, but if you look at the effect on drugs on the Nigerian economy, is not something, I've not seen any research yet, but it's horrible, because there are, what do you call these houses for? Rehab houses that are filled up to the brim. There's so much pressure on the medical system. Now that is drugs. If you go to arms, also the last data, the last report that was around 2017, so it's a bit outdated, but over 70% of arms, small and light weapons, small and light weapons, because there's a difference.
Yeah.
In West Africa, over 70% are in Nigeria. Now,
isn't that why we have not been able to overcome our security challenges, banditry, terrorism, and insurgency?
Now, if you speak to the government people, every little thing they'll tell you, Libya. Now, don't forget, Libya is bordering about 5 countries. But those countries,
there are so many places some of those countries will pass through them before you get to Nigeria.
Thank you. But those countries don't have those challenges. Why? It's a national border security issue. So you see why prevention is very important. But we'll be here building rehab houses, collecting arms here and there, seizing some arms. We'll be saying, okay, we seize 30,000 arms this year, but you have not secured your border the way those 5 countries, that's if it is Libya, and Libya happened over 10 years ago. Now, those countries have secured their borders. Why have you not secured your border? Now you now jump to who is responsible for national border security. Primarily is the Nigerian Customs Service. Now you have a customs service that you now tell the government is distracted by telling customs go and generate revenue for government. You see where the political class coming, because their eyes are on the funds. Customs will try and go and generate, let's say 6 trillion naira every year. What do? We clap for them that they have generated 6 trillion.
Yeah. But there's a major responsibility that they are not focusing on.
Thank you. Now the money,
border security.
Thank you. Now the money you are spending on your national security, because of those arms that have come in, the money you are spending on your healthcare system, because of the drugs that are coming in, The money are spending on the human trafficking element, even though that is more tilted towards the Nigerian Immigration Service, because they are more responsible for human security, border security now. Now the spending, just these three I've given you. Let's not talk about fake goods. All the drinks we take that are fake, affecting the healthcare system, people having kidney failure, liver issues, fake food, fake everything, you know, the bottling, all those are border security issues. That will wipe out
all the efforts at revenue generation.
Yes.
That the custom had to dissipate almost 90% of its energy on.
Thank you, sir.
I get the problem.
Yes. So you see, that's why we have to be rethinking these things, just not to be looking at the problem, arrest here, confiscation here, they'll burn down this here. All those things will not work until you address a coherent, have a national border security issue. So that is what you need to do for your security on all these factors, and the same thing for your corruption.
Let me take you back to the issue of asset recovery. Part of why I think that we are not doing well, or maybe an area that we also need to beam a searchlight on, we have failed to probably have a system of managing assets recovered from supposedly corrupt persons, proceeds of crime. We have not been able to have a system of managing it and all of that. And what fallout of that, one major fallout of that, is that it has become possible for people entrusted with the system to reloot those recovered assets. And when I say people who are entrusted, including very highly placed persons, are able to reloot the loot because they alone have custody of the recovered assets.
No, honestly, Sam, and that is too propagandist. You know, it's propaganda when you just say looted assets, if you really don't look at the details. Now, if asset is being recovered by an anti-corruption agency, EFCC, ICPC, I like using them as an example. Now, that asset only belongs either to the state, let's say it was taken from Abia State, Kaduna State, whatever, so it goes back to the state. Now, because the accountability mechanisms we have been talking about have not been addressed, it will still be taken again. So if you say reloot, it sounds like, okay, the particular thing was brought back, it was taken. No, the issues have not been addressed, so it's the same corruption taking place.
No, but of recent, we've had cases of relooting.
Like which one, sir? Sorry.
I'm not so sure whether you have forgotten about the spat between the dead EFCC chairman, Ibrahim Bago, and the dead Attorney General of the Federation.
It's not a relooting issue.
There were aspects of relooting because part of Bago's allegation against the dead Attorney General of the Federation was that there were assets recovered by the EFCC. And then what the EFCC could do, or the structures of the Attorney General, either those assets had been disposed of or they couldn't be traced again. He made that allegation over and over and over again. It was the source of dispute between the office of the EFCC chairman and the office of the Attorney General of the Federation. And we thought that Bago was just crying wolf for nothing. But the events that are happening now to the dead Attorney General clearly establishes the fact that yes, something went wrong. Because those assets that the former Attorney General recently forfeited were assets acquired within that period that he was supposed to be Attorney General of the Federation and doing no other work other than serving Nigeria.
Yes, sir. So you see, there are lots of mix up in the issues now. Sorry. Now, the issue is who disposes of the assets.
Yes.
That's what the issue is. These anti-corruption agencies recover the assets. So now what the political issue was, who should dispose, because that's where the corruption interest comes in. About kickbacks, about who gets what asset, who are we discounting, because you can recover the asset of 1 billion, but because it's government now, they sell it to somebody they like at 200 million.
Or sell it back to the same people who recover them.
So it is the process issue that was the issue. So the anti-corruption agency...
Isn't that a big issue? Because it made it easy for people to profiteer from it.
You see, if you notice, I'm being careful of who to apportion blame with because it's neither here or there. Now, if you leave it,
and all of that happened because we don't have a system. For instance, part of the OCAP, United Nations Convention Against part of the OCAP requirement is that we should have an asset management agency that is different from the agency that is saddled with recovery.
Yeah.
That is saddled with the agency for prosecution. But we don't have that.
No, sir.
Do we?
Asset recovery, disposal, and management system is not the same as an asset recovery and management agency. Now, if you have a system that is effective and it works, you see, these international bodies do not push these issues on countries. They will just give you the framework to comply with. So if you have a system that works, look at the Financial Intelligence Unit. We have 3 different types of system. But there's an administrative one. There are some domiciled in law enforcement, some domiciled in anti-corruption, some are purely administrative. And you go to countries that the admin FIU works, while in some countries it has to be domiciled in law enforcement. And you would agree with me now. Let's use the Nigerian example. I'll come back to your question. The Nigerian example. A financial intelligence unit within the law enforcement works better because of our peculiarity. But when you take it out, you find having even interagency cooperation issues because it's out of the system. So back to your asset recovery issue. Now, when it is who you give the power to of disposal, if the system works, the international community does not have a problem with. But Nigeria, when you take assets, recovered assets by anti-corruption agencies, take them and give an independent or agency now, controlled by the political class, you are going to have a problem. Ordinarily, it shouldn't be a problem.
Shouldn't we have one that is not controlled by the political class? Or how do we have one that is a big vista that I've opened? Because I'm going to be also listen all those anti-corruption agencies that particularly those that have prosecutorial powers and all of that, and all the massive assets they have been recovering, or things that should ordinarily be proceeds of crime that should come back to the federation account, but don't find their ways back to the federation account. I'm going to list some of them for you, including the police.
Yes.
And how those assets are wasting away, and those that are not wasting away, people are helping themselves to them.
Yes.
But let's I'm told that we need to take a breather.
Okay.
We'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll just pick up from there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, online.
Program is Jigsaw. Our guest is Dr. Umar Yakubu. Dr. Yakubu is Executive Director, Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity. And today, our attention is still very much on the issue of corruption and how to at least reduce it to the barest minimum. Because I'm not aware of any country that has completely exterminated corruption.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I was talking about asset management and why I believe that we are not doing well. At least some of the anti-corruption agencies, many of them that also recover assets and we ought to have a very transparent way of disposing of these assets and the proceeds, which are termed proceeds of crime, to find its way back to the public coffers, but they don't. Let's start with the number one of them. The oldest, probably the police. You go to different police stations, you see assets that are supposed to be proceeds of crime wasting away. Doesn't have a way, the nation is not benefiting from such recovered assets. If you leave police, go to custom. Schools are seized, in the name of Nigeria. Goods that ought to be properly disposed of and the proceeds plowed back into the economy through the federation account that left to waste away. Before you know it, some disappear into thin air and all of that. That's not a good way of managing recovered assets. If you live there, go to EFCC up to some point. There's a place opposite the National Mosque.
Yeah.
You see exotic vehicles that are rotting away. These were things recovered from allegedly corrupt persons who didn't manage. Go around our major cities, you see buildings that are about stay away, EFCC and all of that. Such assets are left to rotting and nothing happens. That is not a good way of managing recovered assets.
Very true, very true. And I agree with you to the extent where the office of the Attorney General is an administrative office. Now, if you I agree with your premise, the law enforcement agencies, the police, customs, EFCC, ICPC, are not doing well in terms of the management of those assets, and they could do better, especially now that they have.
I don't do too much. If you saddle them with the responsibility of managing such recovered assets, shouldn't that be the responsibility of another agency?
No.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Right.
And my reasons are this.
Right.
Your fear, I'm going to confirm that your fear from your premise. If you take those things and give it to a new agency, neutral, controlled by the political class, your fears will be worsened. That is the problem. What we have is not good enough. It's not good enough. There are better ways of managing those assets. But you now take those same things, give a so-called independent agency to manage and control. That looks very good on paper. But the political class is the problem. That is the problem, because they determine who is appointed there. Two, they'll be involved in anti-corruption legal issues. You understand? Because of their prism of thinking is asset. One, it is a chain. It's a chain. Anti-corruption is a chain of prosecution, recovery, and all of those things. So this is the problem. If you want to have a hybrid model, what the office of the Attorney General should do is to effectively supervise. Now, back to competence issue. Why should an agency, any one of them, police, EFCC, ICPC, have cars or buildings dilapidating every year without consequence? That is what the policy issue should be. You shouldn't leave those assets just to be rotting away. So that same office now that will have those assets, maybe the new office or agency, if it behaves the same way, because that consequence is not there, that is the problem. Now, if it were asset,
because it will be so duty of that agency, don't you think that it will change a little bit? Because that will be the only responsibility that agency has, managing those assets. For example, if a hotel was fully functional, where you confiscated it from an alleged corrupt person, when you confiscate it from there should be a better way of running it and making it profitable, rather than close it down, put it under lock and key, and just put red ink on it and leave it. So if another agency that has that as the only responsibility they have, and they are focusing on things like that, and they will be the ones that will, okay, this hotel is confiscated, okay, let's look for a manager to run it. And that is the only responsibility that agency has. Can't we isn't it easier to hold them responsible?
I agree with you in terms of...
Isn't that a way to address the fear you raised about the political class hijacking the mode of appointment?
No.
Because it is the same political class that is also responsible for the appointment of those other agency heads.
But it is harder now because all those agencies you mentioned now have an asset recovery department, or we call it POCA department, I'm not sure of the name, process of crime department, sorry. They all have it. They are supposed to address these issues. But I'm telling you, the major issue is the weak supervision from the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation. All this duplication of agencies, some are good. I advocate for a National Border Security Agency, though I don't support the duplication of agencies, but I believe we should have a dedicated National Border Security Agency to pull for customs, immigration, and other agencies because of the border issues. But for assets. You know, assets is money. And this political class, everywhere there is money, they are attracted, they trace it. Don't forget, they even wanted to do something around the pension funds. They just saw trillions. They don't understand the enabling law, put there everything. They were trying to
borrow.
To borrow for it. Thank you. So that is the fear. So in principle, it looks very good. A dedicated agency with professionals in asset management and disposal, you know, will do this professionally. But I believe for now, with the kind of political class we have now, have the Attorney General to be more responsible and more competent in ensuring that all these agencies are effectively implementing the Process of Crime Act 2022. These problems will be reduced.
Should we then have an Attorney General that is also an appointee of the President? Or we should have an Office of Attorney General that Nigerians can hold responsible because he knows his loyalty to Nigerians?
Not only, I agree with you, and not only Attorney General. The moment you concede some very important positions to politics, that's where we have problems. Attorney General should be nowhere near political. It should come from the system. Auditor General, very important. Central Bank Governor, you should not appoint an outsider. You could be within the financial sector, being a regulatory person, maybe with NDIC, with SEC, with NICOM, with Central Bank of Nigeria, but there's no how you have seasoned economy managers. You want to bring a politician from outside, or one former bank chairman from outside, and to come and govern the economy. These are serious. Now imagine if you get a politician from outside to come and become IG of police. That's what we're doing with Attorney General, Accountant General. Yes, they are in the space. But the system is built around an institution. So bringing outside people is problematic. Have your Minister of Justice, political, fine. But Attorney General should be a serious position, very serious position, that it shouldn't be subject to the political whims of whoever is appointing the person.
Okay, before we move to the FPIPC, which I want us to conclude with, is there, what can we do about the recovered assets? Because each time I pass through some assets that were live up until EFCC recovered them, and then you see what they have become. I feel so pained that, I mean, how can a functioning hotel, for instance, have suddenly become run down, has become a place to be inhabited by homeless people and all of that. You seize a school, you close it down, the everything becomes dilapidated over time and all of that. What do we do in the interim?
The Minister of Justice or Attorney General of the Federation should issue regulations, which I think he has, to ensure the examples you give do not happen. And if any agency flouts his regulations, he has the power to take action on that particular agency. It's very simple. Do not allow an asset to dilapidate. Do not allow an asset to waste away. It's a simple governance issue, not creating an agency issue. That is why I don't want us to rush towards those things.
On reflection too, I also think that we have too many bureaucracies already. And it's because we have too many bureaucracies, that's why we don't even know which ones are legal and which ones are not legal. Which one, at what point did we establish this one? If we established this one yesterday, isn't there something close to that has been existing for the past 10 years? That brings me to the issue of Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, where this issue broke out. What was your initial reaction to?
You can see I've been struggling even with it.
Exactly. You keep from the name, ABBA.
Is problematic. If you look at the name, Presidential.
I
know the name.
Okay.
Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. What are they intervening in? Yeah, just assuming it's
investment. You are promoting.
Yeah, assuming it's investment. Okay. Now, foreign intervention in normal nature is actually military intervention. If you see foreign intervention, it's militaristic in nature.
Yeah.
But it's not militaristic, we know.
Yeah.
So you see, these people, when they're thinking of siphoning our money, they don't even think deep enough to even know how to steal it properly, you understand?
Yeah.
So the name is problematic to start with. Now, if it's investment promotion, we are now assuming, I don't know whether you know, I'm assuming. It's
That's what we can also assume that from the long name.
You see now, you have the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission.
Yeah.
You have the Nigerian Export Promotion Commission.
Yeah.
You have embassies that have consular decks, commercial decks, I'm not sure of the name.
Yeah.
Commercial officers to promote foreign
direct investment.
Thank you. Yeah.
We also have the Nigerian Diaspora Commission. We also have a portfolio for letting Nigerians in diaspora know what is available in Nigeria to invest in. That's a kind of investment promotion.
So you see the problem of creating more agencies. Now you have these 5 we have mentioned. You now just wake up one morning, see one loose Presidential Economic Advisory Council, tweak the name, because I don't believe you can create, it might be possible, but I don't believe you can create a fake agency at the federal level. It's nearly impossible because of this bureaucracy.
Agency, you need a law to also back it up.
Thank you very much. But for councils, I think maybe the president has some power here, there, they wriggle their way out.
Yeah.
Now you change the name of a Presidential Economic Advisory Council and give it this funny name. On TV, on AIT, we have seen he had meetings.
The longer it is, the better.
Yes.
So that I can confuse everybody.
Yes. He has had meetings with diplomats. He has an office in the office of the
Federal Secretariat of Governance.
He moves with police. Something went wrong somewhere from the initiation. What we're seeing, all this media is the surface. They want to hang one person or 2 people. There is initiation from somewhere, which I don't know, maybe you don't know as well, but somebody initiated that thing and that person should be held responsible.
How do we find that person? How do we dig deep till we get to that person and see his heart that, okay, this is so person's house?
Well, they want to distract us. I learned that there's a National
That's what is going to happen when the National Assembly is pulling in this direction. ICPC is pulling in another direction as at the directive of the president. Police said they have done investigations since last year. They even charged this man to court. Since last year, he was charged to court last year.
Yeah.
So upon what basis was he charged to court? That means the police already established some things.
Yes.
What was it that the police established? Did they not dig deep to see the man behind that praise at the or so? Yeah. All of this flurry of activities, everybody in different direction. It's to confuse us and distract us until we get tired.
Yes. Well, I agree with you. So after maybe in 2 weeks now, we all forget, then they move on. That's I agree with you. That's it. Another
just like you to conclude, I've been told that we have just about a minute.
Yes, I noticed. Yeah, it's just that the only thing I need to conclude of this corruption is that citizens just need to know that these funds belong to them, and the more we're aware, the more these corruption issues may hopefully reduce. But we'll continue to do our bit, you and I. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Umar Yakubu, thank you. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Yakubu is the Executive Director, Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity. Is an anti-corruption expert. He's joined us on today's edition of Jigsaw to look at corruption. Really very grateful for your time.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you too for investing your time with us. We hope to see you next time. Enjoy the rest of the day. On behalf of the team, my name is Benga Aruleba. I'll see you around.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, online.
Civil society groups call for adequate security, free and fair polls ahead of Osun election. Operation Fasayama forces crush terrorist networks in Zamfara. And Niger State government confirms 124 cases of diphtheria infection, 17 deaths recorded so far. This is the news hour on AIT. I am Olamide Abiyo. Welcome. The Osun State Attorney General has approached the State High Court seeking an order compelling the police to investigate alleged threat of violence reportedly made by Senator Francis Fadausi against members and supporters of the Accord Party ahead of Saturday's governorship election. The suit names the Inspector General of Police and the Osun State Commissioner of Police as respondent. The government action followed a video circulating on social media which allegedly showed Fadausi addressing a political gathering in Ilesha on August 11 and making statements interpreted as threats against Accord supporters and those backing Governor Ademola Adeleke. The Attorney General is asking the court to direct the police to authenticate and forensically examine the complete video, determine whether any criminal offense was committed, and take preventive measures to protect Accord candidates, supporters, and voters. The government said the application is aimed at preventing possible violence rather than determining the senator's guilt, which it noted can only be established through a proper criminal trial. It argued that the police have a constitutional and statutory duty to act on credible threats before violence occurs, particularly with the election scheduled for August 15. Meanwhile, separate criminal complaints have reportedly been lodged against Fadausi and an APC House of Representatives candidate Damilare Eniade over alleged seditious statements under the Osun State Criminal Code. A civil society organization and election observer, Yaga Africa, has urged journalists to educate voters in Osun State on the new electoral innovations to be deployed by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, during Saturday's governorship election in Osun State. Samson Itodo, the executive director of Yaga Africa, gave the charge in Osogbo on Wednesday at a workshop organized for journalists on election results management. Itodo said one of the new innovations introduced under the 2026 Electoral Act was the electronic uploading and backup of election results from polling units through the Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS. He also said voters should be properly accredited with their permanent voter card, PVC. Anyone who had not been accredited should not be allowed to vote.
And when you look at the historical antecedents where results have been contested in this election, it was necessary to engage with journalists who are reporting elections and to take them through the results management process. INEC has introduced some innovations by virtue of the 2026 Electoral Act. INEC is using electronic EC8As. And then also when you look at, issues about the role of the IRF and how results have been manipulated in the past, it was necessary to take journalists through the processes, the journey of results, so they can improve on their reportage.
He advised voters to inspect the BVAS machines before accreditation and voting commenced to ascertain that the devices had not been preloaded with voters' accreditation information. And concerns over judicial accountability and the credibility of election dispute resolution have prompted fresh calls for reforms ahead of the 2027 general elections. The calls were made at a press briefing in Abuja by Action Aid Nigeria following the 5th session of its Independent Judicial Accountability Panel, IJAP. The panel wants election petitions involving governorship, state, and House of Representatives elections to end at the Court of Appeal, except its exceptional circumstances. It also wants INEC to play a more proactive role in resolving internal disputes within political parties, while former senior INEC officials should be restricted from partisan politics for 5 years after leaving the commission.
The court ought not to intervene in the internal affairs of political parties, with the exception that where there is a breach of the party's constitution, the matter becomes justiciable. That is, the courts can then intervene. That the first level of resolution for internal disputes of political parties should be by INEC itself as the regulatory body. This will be in line with the provisions of Section 228, subsection B of the 1999 Constitution as amended.
The country director of Action Aid Nigeria, Andrew Mamedu, also called on the Attorney General of Osun State to prosecute what he described as unguided statements made during political campaign by a serving senator.
We don't care which political party is involved. Our concern is the Nigerian citizens and ensuring that this whole idea of threatening citizens for election, pre-election. So election is not only rigged on election day. That statement alone could keep a lot of people out of the D-Day voting. And we want to make sure that we find a way of curtailing or stopping it going.
We think that the INEC is not exercising its powers and responsibilities enough in resolving crises within parties before they escalate to the judiciary, to the courts.
Country prepares for the 2027 elections. Ijab says independent candidacy should be constitutionally recognized to widen political participation and reduce the influence of political godfathers. Still on elections, stakeholders have stressed that Nigeria can only achieve more credible elections and increase voter participation by reducing human interference through the deployment of technology in the electoral process. This was one of the major highlights of the electoral roundtable dialogue held in Abuja, where participants advocated a more inclusive and pragmatic approach to encourage greater participation in election, particularly among young people.
Nigeria's electoral system remains a major concern for these young participants who have gathered to proffer practical solutions to the long-standing challenges undermining the country's elections. Guest speaker, Professor Abiodun Ajibade, maintained that the deployment of modern technology would reduce electoral fraud and manipulation while enhancing the credibility and transparency of the electoral process.
We can sit down in the comfort of our house and vote without going to face barriers by this. In fact, most people know who you voted for? Is it mandatory? Don't you have your own working minds? Don't you know who you want? Whatever anybody meets at the collation unit and what is announced is exactly what we have done. And if anything is rigged, we will know.
The National Orientation Agency, NOA, is also championing efforts to mobilize and sensitize young Nigerians, encouraging them to play an active role in strengthening the nation's democratic process.
Voter party is something that is of great concern to NOA. And then we encourage all our youths to participate, come out to participate in the democratic process, not only during election, all year round.
And this is one way of us giving back to the society by sensitizing people, providing opportunities for youth and coming together, bringing different tribes together, bringing different people of different backgrounds so that we can rub minds together and talk about today's problem and provide tomorrow's solution.
The organizers say the response has been encouraging, urging more young Nigerians to embrace the initiative by actively participating in the electoral and political process. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
The National Human Rights Commission has warned political actors, religious and traditional leaders, media practitioners, and Nigerians against hate speech, incitement, intimidation, and divisive rhetoric ahead of the 2027 general elections. The Executive Secretary of the Commission, Tony Ojukwu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, gave the warning while expressing concern over statements attributed to some public figures, including Sheikh Sani Yajingi and Senator Francis Fadausi, which he said could deepen social divisions, heighten tension, and trigger violence. Ojukwu stressed that although freedom of expression is a fundamental human right,
It does not permit anyone to incite violence, promote hatred, dehumanize others, or deliberately provoke hostility against individuals or communities. He warned that unchecked inflammatory rhetoric could result in political violence, voter intimidation, communal tension, and erosion of public confidence in democratic institutions.
We need now a responsible leadership, responsible communication, and a renewed commitment to the fundamental principle that every Nigerian is entitled to dignity, equality, and protection under the law. The National Human Rights Commission will not remain silent when human dignity and fundamental rights are threatened. We call on all stakeholders to join us in building an electoral environment in which disagreement does not become hatred, political competition does not become violence, and diversity does not become a justification for discrimination.
The Commission also urged law enforcement agencies to act on credible cases of incitement and threats in accordance with the law and called on the media and social media users to avoid amplifying harmful content. Ojukwu said the NHRC would continue to monitor development and document human rights concerns throughout the electoral cycle. The Theatre Command Joint Task Force Northwest Operation Fansanyama says its forces have dealt a major blow to terrorists and criminal networks operating across the Northwest. The command says precision airstrikes in Zamfara State neutralized scores of terrorists, while ground troops also forced terrorists to abandon their position in Katsina State. Following credible intelligence on the movement and convergence of terrorists on motorcycles in Ankara local government area of Zamfara State, the air component of Operation Fansanyama conducted precision airstrikes on the identified targets. The strikes, according to the statement, neutralized scores of terrorists, forcing survivors to abandon their motorcycles and flee into surrounding bushes. In Katsina State, troops operating around the Ma local government area on August 12 mounted sustained pressure on terrorist elements, and that compelled them to abandon their positions and withdraw into nearby bushes. According to a statement by the Theatre Command spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Aliyu Danja, the operations form part of the broader objective of Operation Clean Sweep 4. The operation is aimed at dismantling the Lakurawa terrorist network across the theatre, preventing the infiltration and reinforcement of its elements into Nigeria and denying terrorists access to border areas and movement corridors. The command says the operation is also focused on disrupting terrorist activities around the River Niger axis and the Kanji Lake National Park, thereby protecting vulnerable communities from violence. A major relief for a family in Benue State as police successfully recovered a newborn baby stolen just hours after birth in Boko. Security operatives say they have arrested 11 suspects, including a fake nurse accused of orchestrating the thefts right under the hospital's nose. What was meant to be a moment of joy turned into a nightmare at a healthcare facility in Boko in Benue State. Shortly after delivery, a newborn who initially struggled to cry was stabilized and moved to a ward with his mother. But within moments, a woman dressed as a hospital nurse approached the mother, claiming the infant needed a secondary checkup. Trusting the suspect, the mother handed over her child. When the baby's grandmother attempted to follow the woman toward the labor room, she was told to step back and assured everything was fine. Minutes later, the fake nurse vanished with the baby. The incident triggered intense panic and anger around the medical facility, prompting a swift security deployment to prevent a total breakdown of law and order. A statement by the Police Public Relations Officer DSP Ochia Hondaru said police operatives have immediately commenced investigation which led to the arrest of 9 suspects for questioning and to assist in establishing the circumstances surrounding the disappearance. He said further investigation led to the arrest of 2 additional suspects at about 10 p.m. on the same day, including the principal suspect, Ngwe Aso, age 35 years, who stole the infant baby. The stolen newborn baby was subsequently rescued from her custody and safely reunited with the mother. With the latest arrest, a total of 11 suspects are currently in police custody in connection with the offense. Investigation, according to the PPRO, is ongoing to establish the full circumstances of the case, determine the roles played by all the suspects and each person's degree of culpability. And from Benue, we move to Nasarawa State, where Governor Abdullahi Sule has called for stronger intelligence sharing and coordinated security operations among North Central states. This, he said, will prevent criminals and terrorists from exploiting state boundaries to expand their activities. Sule made the call in Lafia while declaring open the second quarter conference of State Director of Security of the North Central Zone comprising Nasarawa, Benue, Plateau, Kogi, Niger, Kwara, and the Federal Capital Territory.
The governor explained that the region's interconnected communities and boundaries made joint security efforts imperative, as criminals displaced from one state could easily relocate to another. He recalled how a joint operation of security agencies in Nasarawa State dismantled the Daru Salam group in Toto local government area after the group moved into the state from Niger State. According to him, the operation resulted in the rescue of more than 781 persons held by the criminals. Sule also urged security agencies to intensify intelligence gathering ahead of the forthcoming elections, warning that criminal activities and elements and desperate politicians could exploit the political season to cause violence.
So for us in Nasarawa, there is no amount that is too much for security in Nasarawa. We do our best to continue to provide. And I urge also all my colleagues to do the same, to even do what they are doing, as long as there are insecurity challenges in their state.
The Nasarawa State Director, Department of State Services, Hassan Abdullahi, identified violent extremism, kidnapping, organized crime, farmer-herder conflict, ethnic militia activities, and gun running as major threats confronting the regions.
All respective stakeholders brought to TBC. The debate was to look to ask the governments, not champion applying steps for building intelligence sharing and government systems. We established with the appropriate persons to work with regular updates with neighboring states and share prompt responses to emerging threats.
Governor Sule subsequently pledged to engage other North Central governors and the FCT minister on the possibility of convening a regional security meeting to advance the conference recommendations. Mwesi Shakia, AIT News, Lafia.
The Presidential Working Group on the National Policing Bill has extended the deadline for the submission of memoranda and position papers on the proposed legislation to Friday, August 21st, 2026. The new deadline is 5 p.m., with the extension intended to give stakeholders additional time to prepare and submit comprehensive contributions to the proposed policing reform. The working group, chaired by the Chief of Staff to the President, Bajabi Amila, said the extension would ensure that individuals, institutions, and organizations have adequate opportunities to make well-considered contributions to the legislation. The proposed National Policing Bill is expected to provide the operational, administrative, institutional, and funding framework for an effective policing architecture that responds to Nigeria's evolving security needs, while strengthening accountability, professionalism, and the protection of citizens' rights. Stakeholders, including legal practitioners, civil society organizations, security sector professionals, state government, professional bodies, academic, and members of the public have been encouraged to use the extended period to submit their memoranda and position paper. Key issues under consideration include sustainable police funding, command and control structures, recruitment and training standards, operational jurisdiction, interagency coordination, accountability mechanisms, and safeguards against political interference and abuse. The working group said broad stakeholder engagement remains critical to developing a policing framework that is effective, accountable, sustainable, and responsive to the security needs of the communities across the country. All submissions are to be made exclusively through the official National Policing Bill portal on or before 5 p.m. on August 21st, 2026. At the conclusion of its assignment, the working group is expected to present a final implementation-ready draft of the National Policing Bill for onward legislative processing. The working group also thanks stakeholders who have already submitted their contributions and urged others intending to participate in the process to take advantage of the extension. You're still watching the news on AIT, and up next is Business Reports. President Bola Tinubu says Nigeria's refineries must return to profitable operations and deliver the economic benefits for which they were established. As the federal government continues its reforms in the petroleum sector, the president stressed that simply restarting the refineries is not enough, insisting that they must operate efficiently, generate value, and contribute meaningfully to the economy. The president gave the assurance while receiving officials of the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers at the State House on Thursday.
Ordinary flame and the smoke of refinery doesn't mean that it's working until it's profitable and they yield the value for which it is built. I'm not a man who go looking back and everything, because I've accepted the asset and liability of my predecessor. No matter what has happened in the years past, it's my responsibility now as the president to fix it, make it work.
Moreover, President Tinubu defended the policy, saying the savings from subsidy removal would be properly accounted for, stressing that the resulting resources are benefiting Nigerians.
I will soon publish the utilization of what it is. I listen to people, they say common man and all of that. Who are the people receiving the salaries in the local government administration? Are they not common men and women receiving salary regularly at the state level? Are they not common men and women? The ordinary people receiving salary at the federal government regularly, and it affects all the market women around us.
President Tinubu also appealed to transport operators to ensure that the benefits of lower operating costs from compressed natural gas (CNG) are passed on to commuters and do not remain with vehicle owners. He said the government would continue to support CNG adoption while working to ensure that its benefits are felt more widely across the economy. And Nigeria has failed to meet the United States minimum fiscal transparency standards for the second consecutive year, with the United States Department of State saying the country made no significant progress in addressing weaknesses in its public financial management and disclosure practices. The finding is contained in the 2026 fiscal transparency for the period from January 1st to December 31st, 2025. Nigeria was among 67 governments that failed to meet the minimum requirements, while 73 passed the assessment. Nigeria, however, received credit for making information on its debt obligation publicly available, including major debts linked to state-owned enterprises. The assessment comes as the federal government continues efforts to strengthen revenue mobilization, improve fiscal management, and boost investor confidence while addressing the country's fiscal vulnerabilities. Nigeria's capital markets will now operate a 5 p.m. deadline on the first business day after a trade, known as T+1, for settling equities and commodities transactions. The new timeline is expected to make the settlement process faster and more efficient. The Securities and Exchange Commission disclosed this and clarified that under the arrangement, transactions executed on a particular trading day must be settled by 5 p.m. the following business day. The move builds on previous guidelines issued in June 2025 when the market operated under a T+2 settlement cycle and the subsequent directive in May 2026 announcing the transition to T+1. The shorter settlement period is intended to reduce the time and risk associated with completing transactions. And that's it on business reports. Move on to other stories on the news hour. Enugu State Governor Peter Mbah says his administration's investment in the Enugu International Hospital is part of a wider plan to make the state a medical tourism destination in Africa. He said that this during the pre-launch tour of the facility in Enugu City.
This is the Enugu International Hospital, the first and only quaternary hospital in Southeast Nigeria, located at Rangers Avenue in the highbrow Independence layout, Enugu City.
We have earmarked 6 specialty centers here. So you start with cancer, and then with the cancer services, we are going to provide medical.
During the facility ahead of this planned launch, Governor Mbah told journalists that the idea was conceived even before he started his political campaign. He says his vision is to make Enugu a destination for medical tourism, and that achieving this requires not only a world-class facility, but also top medical professionals who can provide services that Nigerians often seek abroad.
The good thing is that with what you have here and with our commitment to telemedicine and digital and electronic medical practice, we can actually attract or even receive those opinions abroad, and yet the money and the manpower would still remain here, right?
The governor believes his administration has also been intentional about investing in healthcare at all levels with the goal of giving residents access to quality medical care.
Imagine that we have quite a lot of Ndi Enugu who travel to India, travel to Turkey, travel to the United States, travel to the United Kingdom to seek medical attention. All we're going to be asking them to do is just pay a fraction of what they would have ordinarily spent in going to all these major cities.
With the launch of the facility drawing closer, Governor Mbah says Enugu is ready to welcome patients, medical professionals, and visitors from across Nigeria and beyond. Kenichi Ekeledo, AIT News, Enugu.
Into Niger State, where the government has confirmed that 17 people have died of diphtheria out of 124 recorded cases of infection in 3 local government areas within the last 7 months. The Commissioner for Health, Merita Labagana, made this known while presenting the health sector's highlights for the second quarter of 2026. Labagana also disclosed that 103 patients have been treated and discharged, while 17 deaths were recorded in Bida, Suleja, and Shiroro local government areas of Niger State. According to him, 3 new cases had recently been identified, with 1 patient currently on admission. He noted that the government was strengthening disease surveillance, case management, immunization, and public awareness to contain the disease and prevent further transmission. Ghana urged parents and caregivers to ensure that children were fully vaccinated, stressing that routine immunization remain critical to preventing childhood diseases such as diphtheria, measles, and other vaccine-preventable infections. And property worth over 100 million naira have been destroyed by floods in the Imani community, and several houses and valuable property in the MI Wushishi community within Minna Metropolis in Niger State capital. Victims of the flood attributed the intensity to the activities of illegal miners who have blocked water channels and appealed for the government intervention and necessary actions.
The incident, which occurred as a result of about 6 hours of heavy downpour, displaced several family members at the MI Wushishi estate in Minna. The flood swept through parts of the community, carrying debris and other materials, damaging several houses, a mosque, an Islamic school, and vehicles parked within the community. The residents identified the lack of adequate drainage systems and activities of illegal miners as major challenges facing the community.
They now started, people start coming out telling us
that the miners, where the water is supposed to pass, the miners are blocked, so there is a backfeeding. And this is how we have this problem here. So if government can do something, we are waiting.
So my neighbor was shouting, I heard her shouting my name, I should come out. Immediately I opened the door, the water just rushed into the room, and I was just shouting with my children, shouting for rescue. Just thank God we are able to come out of the room. If not, it was not easy at all.
For now, you see our mattresses and everything, because the water has even got to our chest level inside the house. We managed to evacuate the children, and we have to hang them on our necks for us to be able to. We just see ourselves inside water, so we have to run to the mosque to go and stay. And just now we come here, we see how we are packing things now. See all the mattress everywhere damaged.
They appealed to the state government, humanitarian organizations, philanthropists, and other stakeholders to urgently intervene and address the situation, protecting the lives and property of the residents.
The government to assist us, because I'm just retired. And the certain civil why I'm managing. I don't know why I'm going to start now. I don't know. I just don't know where I'm going to start now.
Riverbanks to relocate to safer and higher ground following the incident.
We have to come in and expand this canal and make it more to make it better so that the water can flow without any obstructions.
No loss of life was reported in the latest flash flood incident, but authorities have been urged to do the needful immediately. Zachary Omale, KIT News, Mina.
The federal government of Nigeria has intensified efforts towards improving national water quality and public health in the country. The disclosure was made by the Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, who was represented by the Director of Water Quality Control and Sanitation in the Ministry, Habu Jamilu, at the training of trainers workshops on the Water Quality Handbook for the National Water Quality Campaign. He said the ministry would continue working with the organized private sector in water, sanitation and hygiene and other partners to strengthen water quality management and public awareness.
It can lead to a lot of various water-related problems. So in Nigeria, we really need a practical tool that we can especially go into rural communities by engaging the local communities and work together to tell them about the risks and hazards associated with drinking water. So we can establish a plan that will address those risks and hazards so that the water that is going to the consumer tap point or to the consumer point is free and is habitable.
Stakeholders at the event noted that the stronger partnerships among government and professional bodies will be critical to achieving sustainable access to safe water and building healthier, more resilient communities.
Without this project, it will be very difficult for Nigeria to achieve SDG6 by 2030. So this project is part of Nestle Nigeria PLC contribution to the achievement of SDG6 in Nigeria and beyond. And we are also calling on federal government, calling on state governors to come out boldly and support this initiative because water quality matters.
APREN remains committed to a partnership with the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation and OPS WASH. We believe that by working together, government, the private sector, and professional bodies, we can achieve the shared vision of safe water for all.
The Water Quality Handbook was developed to help communities understand the physical, chemical, and biological parameters of waters, their health implications, and the economic consequences of consuming unsafe water. The Bayelsa State government has procured a state-of-the-art firefighting truck for the Bayelsa International Airport as part of efforts to upgrade the facility and meet international aviation standards. Governor Doyo Diriru handed over the equipment to the managing director of the Bayelsa International Airport, retired Air Vice Marshal Nelson Kamde, said the firefighting truck meets international standards and will enhance safety operations at the airport.
Seeing it from just the ordinary eyes, you wouldn't actually believe that this is a firefighting equipment. So, and it was procured from Germany, and I know that we have the best of the state-of-the-art firefighting truck. So on behalf of the government, I now hand over the keys and the documents to the managing director.
By the provision of this second fire tender, it means that we are fully back into capacity. You understand? And the requirement for just a water tanker is no longer there, because this fire tender contains a lot more, firefighting fumes and water than the water tanker will have contained.
If you have muddy environment, the tire can easily navigate. You understand? Then the vehicle has protective function for itself, where you can activate fire in case you are moving within fire. Activate it, that will be quenching the fire while the vehicle is going towards the fire to fight the fire.
The state government says the upgrade of the facilities at the airport is aimed at strengthening safety, efficiency, and emergency response capabilities in line with international aviation standards. The Ministry of Solid Minerals Development and the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency have directed hourly monitoring of seismic activity in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, as residents are also urged to remain calm and go about their formal activities. Speaking at a technical briefing in Abuja, the agency says its seismic stations are being monitored in real time to ensure prompt alert on any major event.
Disaster that inflicts substantial human, material, and economic losses, which many affected countries rarely recover from. At the briefing, the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency allayed the fears of Nigerians, saying the tremor experienced in Abuja on the 5th of August was shallow and posed no threat to lives and properties.
The relationship between some artificial activity and tremor occurring. And I guess that was why there was a stoppage over time. That let us do a stoppage of activities of blasting and confirm if what we experience is from that activity or from the natural source. That means there is a sense of thinking and artificial can cause it. So there can be a connection. But like I said, it's a function of the degree of what happened. So what is important is monitoring how it travels. What is important is getting the potentiality of its occurrence.
The agency's technical experts explain that the tremor witnessed resulted from accumulated stress emanating from rock blasting and borehole drilling in Abuja.
But beyond that, we have seismicity every other day. And this instrument is both able to pick what is happening here and what happens elsewhere. So it has capability of picking local events. I mean, things happening around us in Abuja here, neighboring areas. It also has capabilities of picking regional seismicity. Things happening maybe in Lagos, maybe in Ghana, and of course the ones we call daily seismic events. So those ones that are thousands of kilometers away from us. All these can be picked in the equipment.
While the agency stresses that it is monitoring activities, it assures Abuja residents and Nigerians of adequate safety. Amaka Okoro, AIT News.
As the world marks International Youth Day, young people in Plateau State are calling for increased opportunities, improved infrastructure, and policies that will enhance their well-being and participation in development. They made the call at an event organized by the Plateau State government, where some youth identified insecurity and economic hardship as major challenges affecting their lives.
The National Youth Policy states that the youths are those that fall within the age bracket of 15 to 29 years. But beyond the age brackets, the challenges confronting young people continue to shape their prospects, from access to education and employment to security and economic opportunities. In Plateau State, the International Youth Day celebration provided an opportunity to assess the realities facing young people and what can be done to address their concerns.
We believe that once the issue of security is tackled, business will thrive nationally.
So many youths in Plateau State have graduated from schools but don't have jobs.
When government empowered the youth accordingly, not through political affiliation, for the past 20 years, that's from 2006 to this time, local government has not employed even one staff. So now, youths that graduated from 2006 to this time around are here stranded.
With significant resources being committed to youth empowerment programs, are these interventions addressing the actual needs of young people? And what more can government and other stakeholders do to create an environment where youths can realize their full potential and contribute meaningfully to national development?
Some of these policies need to be mended, and the young people must be involved in the process of every policy.
We are asking ourselves, what role do we need to play to ensure that Plateau State is stabilized? What are we bringing on the table to address the issue of insecurity? These are talented, gifted in their own diverse ways in life, and without support, definitely they will get nowhere.
International Youth Day is observed every year on August 12 to draw attention to issues affecting young people and promote their participation in social, economic, and political development. The 2026 theme, Different Contexts, Common Aspiration, recognizes the diverse circumstances in which young people live while highlighting the shared aspirations that connect them. For youths in Plateau State, translating these common aspirations into reality will require sustained investment, opportunities, security, and an enabling environment for them to thrive. Walkers Quackfoot, AIT News, Jos.
From Jos to Imo State, where youth are calling on the state government to invest more in industries and other productive sectors that can create jobs and reduce unemployment. This was a key request at a one-day youth summit held in Owerri to address youth restiveness, particularly in the oil-producing communities of the state. The summit brought together youth from across the local government areas, government representatives, and other stakeholders to discuss challenges affecting young people and possible ways of creating sustainable opportunities for them. The gathering identified unemployment and lack of economic opportunities as major factors responsible for youth restiveness in the state.
I think first of all is the rate of unemployment that is here in the state is a little bit it's something that needs to be looked into. Even though the state governor is doing a lot of things to make sure that jobs are being created through the digital economy and so many programs that he has been doing in the state. And
I think His Excellency is trying his own way to do it. But what the youth just need is just employment, because no youth, no nation. If a youth is not employed, he's going to become a nuisance, carrying guns, doing so many things around. So once a youth is empowered, employed, whether through skill, anyhow, I believe the nation will be better.
State government, the managing director of the Imo State Oil Producing Areas Development Commission, Austin Oyedebelu, will urge the federal government to ensure that Imo youth benefit from grants and other empowerment initiatives targeted at young Nigerians.
We are equally strengthening our commitment to creating opportunities through grants, scholarships, and other forms of education and support. Education remains one of the most powerful instruments for transforming lives and communities.
Across various MBA, there are opportunities taken by the Ministry of Digital Economy.
The summit ended with a renewed call for stronger collaboration between government, the private sector, and youth in tackling unemployment and other challenges confronting young people in Imo State. And Cross River State says it is repositioning youth development from short-term empowerment programs to sustainable systems that create jobs, build skills, and expand young people's participation in governance. The government made the commitment during the state commemoration of the 2026 International Youth Day in Calabar, saying the new direction will focus on employment, entrepreneurship, innovation, and inclusion across all 18 local government areas of the state. We'll bring that so in a subsequent bulletin. And let's move on now. The federal government has urged Nigerians abroad to do more than transfer funds to home-based family, relatives, and friends. At the Made in Nigeria-Canada Diaspora Economic Conference in Toronto, officials challenged citizens living outside Nigeria to convert remittances into structured investment that will drive Nigeria's economic transformation.
According to the chairman and CEO of NITCAM, Abike Dabiru Erewa, the diaspora remains an untapped economic resources. She urged Nigerians abroad not to only succeed in their host countries, but to also invest in at least one project back home.
Canada and Nigeria, we do have strong trade ties, but the untapped gold mine is you, the diaspora. The Nigerian in Calgary running a tech firm, the Nigerian in Ottawa in finance, the Nigerian in Vancouver in real estate. You are the untapped gold mine. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not paying lip service to that. We want concrete results now. You have the structure, you have the platform. So my threat to you is very simple. Do not just succeed in Canada, succeed for Nigeria. And that's why the theme is thrive abroad, invest at home.
The Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole, said reforms under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda are repositioning the economy from consumption to production.
Our message to the diaspora is clear. We do not ask you to invest in Nigeria only because Nigeria is home. We invite you to invest because Nigeria offers a compelling business proposition defined by skill, talent, resources, ongoing reforms, and access to a rapidly integrating African market.
The DFDIs to Nigeria, if we can create the homeland consciousness, which I'll speak to in a second, to be able to regain much of the lost diaspora, will give Nigeria and Africa the window of opportunity to scale and to speed.
If you go around the world and you're looking the first 10 best medical doctors, you find there's one Nigerian. If you're looking for the best 10 engineers, out of 10, you find there's one Nigerian in every aspect. So what are we waiting for? Think about it.
Members of the Senate and House committees on diaspora described Nigerians abroad as one of the country's greatest assets. The lawmakers reaffirmed the National Assembly's commitment to laws that protect Nigerians abroad and improve the ease of doing business for diaspora investors. Sadiat Dusumu, AIT News.
Iran and the United States are trading competing claims over control of the strategically important Strait of Hormuz amid an escalating confrontation between the two countries. The newly appointed head of Iran-besieged paramilitary force, Hossein Taib, said on Thursday that the waterway remains under the control and management of the Islamic Republic. Taib said the United States had failed to achieve its objectives in the conflict and claimed Iran had maintained security in the strait despite U.S. and Israeli military action. Iran's Joint Military Command Qassam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters also said no vessel could pass through the Strait of Hormuz without Tehran's permission. The United States, however, has claimed it has total control of the strategic waterway and says it is protecting freedom of navigation for vessels traveling to and from non-Iranian ports. The dispute follows the effective closure of the strait after the war began with U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran on February 28. The waterway is the major global energy route with roughly one-fifth of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas shipments previously passing through it. A joint interim agreement had called for a permanent ceasefire and a return to freedom of navigation in the Gulf, but the arrangement later broke down. Iranian military official Rasul Sanei Vard said Tehran would not reopen the strait unless the other side fulfilled its commitment under the agreement. He also warned that Iran would respond more aggressively in any future conflicts. A major grass fire in Stourbridge, central England has affected 6 property and left 2 people suffering from the effect of heat and smoke. A well image showed several property ablaze near the fire, which spread around Auntie John Lane, Racecourse Lane and Stourbridge Road. West Midland Fire Service said it had increased resources at the scene as firefighters worked to contain the blaze. Around 60 firefighters were involved in tackling the fire. Several local rail services were suspended as a safety precaution while some nearby property experienced power problems. Emergency services said 2 people had been affected by heat and smoke, but there was no immediate information on further injuries. Authorities there had also not yet provided a full assessment of the extent of property damage. And up next on the news hour is Sports Track. And Nigeria is on course for qualification for the 2026 ICC Under-19 Cricket World Cup as the Junior Yellow Greens progress to the Division 1 of the Africa qualifiers with a record-breaking win over Mozambique in the 4th match of the Division 2 qualifiers in Kigali, in Rwanda. Peculiar Egemasi produced a man-of-the-match performance, scoring 123 runs and caught 3 wickets as the Junior Yellow Greens breezed past their Mozambique counterparts by 407 runs.
Nigeria won the toss and elected to bat first with Ozana Omokobio and Captain Ali Ramoni opening the innings. Ramoni scored 41 runs to steady the Nigerian innings before his dismissal of the second delivery of the 14th over with score at 89 runs. His opening partner, Omokobio, continued his impressive knock, scoring 84 runs, including 11 fours and 2 sixes, as Nigeria gained momentum and reached 210 for 3 in the 28th over. Then came Egemasi, who stepped on the gas with 123 runs off 84 balls, including 18 fours and 3 sixes, before he was caught with just 20 balls remaining in that innings. His partnership with Bright Young, who top scored with 137 runs, including 11 fours and 12 sixes up, Nigeria finished on 461 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. Nigeria then dismissed Mozambique for just 54 runs, completing a dominant 407-run victory. The win moves Nigeria into second position in the standings, heading into their final match against Sierra Leone on Saturday. Uganda remains top of the table with a perfect record, while Sierra Leone is third. The top 3 teams will advance to Division 1, where they will face Kenya, Namibia, and Tanzania for Africa's sole qualification slot for the ICC Under-19 Cricket World Cup.
Into football, Fulham's pre-season friendly against Malaga ended in bizarre fashion on Wednesday after the Spanish side converted a penalty into an empty net. Malaga had equalized in the final minute of normal time, with Eneko Aregi converting from the spot after Calvin Bassey was penalized for handball to make it 2-2. Fulham's coach Alvaro Belloa was sent off after the final whistle before his players headed into the tunnel, believing the match was over. Malaga, however, expected a penalty shootout and remained on the pitch. Aregi then stepped up and scored into the empty net. Fulham insists both teams had agreed beforehand that there will be no penalty shootout if the game ended in a draw. And that's it on Sport Track, and that also concludes the news hour tonight. I am Olamide Ariyo. Many thanks for staying with us.
I am a second generation farmer. My parents started this farm in 1962. My father started out not as a farmer, but as a government economist, and he decided to be a farmer when he was in his late 20s. And they started out with sweet corn because he thought that that's what the world needed, was fresh sweet corn. The land we are sitting on right now, they bought in 1966. I actually am somebody who has never missed a single summer on the farm. I love growing vegetables because it's the one thing that seems like will never go out of style. Everything else that's a food seems to be under some health questions, but vegetables are completely, uniquely healthy. This is the cool view. What did I do with my knife? How hard is it to get land and start a farm? It takes more than most people have. More like 60 years ago, Fairfax County was transitioning from being dairy farms to being suburbs. That development there was the front field. And if you go further, that's the Thompson field. And if you go across the street, that's the Weissman field. And if you go over there, that's Bradley Thompson's. And so all of these are old farmers from 50 years ago or 60 years ago who rented us property all along this road, all the way to Tyson's Corner. And so when my parents bought this piece of property, there were no suburban developments around here. It was a 2-lane highway, Route 7, which is now currently a 6-lane highway. And all the old dairy farmers were sitting on their property waiting to sell it and waiting to make a lot of money. If you can believe this, the land that was sold adjacent to our property in 2008 was $500,000 an acre undeveloped. An insane amount of money to have to spend to come up with to grow vegetables. What's the solution? What the populace needs to do is say that farming is important to them and that it's just as important as parkland or other public amenities that people really enjoy living near. And this is a big step toward keeping agriculture going in a metropolitan area. Farming basically means at the end of the year, hopefully you paid all your bills. But that doesn't mean you have any money left to start the next season unless you happen to have such a good season. CSA is a great fit for our farm. I think I have about 600 CSA members.
Happy to be here. We're so blessed, yes.
My father used to borrow $25,000 at the beginning of the season and pay it back to the bank in September. Instead of that now, we ask our customers if we can borrow that money, and they give it to us in February and willingly, and then we pay them back in vegetables through the season. They have 3 different size shares, mini, regular, and robust. If you're a mini share, you get 6, and you just come and pick out whatever 6 things you want. And if you decide you want 6 bags of tomatoes, you get 6 bags of tomatoes.
Oh my gosh, the produce is so fresher, has better flavor. It just, and you get to pick and choose what you want to use. It is just wonderful.
When you do something the same for 20 years or 15 years or 10 years, and you keep coming once a week to somebody's house every week, they're going to get to be like family.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
So the farmers market part of our business is roughly 40%. So we're very dependent on it.
We do have some spinach. It's in the back corner there.
We go to 5 markets a week for 30 weeks of the year, and one of them we go year round. 20 weeks of the year that we don't have a market, really. So we make as much money as we can in those 30 weeks.
Much. And there is your flowers. We're happy to be back.
I think the end closest to the stand is where it's a little bit biggest now. I do not think I'm the last generation that will farm this land because I have my nephews who are how much younger than I am. They're 30 years younger than I am. And then we have Carrie, who is one of the co-owners, and she's 20 years younger than I am. It's supposed to be the size of a ping pong ball. I think the land will stay because my siblings and the next generation down have unanimously agreed that we will not sell the land. I don't think that people should be so fearful all the time about change. I think that there's opportunity all the time for change to be good. And that's why you have children. That's why you raise people to be better people. It's because you want the opportunities to come up.
Hello and thanks for staying with us. Welcome to Political Platform, the program that runs simultaneously on RAPA Radio and Africa Independent Television, AIT. My name is Amici Anokwe. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is reprinting ballot papers and result sheets for Saturday's governorship election in Osun State. Why are they doing so? This is because a court ordered that the name of the candidate of the Social Democratic Party, Dr. Francis Ajalan, that of his running mate, Fasheku Oladipo, be put on the ballot and be included in the election. They were excluded following legal dispute over their candidacy. INEC says the reprinted election materials will get to Osun State on Thursday, that's today, for onward distribution to all the local government areas of Osun State. This no doubt adds to the controversy trailing the election. It appears the election is getting one controversy or the other. Recall on Wednesday, Senator Francis Fadahunsi honored the invitation of the police after he threatened that Accord Party supporters be killed on election day. He had since clarified that he meant that they be killed with votes. And some political platform today, we shall focus on Osun State in the run-up to the governorship election. All the attention of the entire country is on Osun State. A lot happening security-wise. Even the international community, Davido, music star, drawing the attention of the U.S. President Donald Trump to the situation in Osun State, saying, please look up to the situation there and monitor closely. So it's not just only national attention on Osun State, but international attention. Is also claiming that since he issued that tweet, he has gotten representations from several countries as to the contest. We'll be joined by Timothy Bamidele, who's already in Osun State. He's the program manager, Center for Media and Society, one of the many election observer groups that are active in Osun State. Now, before then, my colleagues, as usual, are with me, Uju Ejeye and Mustafa Mohammed. Welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, and we welcome our viewers and listeners.
Thank you. Good morning, viewers. Good to have you again today.
Okay, let's start with the fact that Senator Francis Fadahunsi honored the invitation of the police after he issued those death threats. Death threats, he said, were not related to humans. He got to the state command headquarters of Osun State and had a session with the police officers. Many citizens expected an arrest, just as Accord Party members were arrested severally. Some houses of Accord Party supporters were even raided. But when he got to Father Runsi, he was just invited. That invitation was honored. Is it enough to calm the nerves? Is it enough to guarantee peace and security ahead of that election?
Well, I think that it's a good thing first that at least the police took note of what he did and invited him. But that is just an invitation. I do not think it's enough. Maybe even if it is 1 or 2 days detention would have gone a long way in sending some serious message to people who may want to incite whether party members or the public during the election, and people who think that violence is the only way to wrest power in Nigeria. I do not think that that is enough to deter others who may want to do it. And again, you look at the two parties, the two major parties you talk about, the Accord Party and the APC. He was invited. The others were arrested and not even detained in Osun State. They were brought all the way to Abuja to be detained. Only God knows what is happening, but like I would say, let the police be very, very fair. Let the security agencies be very, very fair in whatever they do during this election, so we don't send the wrong signals and messages to the world.
I would like to commend the Inspector General of Police, Disu, for making sure that the police acts appropriately. The invitation was very good. The interrogation was okay. And then the police spokesperson told journalists yesterday that the investigation is ongoing. Detaining for 2-3 days is not the matter. The police must do its work. And, after the debate here yesterday on the matter, I received a phone call from a retired history professor in one of the federal universities in the southeast, where the professor drew my attention to lack of social justice is what is judicial and social justice. He called my attention to what led to the Nigerian Civil War. Those who carry out the first coup, killing of Sardauna, Tafawa Balewa, Akintola, Williams, and others were not punished by the system. That actually led to the reprisal killing in Kano train station, Ojukwu trying to protect the southeast. That led to civil war that almost broke the country into two. Then followed by some of the recent incidents we mentioned, Dan Suleiman, the pastor, Yahaya Jingir, and then this one. If Nigeria will provide justice in every case, then the issue of this threat cannot be taken lightly by people who might try to call for fake threats in the future, or for politicians who will organize their political talks and start killing people, snatching ballot box and what have you. I think it's not just the judiciary. Government needs to be proactive. It doesn't matter whether those making the threats belong to the ruling party at the federal level or at the state level. I was at the Kano airport some months ago, or the last year when we landed. We saw a lot of endeavor at the Kano airport trying to welcome a prominent politician. They had all the machetes and sticks, and there were more than 500 between the airport and outside the airport. And I was asking myself, is this not a federal institution with airport security, Nigerian police, the airport? I think anybody who makes a threat in the name of political party, election, or religious intolerance, the system should arrest and hammer him very well.
The system. but we have seen the system go soft on members of the ruling party, and this not just at the federal level, we also see it at the state level, and that's the point Mustafa is stressing. There are party members, party officials, they know if they commit crime during the election, they can bet you that the security agencies will not do anything. And it speaks always about the loyalty of our security agencies, whether it's to the government in power, party in power, or to the state. I believe we have a lot of work to do. Perhaps it starts from their mode of appointment. When you appoint someone not based on merit, when you appoint someone based on certain sentiments, the person will push loyalty to you. He will owe that office to that your connection, and so unconsciously the person plays to your gallery. But when it's based on performance, when it's based on merit, the person will see himself as a product of hard work. That's the position the person occupies. And we'll look at the entire nation. Look at the Nigerian state. The Nigerian state comprises of both the government and the people and every other interest group. We must have to evolve a society that ensures merit, that will ensure that when people are appointed, they see the whole nation as their constituency and not beholden to the interests.
That's why some persons have suggested that such key appointments, like in the judiciary, maybe the police, be done by the commission, instead of the president, because he who pays the piper dictates the tune. There's no way a man will appoint me and then I will not have a certain measure of loyalty to him, no matter how patriotic I am to my country.
You're talking about whether we should have a strong institution. If you look at the various government agencies, you can quickly, in terms of performance, point at a few with all the ministries and parastatals we have, like the NDLEA, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, under General Marwa. You know that you don't have to mince word when we are talking about whether they are working or not. And then in the past 6 months, 1 year, you can score the Nigerian army high in terms of what they are doing in the insecurity, whether in the northwest or in the south. Then we're talking about maybe the Bureau of Public Procurement stopping procurement fraud under Dr. Adewale. You can count like 5, 10. But all government institutions must not just be working, but must seem to be working. Every wrong thing that will happen, people, if it's federal government, people will start blaming the president. But the president have appointed people, like the ministers have been screened and appointed through the National Assembly, but are they doing their work or not? Of course, we have seen the replacement of ministers like the finance minister, but so many DGs and ministers who are not performing should be removed by the president.
So if the president fails to remove, he gets the condemnation, because the Constitution tells us that executive powers are vested on the president. So, and when you delegate, you don't delegate responsibility. That's why those that are appointed must select the best. If those who are appointed fail, it means you have failed and failed woefully. That's actually a very serious thing that Dr. Amechi. Those who are not performing should be removed. And it's only in Nigeria that you see public officials who have failed, they don't throw in the towel, no matter what. Exactly. But you see, the Nigerian police also did very well. We were actually expecting that the police should either arrest or invite, but we are still waiting to see if the Nigerian police will invite Sheikh Jingim or arrest him, because the condemnation is all over.
And we've not had anything since. Well, I think we should get back to a show election and take a deeper look at what is happening there. At least we thank God that yesterday there was no pronounced case of violence, apart from what Bukola told us in the morning about the 3 persons that died after the inciting statement from the senator. And we hope that party members would comport themselves accordingly. And, I was thinking this morning about what he said about Osun housing, cult groups. Cult groups and who have been bought over by the politicians and, with some supporting the different candidates. And I thought about it and I said, okay, even cult groups have their boundaries. If you don't hit, is it not hit, they call it. The other one will now hit you. So if they will maintain their lanes, and, respect decorum, then we will surely have peaceful election. And the police has also gone an extra mile in training, or shall I say retraining its officers to handle this election because of the peculiar violent circumstances that have arisen. And I think that's a good step. But whatever happens, free and fair is the word. Nigeria Police, DSS, NSCDC, free and fair. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. The rule of law must prevail. No partiality, no parochialism, whatever word you want to use to describe it. Treat A like B, treat B like A.
We are training the rank and file and lower level officers because training is to impact skills and competencies. We must also, and that the essence of that training, which we commend, is to ensure that they understand what election duty is all about.
Yes.
When they find themselves on the field on election day, they should know the practical steps to take in keeping peace, ensuring equity, and maintaining law and order. Beyond that, we should also develop the leadership, the management of the police. Yes, train the lower rank and develop the management. What do I mean by development? Let them understand that layout is not to the government of the day, but to the state. Let's go for this break and share a training program the police did for its officers in Osun State on Wednesday. Okay, we'll make that available, but we'll still go for a break. Remember, we have a guest that will join us, one of the election observers already in Osun State on ground. We hope to share with you the training program the police had in Osun State on Wednesday and also bring in our guest for today. Do stay with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT, on air, online, online.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you've trusted on Raypa Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
People, politics, and power brings context and clarity to issues and events in governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
Government should come. We need Nigeria to work. We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, Politics and Power with Imoni Amarebe.
We want performing agencies to be held to account, or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Let's link up with Osogbo in Osun State, where our guest for today, Timothy Bamidele, Program Manager, Center for Media and Society, will join us virtually for perspectives for the upcoming election. Thank you so much, Timothy, for joining us.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Nigerians.
So earlier on the program, we were hoping that all the controversy that have throughout preparations for this election have ended. We hope no new ones will be coming up. We saw police personnel being trained. We saw show of force by security personnel across the major streets of Osogbo and all that. Are there enough to really pour cold water on the frayed nerves, as it were?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just like you mentioned, that we hope, and I can also say we pray, that the storms will settle in Osun State ahead less than how many hours to the election. Well, I have to say that, presently, the situation room has been settled by our own organization. I work with Center for Media and Society, and then we are part of the civil society in the space of the European Union support democratic governance in Nigeria. Prior to the time we find ourselves in Osun State, the program.
We seem to have lost Timothy Bamidele there, just settling down to the business of the day. We have him back now.
Including receptive lab intervention, voters' opinion lab, we've trained journalists, we've looked at the issue of fake news, misinformation, we've engaged, we've had town hall meeting, which was streamlined. So, in terms of engagement with the citizenry, and ensuring that the integrity of this election is, come to power, we have seen this space, and also our organizations at the program level, where we have several.
You mentioned integrity. Timothy, you talked about integrity of the election. How will you rate that so far?
From what we have seen in terms of processes that evolved to this day, there have been a lot of shortcomings, there have been a lot of compromises, and there have been what I would refer to as attack against the simple definition of democracy. Because the basic, all of us we have learned, is that democracy is about the people, part of the people, for the people. So there is contention over that definition. And that's why those of us at the civic space, civil society, feel like that sanctity of definition of democracy must be protected. So in terms of integrity, process, what we actually monitor process, and we want to see the credibility of the process itself. So far so good. From our own baseline studies, from our assessment report, having looked at the management body, the political parties, that integrity process-wise has been questioned, has been undermined. We are seeing characters that are not consistent with democratic values.
Can you be more specific? Yes, be more specific.
Attitude. So in terms of,
can you be specific? All those elements you are mentioning, can you be specific? These elements you are mentioning, can you be specific? Can you give us incidents?
Well, I would let just refer to our findings. From what we have seen, we were in Ekiti, and in contrast to Ekiti State off-cycle election, we see that the Osun State political environment, is more competitive, is more polarized and volatile. We have seen the key actors, the leading political parties. So we have seen the energy they invested into the space. And then this, it's an high-stake election because Osun State is a power center of political party, right? We have seen the undertone to this election. If you look at for instance, the grassroots or the local government was under contention of control. So these are activities that led to this election. So the intersection of intense or political competition, institutional dispute, and elevated public expectation. So while factors that make the political actor, so we have seen multiple threats. But from what we did in our assessment, all these areas were assessed, including the media. I should say, for instance, as robust media space, there are about 35 radio stations. 3 television, 11 online, and then about 19 presence of print media. So we have also seen their vulnerability, right? And then from what we have seen in terms of our own assessment, 13 local governments have shown high level of vulnerability in terms of threat. You are mentioning Osogbo, of course, Borupe, Obokun, Ife. Even part of the Gishana are from what we have seen. So what I'm talking about are what is in public domain that we have done extensive baseline, and this report we have presented to the public.
All right, are you saying that the media is also taking sides in Osun State?
Come again.
Are you saying that the media is also taking sides in Osun election in the process?
No. Our interest, or what we have seen with the media, we have seen very vibrant society, and we have seen their own vulnerability too, because they seem to stand in between these key players. They are trying to do their best, and we can assess them by the quality of reports they are generating day in, day out. So if you submit their report into matrix and analysis, probably they can be estimated if they are biased or not. But from our engagement, we have seen a vibrant set of people, and we have trained them on what we think is going to happen negatively on this election. In terms of misinformation, fake news, we build army of fast checkers. We are on ground to fast check real time and to amplify to mainstream media and online media in Osun State. Our situation that has been set up is meant to be able to monitor and also to escalate and amplify as it were. So in terms of partiality of media, we have our own media reports, and we also have the media risk as into possibility of influence by the owners. So ownership factor is playing out.
Okay,
it has not really undermined the versatility of journalists in Osun State.
Timothy, INEC is reprinting ballot papers for the governorship election because of a court order. The SDP candidate and the running mate that were excluded before are now going to be part of the polls. INEC told us that they expect the reprinted ballots to get to Osun State Thursday, that's today. How will this affect the issue of logistic management? Ballot papers have been deployed or distributed, but fresh ones are coming today. Will they get to the point at the appropriate time on election day?
That's a big flag. That's a big red flag, which all the stakeholders in the civic space we must look at. For your information, there are about 2.3 million, registered voters in Osun State. And so if we are going to have this emergency at the twilight of an election, then we need to be on the lookout. So are there going to be efficient logistics? There are about 17,500 personnel that will be working for INEC, deployed. So how will this take place? Will it arrive today? So all eyes are on INEC again. And this talks about our process. And I think we should have a point either in our law or with judiciary that we have to put stop to this. It's very technical. It's very tricky. It's very sensitive.
Let me ask this.
INEC say they want to do. Let's also, cross and then follow very keenly, because for us, the civic space is a red flag.
Let me ask this question. In light of the threat made by Senator Fadausi, for which the police invited him, are there extra measures of the security agents will take in that area where he made that threat? Do you foresee any uprising or any conflict as a result of that call he made, which he is denying now?
Well, let me say that in the course of our engagement, we have engaged and we are engaging I'm talking about our program wide at the level of Center for Media and Society and the program wide of AUSDJ. As I speak, engagement is going on with police in Osun State as I speak, at the level of the program, in terms of getting their assurances, especially about these 13 flashpoints that our assessment had identified, including Ijesha Land. So, and I said as I speak again, engagement in terms of having them engage with journalists. We are doing this to be able to press on one fundamental thing. We need the assurances. We need their trust. We want to see that our institution, because what makes difference in all spheres, in all democracy, is just the institutions.
All right, if we may go back,
law, and it's just that disregard the law, then there will be a state of chaos and anarchy.
All right. If we may go back to what you said earlier about the appeal court judgment, that has necessitated the reprinting of ballot papers. It also happened in Ondo State when the two sons, Akeredolu and Jegede, were contesting, and the judgment was delivered, I think, 2 or 3 days to the election. And so do you think that there are ways that this can be tackled so that maybe the courts would need to deliver the judgment, given enough time, for this kind of logistics issues to be effectively sorted?
Thank you very much. What we make is for electoral reform. We work in the civic space, advocacy for reforms of our electoral law. These are things that we try to see ahead. It's a game of foresight. We should be able to sit down as a people and do what I refer to as devil advocacy. What are the things that is going to derail our system? What are the possible things? And then we do this with like a kind of baseline. You take the judiciary, you take the media, and then we do devil advocacy. That if this happens, it's going to have this implication. So don't we know as a people that this will have implication? And so there must have been a roadguard, a safeguard in our system. So when we continue to make this for improvement of our law, improvement of, and you see, we put a lot of energy to provide support for electoral management body. Our organizations, by reason of components, we have components that work with electoral management body within the EU-wide program to strengthen them, also the judiciary and legislature. So I believe that we still need to improve on the quality of our reforms such that we can have a baseline in terms of timeline that will not be ambushing the system. Technically, this looks like an ambush, but because the space is open, and I don't want to use the word, let me avoid that, but let me say this, that though everyone will have right to appeal. So somebody will say, I'm trying to press on my right. Of course, that's what democracy is all about. But shouldn't you have boundary? Shouldn't you set timeline? Shouldn't there be the limitation? If these are not in place, if there are no safeguards, there will be a free fall. Because if logistics will impact negatively, will be affected, that means the labor of a year in preparing for this election, very sensitive material, but let's not just be negative, let's not be preemptive, let's not be pessimistic.
Okay.
There must be a safeguard.
Do you think these materials, if they arrive today, based on INEC's calculation, that they can get to the local government areas before Saturday at least? We know such materials are already, the old materials are already at the local council areas and registration area councils, as it were. Now they will be retrieved, and this new one, INEC is hoping will get into Osogbo today. Can it be distributed in good time tomorrow so that by evening on Friday they're already at the registration area centers?
well, as much as I don't want to speak for INEC, but what we can do is to actually watch the process. Osun State landscape is a bit wide, and further places like Okela, Irepodo, for instance, from Osogbo, the state capital, or probably say 3 hours maybe or less. So if they have set their machinery in motion, I don't think there should be an excuse that these materials will not get to those places. So they are giving us timeline today, and I'm telling you, all eyes on institutions in Osun State, on INEC, on the police, on paramilitaries.
And we hope the logistics,
because
we hope the logistics will succeed, but will be envisaged and circumvented. But let's get back to the roots of this problem. The exclusion of SDP candidate from the ballot was based on contestation over the actual leadership, national leadership of SDP. Which one conducted the primary that will produce the candidate? It's only SDP that is having a problem with his national leadership. Matters taken to court, up to Supreme Court and all that. Now, SDP's leadership case got to the Supreme Court, got back to the High Court, and the latest judgment was from the Court of Appeal saying the Sadiq led leadership is the authentic, forcing INEC now to include the candidate he chose for the election. Now, in the run-up to the governor and many elections in 2027, we may also run into this trap where few days or few weeks to the election, the court is saying this is the authentic candidate, this is not the authentic candidate, to present, no doubt, a lot of problems.
That takes us back to the question of electoral reform. Pray God. Look, Nigerians are well read, we are civilized. Those of us in project management, you can simulate all of this. You can do your risk analysis, you can do your risk assessment, and you can triangulate and plug it into what happens in judiciary and political parties. The political parties, the character of Nigerian political elite is aggression. So and this can only be tamed by law. The law of the land and what they put in their own, such that if there are conflicts, it has to be time-bound resolved, because we are going to move into another process. The timeline tells you that political parties' primaries must happen, and everything must be consummated. So if we are working with the timeline, and we are morally bound and legally bound by this timeline, we can move to the next stream. We can move to the next activities. But in a situation whereby an activity is to have been presumed to have been foreclosed, to have been concluded in an ideal setting, so why can't we push for an ideal system? We kept talking of American democracy, we kept talking of developed democracy. What was the problem with us to just copy and paste good aspects of this, and we still want to have our way, disrupt the system, because we have created lacuna for this to happen in the reforms we are building? Why do you want to give room for opacity? Why do you want to allow politicians to continue to be rascally? See, we have elected for democracy, and democracy is for the people. It's by the people and for the people. So where is the people? What people are saying, let us have a process and a system that is sane enough, so that our client can be referred to as a sane client. It is workability of this institution and this process that will change everything. And I begin to reflect, when you have individuals that are above the law, then that is anarchy. When you have institutions that disregard the law, that is also anarchy. And that's why I said, let's go back to the baseline. There must be, we have to continue to interrogate our process, interrogate the electoral reform process, and pick all of these holes that we need to plug it. So let's assume that the court delivered judgment today. So what's further from delivering judgment today? So what happened? I like to disregard the court judgment and go ahead, and the whole system will be invalidated. So I think those of us in the media, in the civil space, will reinforce our energy to see that when we continue to make advocacy for renewals of our law, those are areas we identify. Transmission of results, judgment. So the moment the timeline is over, and this should not be done with bias or with ambush, it should be clear to all the key players there is the rule of the game that has to be abided.
All right.
So if you are not ready to abide by the rule of the game, okay, you do know that it is the rule of the game that guides, because democracy is still the rule of law.
All right, and democracy certainly is for the people, by the people, for the people. And now we've been talking about other aspects of this election. Can we look at the people of Osun State? You said you've interacted even with the people. What are your findings? What's their mood like? Are they still excited about this election? Are they being cowed by the violence that they have seen? What are the Osun people like at this point in time?
Thank you very much. Our organization, Center for Human Authority, International Press Center, Kuka Center, at the program level, virtually National Women Trust Fund, YAGA, South Africa, we had engagement at different areas, grassroots level, statewide level, with Osun State citizenry and residents. And I can tell you this, that Osun State, based on our engagement, we have voter opinion lab, where we bring people from different strata of the society, the artisan, market women, retirees. We have 2 sessions before we have the big town hall meeting. Let me tell you what resonates. Osun State residents have said to us that they won't be voter apathy. They said they are coming out to vote. And we asked question, why will you want to come and vote? And they said to us that this coming election is pregnant. We said, what? Please, they said it has 100 children inside their stomach. If I can use that particular expression.
Triplets or twins?
If civilians are talking to you in that way, that you are coming to vote, you will do an opinion lab with the direct parallelism of thought. 1 or 2, we have the town hall meeting, and they say, yes, we will vote. So the fact that Osun people have said they will come out, because one of the index we are trying to look at, would that be voter party, but from what we have had, there may not be, because they have said there won't be. So we will be able to validate that if other factors, you mentioned maybe threat and all of that, these are played out, and people have the right to also protect their own lives. But from our layers of engagement at the grassroots level, at the voter opinion, and let me tell you this, despite to us their fears, we asked them, are you listening to manifestos? Can you tell us? And they say, hey, they picked this item of manifesto, and then our organization worked together, Kuka Center worked together, and we instituted a radio program where we invited all political parties to come and talk to the people on their manifestos. That's to tell you the extent at which the program is ready and willing to give the power to the people to take informed decisions.
So
they said they are not busy. Then we created platform 1 hour for all the political parties in Osun State. Go on air. We selected a broadcast organization. Go and tell the people of manifesto alone. No attack, no abuse. Tell them what you have in stock. So far, so good. That's how we have.
So the people are more enlightened now. The people are more enlightened now, right? And at least about the different parties and their manifestos, and they can make better choices.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I can tell you that.
Okay, good to know that there's high level of political consciousness on the part of the voters in Osun State. Let's hope that we'll hit above the 50% mark in voter turnout, because in governorship elections across Nigeria, especially off-season, sometimes you get 20%, 18% voter turnout. Let's hope Osun State will be different. We have to thank you so much, Timothy Bamidele, Program Manager, Center for Media and Society, for giving us your time today. And because of our coverage of the Osun State governorship election this Saturday, we may have a request to you for your evaluation of the process as it gets set.
Yeah, thank you very much. We need to do that. We have set a studio in the election hub where we will have a lot of our experts that are willing to feed Nigerians on the processes. And I must say to you that the program has over 800 monitors that will be working in all the local governments. Wow. So in terms of getting content, you are sure you have your people that you can revert to us at the election hub where we have studio set up. And then we believe working together, we will raise the bar and democracy will answer for Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for joining us once again. Okay, now the point he raised there, which caught my attention, was what if the court judgment had come today. Because in the past, elections where candidates were excluded led to outright cancellation of that election by the courts. We have seen it in the past. So it was good, this latest court judgment ordering INEC to include the names of the governorship and deputy governorship candidates of the SDP in this election came in good time, giving INEC the room to reprint quickly and deploy to Osun State.
If you say good time, I don't know about good time, but I know that it came in time, at least for INEC to be able to do this. But believe me, I think that INEC might be working with a lot of constraint right now, because it's really not easy, especially getting the sensitive materials and other things to the nook and cranny of Osun State. But I think that maybe in a way during the reforms, as we look at electoral reforms, we might need to carry the judiciary along, so that maybe they need to dialogue with the judiciary on this kind of judgments, so that they can come at least give 4-5 days interval before the elections. This 2 days thing, I really don't know, but I know that certainly there will be some constraints. But anyway, we thank God that it came before in time, at least giving over 48 hours for INEC to be able to do something, but it could be better.
Okay, and so there are many other cases involving leadership of political parties in court. For that of SDP, it got to the Supreme Court, it went back to the High Court, got to the Appeal Court, and who knows, may end up at the Supreme Court again. And not just the SDP, the same thing with PDP and many other parties. We have seen cases get to the Supreme Court. When it gets there, the judgment do not provide clarity. Rather, it even obscures the situation the more, forcing the argument to clarity to the High Court. Let's see clarification on the judgment of the Supreme Court. It doesn't all go well for both the judiciary and our electoral system. Time for us to bring you into the program now, where we read some of the mails you sent to our email platform. Emmanuel Ede from Madala is the first one, and he says, may I use this medium to ask the police to properly investigate and prosecute the senator representing Osun East Senatorial Zone, Mr. Francis Fadahunsi, who allegedly said to have asked APC members to kill Accord party members coming out to vote for their candidate in the forthcoming governorship elections on 15th of August 2026. If the federal government and the security operatives fail to strongly handle this situation, then this threat will continue even in the general election come 2027, and that will be very destructive for our nascent democracy. He ends. The next one is from Patrick Linus from Abuja, and he says, after widespread public condemnation, the police finally invited Senator Francis Fadahunsi, the Osun State Senator, who ordered his supporters and members of his party, APC, to kill Accord party supporters in the build-up to the state's gubernatorial election. It is an open secret. This invitation is just a small screen by the police to give the impression that doing something. We all know he can't be prosecuted because he belongs to the ruling party, hence above the law, and is completely untouchable. Prior to this reckless statement and hate speech, President Tinubu told his guest, the Catholic bishop who visited him a fortnight ago, that all is fair in politics. These remarks certainly embolden his supporters to believe that they can do anything and get away with it, since they have the backing of the president.
Body language. All right. Amisom Ugochukwu from Lagos sent in our next mail, and it says the huge resources and manpower we put into our elections is not proportional to the outcome and performance of the presumed winner. INEC has been made to reproduce a fresh results sheet and ballot papers to accommodate the SDP candidate because of a court declaration just few days to the election. We can't sustain this system of government. The APC and Accord are at loggerheads, not because they love Osun and want to make life better, but because of power and resources of the state. The APC did not say Governor Adeleke is not working, but that he is spending resources on his hometown alone. We should devise a system where voters can use their BVN or NIN and vote. This INEC BVAS is not foolproof. It can fail, and politicians are smart. About 6,000 BVAS machines will be used in Osun. Let the voice of the people be the choice that will emerge. And Emmanuel Kama from Alimosho, Lagos says, please, I crave your indulgence to observe that the infidel statement of Sheikh Jingir of Kano State, ostensibly referring to Christians, is very unfortunate and incisive. This is because statement like this is capable of causing religious upheaval. More importantly, let's remember the Rwandan genocide, the Rwandan experience, the consequences of it, which was chiefly caused by ethnic hate speech. Here is reminding Nigerians that Nigeria is a secular state, and therefore we should stop any act that is capable of stirring up religious crisis. On the other hand, Sheikh Jingir needs to be cautioned by Muslim leaders to refrain from further acts capable of causing breach of the peace. And I think that Muslim leaders have been actually doing that. We had one with us here, Sheikh Khalid,
yes,
and Sheikh Nuhu Khalid.
Okay.
And he was very, very clear that that is un-Islamic and it is not.
Sultan Sokoto has also issued a statement, His Eminence Sultan Saad Abubakar condemning, saying that nobody should think his religion is better than the other, that people should live in peace. And let me also quickly make this correction. Jingir is from Plateau State, not from Kano. He was invited for the wedding when he had his mouth.
So much for that clarification. Jingiri himself is unrelenting. He's unapologetic, saying he didn't start it and says that's his personal opinion.
It says out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. He said what he meant.
And for today, we'll come back tomorrow with another edition. On behalf of my colleagues, my name is Amici Anapu. Enjoy your day.
It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIT News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIT News Hour from May 18, 2026.
Into any market across Nigeria, the reality hits your pocket immediately. 3 years ago, the economic landscape was fundamentally different. Today, the central question dominating the national conversation is no longer about the necessity of reforms, but the human cost. When President Tinubu was inaugurated in 2023, the economy was said to be his strong forte, and then he listed the ways he was going to achieve this. Budgetary reform, by stimulating the economy without engendering inflation, was to be instituted. Industrial policy and fiscal reform to promote domestic manufacturing and lessen import dependency. At the time President Bola Tinubu took the helm, the nation was plagued by a low 2.7% GDP growth rate and officially pegged Naira. Determined to stop the bleeding, the new administration swiftly rolled out its reform agenda, but the medicine was proven to be bitter. Following the subsidy removal and FX floats, petrol prices surged from 180 Naira to well over 800 Naira per litre. Consequently, transport fares and production overheads went through the roof. Parallel markets, the Naira tumbled from around 460 Naira to $1, crushing surpass the 1,400 naira baseline. Economic analyst Bala Zaka said the reforms have worsened hardship, weakening purchasing power and slowing economic activity.
The economy is in the first quadrant as against going to the second, third or fourth quadrant, meaning that the performance is abysmally low. Even if you want to explain it from the point of GDP, look at GDP variables. Look at the consumption index. The consumption index is very low because the disposable income of both individual and corporate citizens have been eroded by what? By inflation, by devaluation, by high energy cost. Then look at the investment index of the GDP. Investors are not coming because Nigeria is experiencing all kinds of hostilities.
First, the case for progress. The government's aggressive monetary tightening has broken the back of runaway inflation from a terrifying peak of 34.6% in late 2024. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that the headline inflation has cooled significantly to 15.69% as of April 2026. But for many Nigerians, this does not mean price reductions. It simply means prices are rising at a slower pace. Muda Yusuf of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise credits the government's reforms for investor confidence.
If you look at the macro indicators, the stability of the exchange rates has been a major achievement of this administration, because over the last 2 years we have seen a remarkable stability, and stability of the exchange rate is very significant for investors' confidence. Investors' confidence is critical for investment, whether domestic or foreign. So on the score of the exchange rate ecosystem, foreign exchange ecosystem, it has been quite positive.
For families buying rice, gari and yams, the daily reality is a 16.06 food inflation rate that continues to squeeze household wallets.
If you not hold up to 20,000 naira upwards, you not go fit buy anything. A tuber of yam self, if you not get up to 4-5, you not go fit buy 1 tuber of yam. So now, so even though chicken self, I priced one I priced as of yesterday. The lower price is 35,000 live chicken. So it's not easy at all. Make government help us. More no die because of hungry. That's why then we vote them, put them for that place.
Government, we want you guys to help us, at least for our goods, because people are complaining. Most of them are cost. So we needed some of the markets to come down so that they'll be able to buy from us.
Yet, looking through the lens of economic output, the indications scream progress. Driven by recovering oil production and an expanded non-oil tax net, Nigeria's real GDP grew by a robust 4.07% in the final quarter of 2025. Global rating agency S&P upgraded Nigeria's credit rating from B to B, explicitly citing improved macroeconomic stability. Significantly, because of subsidy removals, federal allocations to state governments have surged, hitting record monthly distributions of 3.64 trillion naira. But this has translated little for the quality of life of citizens at the subnational level. The president has also submitted massive budget proposals, the highest in the country's history. The numbers have been quite flattering. In 2024, a total of 43.5 trillion naira was signed as the country's budget. In 2025, it was 54.99 trillion naira, and in 2026, it jumped to 68.32 trillion naira. But its implementation has been very underwhelming and far from flattering. For instance, only 17.7% of the capital budget of 2025 was released as at the third quarter of the year. Due to missed revenue targets, the 2025 budget year was further extended to March 2026 after a repeal and reenactment was passed by the National Assembly. However, The economy of the subnationals has sort of stabilized due to largely the removal of subsidy. This massive revenue boost allowed the federal government to implement a 133 increase in the national minimum wage, booming it from 30,000 naira to 70,000 naira per month. Over 20 states are now paying even higher benchmarks 3 years in. The verdict depends entirely on where you stand. If you look at the balance sheet of the central bank and federal revenues, Nigeria has avoided a structural collapse and is trending upward. But if you look into the cooking pots of over 114 million multidimensional poor citizens, the financial recovery remains an abstract concept. Amarachi Amushe, ART News, Lagos.
It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? ART News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the ART News Hour from May 18, 2026.
Hello, thanks for joining us. This is Nigeria Today. I'm Hadiza Audu.
And I am Olamide Aroyo. Many thanks for joining us.
A civil society organization and election observer, Yaga Africa, has urged journalists to educate voters in Osun State on the new electoral innovations to be deployed by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, during Saturday's governorship election. Samson Itodo, Executive Director of Yaga Africa, gave the charge in Osogbo on Wednesday at a workshop organized for journalists on education results management. Itodo said one of the new innovations introduced under the 2026 Electoral Act was the electronic uploading and backup of election results from polling units through the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAs. He also said voters should be properly accredited with their permanent voter cards, PVCs. Anyone who had not been accredited should not be allowed to vote.
And when you look at the historical antecedents where results have been contested in this election, it was necessary to engage with journalists who are reporting elections and to take them through the results management process. INEC has introduced some innovations by virtue of the 2026 Electoral Act. INEC is using electronic EC8As. And then also when you look at, issues about the role of the IRF and how results have been manipulated in the past, it was necessary to take journalists through the processes, the journey of results, so they can improve on their reportage. If there's miscommunication about results, if people don't know what it takes for a governor to emerge, that you need highest number of votes, you need 25% in 20 of the 30 local governments, but there are also stages of reports, then it could actually serve as a huge source of violence.
He advised voters to inspect the beavers before accreditation and voting commenced, was certain that the devices had not been preloaded with voters' accreditation information. Let's now join our correspondent, Olatunji Olajide in Osun. Thanks for joining us on Nigeria Today.
Hello.
Yes, please, your camera is not well positioned. Your camera is not well positioned, so please kindly adjust it so we can see you well. You can rotate it, put it on the rotate so we can see you properly. No, not yet. No. Landscape would be better. I'm on landscape. Anyway, let's go ahead with the interview. While you do that, at least we can hear your voice. Okay, talk to us about preparations. We just heard from the director of Yaga now, telling voters what to do and what not to do. So tell us, how are preparations going on where you are?
Yes, presently in the state, I can confirm to you that there is calm presently in the state. Because of the tension of the huge amount of police officers there in the state capital and part of the state. I can confirm to you that everybody is fine. And some voters are very happy to mind that maybe they will not go out on Saturday because of the security situation in the state. But certainly, people, I can interview some people. People are encouraged themselves that they should try as much as possible to go out on Saturday to go and vote because they should try what they call the presence of police personnel that is found. Now, they confirm that the presence of police is not, and they also know that once the police tell them that their vote will be secure and their life and property will be secure, they confirm to me that they will go out on Saturday to go and cast their vote.
All right, Olajide, in vote to the election that we've had in the past, we've always had voter apathy has always been a problem. So what is the mood like in Osun State where you are presently? Are people ready to go out on Saturday to vote?
Yeah, people are ready to go out on Saturday to go and vote. Like I said before, people are afraid before now. Some people that I interviewed, they are confirmed to me that on Saturday they will go out to go and vote.
The Governor Adeleke, has been complaining about security and harassment. So how far with it? Are security agents ready? Are they on ground?
Yes, the commissioner of police is part of the election duty and all the questions on Tuesday to confirm with the journalist that the police is professional this time because the important player that this election, the election, they told us that the national election that they be professional in the duty. The governor.
All right, Olajide, you can hear you. Well, thank you for joining us on Nigeria Today. And I should say, please stay safe out there. And moving on now to the story, the 2026 People's Democratic Party governorship candidate in Ekiti State, Wole Oluyede, has confirmed the emergence of a political alliance comprising the PDP, Accord, Action Democratic Party, Young Progressive Party, Action Alliance, alongside other political groups to support President Bola Tinubu's bid for re-election in 2027. Oluyede revealed this in Ado-Ekiti on Wednesday at the inaugural meeting of the Oluyede Progressive Alliance for Renewed Hope agenda, where he called on his supporters and political associates to put aside the outcome of the 2026 Ekiti governorship election and unite behind Tinubu's 2027 presidential bid. He said the alliance was being formed in the interest of the country and not for financial gain, stressing that its members were committed to supporting what they considered the progress and development of Nigeria. The PDP chieftain said his decision to support Tinubu was born out of a recent communication from the presidency, during which the president appealed to him to put the bitterness of the Ekiti governorship election behind him and work with his administration.
Go back where you left.
At least at this point, the most important thing is we want to have elections on the 27th. It's not about me, it's about my people. And it's about President Tinubu. We win the next elections, we form government, and we don't have any fight with the government anymore. The election is over.
Let's now move away a little bit from politics and take you to Cross River State, where the government has begun intervention work at the Anansa landslide site in Calabar. Authorities say the affected area has been restricted to emergency and authorized personnel, while engineers and other officials work to stabilize the collapsing soil and prevent the landslide from spreading to nearby homes, roads, and other infrastructure.
After days of assessment and safety measures, work has now commenced at the Anansa landslide site. The disaster has already left visible destruction, including buildings and sections of land swallowed by the expanding gully, while residents continue to worry about the stability of nearby structures. Representing Governor Basiutu during the inspection, the special advisor to the governor on general duties, Igbiyo Kakaba, appealed to residents, particularly members of the Obuton community, to remain calm and cooperate with government agencies handling the emergency response.
We are taking steps in line with the Excellency Directive to those mitigational processes that can, for now, in the interim, ensure that it doesn't go beyond where we are. That is why we have the security operatives on ground.
This is a very heavy situation, and we are using this medium to also request that even the federal government also have to be involved, because this is a call for the use of ecological fund.
So we are looking at the option, trying to see how we can divert the water from the inlet, which is the source, and divert it to Channel 2 and Channel 1 respectively.
For members of a Obuton community, the commencement of work has brought a measure of relief.
Concerning the war going on so far, we appreciate it and we wish them success.
For residents who have watched the landslide destroy property and steadily eat into the community, the beginning of intervention work has been seen as a critical step towards preventing further losses and restoring confidence in Anansa. In Amasat Ifyok, AIT News, Calabar.
Joining us from Cross River State, our correspondent in Amasat Ifyok is right there to talk more about the landslide in Cross River State. Good afternoon, Amasat Ifyok.
Good afternoon to you.
Okay, well, all right, take us through how this happened. We saw some houses very close to where the landslide happened. So tell us, how long will this construction work take, and how far will it take the people in the community to have access to that road?
Actually, when you talk about how long it will take for the work to be done, it might take a month, it might take 2 months, because the damage actually done here by this landslide is quite massive. So for now, we do not have a definite time frame when this work will be completed.
Talking about infrastructure in Calabar, how far and how did it get to the point of the landslide, swallowing houses, and to the point of getting to the streets?
Okay, there's some things that we don't really like to talk about. This drainage here comes from Wapi Junction. It was constructed by the former administration of Governor Leah Limoke. So this drainage actually costs so much money. If you know how some contractors can be, the drainage comes from Wapi Junction and cuts through Anansa, that's in the Obuton community, and was supposed to empty into the Calabar River. But as some contractors they left the drainage, halfway that's in the earth. And over the years, the water keeps, hitting down there instead of emptying into the Calabar River. And as such, it caused this landslide that we now have here. So that's the issue right now.
All right, now, Mr. Ifeok, what limitation has this landslide caused to the community, the residents of that communities? Are they being able to access other communities? Or tell us about this road, where does it link to, and just to take us into how this road has limited the residents of that community.
So this is a Lancer Road. It links you directly into some federal government agencies that are located here. So right there by my right, this is Lafarge. This is the administrative block of Lafarge. And when you go down, we have NIWA. That's the NNS Victory, that's Navy. And we have the communities also up there. So now this landslide as a whole, it's cut up this road into two. So now people who come from this community have to look for another access road. So instead of coming straight up into Anansa and then to Wapi and to the Murtala Mohammed Highway, they now have to look for another access road because this is not accessible right now anymore. So the people are actually limited. And if you look to my right, this other way, there's a mansion here. This house was actually built by a retiree. He saved up all his money, over the year that he has worked. And he put up the structure for his family. And now this building collapsed. It actually came in. But when this landslide actually started a few days back, that house maybe could have been saved. You understand? But due to the constant heavy rain in Calabar, as was predicted by NIMET, things caved in. And it was after this house caved in that the government commences work. Because we feel that a lot of property will be destroyed if this work is not started immediately.
All right.
The government season. The dry season.
We have to go now. Thank you so much for giving us updates on the Anansa road construction and rehabilitation. Thank you. Let's move on to other stories now. And this time to Nasarawa State, where Governor Abdullahi Sule has expressed support for initiatives aimed at promoting clean cooking methods in the state. The initiative aims at reducing the use of charcoal and firewood across the state. Governor Sule expressed support during a presentation on the Sustainable Energy Access Project in Lafia. He said the state's major challenge was not planning but implementation and enforcement.
Sule noted that despite Nasarawa's efforts to restrict charcoal use, the practice remained widespread in some communities. The governor welcomed the proposed use of natural gas as a cheaper alternative to firewood, charcoal, and liquefied petrol and gas, stressing that residents must be able to see and experience the economic benefits before they will fully embrace the initiative.
Nigeria is a country that is so blessed with the abundance of gas. So if you carry out this initiative, that's what I was very interested in hearing from my MD, AEDC, how they will go about it, so that we don't just discuss it and at the end of the day there is no implementation or we don't hear that.
From power supply, Sule disclosed that Tetraco has agreed to generate an initial 150 megawatts for Nasarawa State, representing about half of the state's estimated electricity requirements. He said the project will be linked through the Abaji area with a substation planned for Toto to serve mining and other industrial activities. He also expressed optimism over proposed improvements to transmission infrastructure, which he identified as critical to reducing losses and ensuring that generated power reaches consumers. Earlier, the Chief Executive Officer of Data Analytics and Solutions, Ryan Omonu, said the Sustainable Energy Access Project would promote energy cooking, electric mobility, and improve power generation. Omonu said the Clean Cooking Program targets about 20,000 households in each local government area, while the electric mobility component would focus on converting tricycles and motorcycles from petrol to electricity.
So we have a technology that allows us to deliver natural gas at about 60% the cost of LPG. LPG costs between 1,500 to 1,600 per kg today. We can deliver cooking gas at about 600 to 500 naira a kg. At that price, it is cheaper than firewood and charcoal. And not only is it cheaper, it's also safer.
The Director General of the Nasarawa State Human Capital Development Agency, Habiba Suleiman, said the state 10-year plan targets 10 million homes and about 1 million homes annually, with the aim of reducing emission, improving health, and assessing carbon finance.
We have our Nasarawa State Low Emission Development Strategy document. We also have a 10-year cost-saving plan, and also an implementation framework, so that we're not just putting out a document, we're not just putting out statements, but we're putting out a pathway that would enable us achieve the expected outcomes.
Governor Sule directed relevant state agencies and technical personnel to work with the project developers to ensure that the proposal moves from planning to implementation. Moses Shakia, AIT News, Lafayette.
Joining us now on Nigeria Today is Habiba Suleiman, DG Human Capital Development, Nasarawa State. Thanks for joining us. Hello, and thanks for joining us.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. So we hear that the Governor Sule, is back in the clean energy power projects in the state. So you tell us more about how you are planning to go about these projects, aiming 20 local governments of the state.
Okay. So, for us in Nasarawa State, we're using the human capital development perspective, which looks to improve the quality of lives of the citizens of Nasarawa State through various channels, one of them being health and nutrition. So, the climate issues that not Nasarawa State, but not just Nasarawa State, but the entire country is going through, flooding and all of that, is because of long-term indiscriminate felling, and we're beginning to see the effect affect the quality of life day in, day out. The quality of especially women and children, due to indoor carbon poisoning, it keeps it degrading, and we're trying to see how we can have a healthier population. So for us, clean cooking is not just an environmental issue, it's a health issue. In Nasarawa State, what we've done is to develop our own low emission development strategy document, a strongly evidence-based document that speaks to our reality. To accompany that, we also have our 10-year costed plan, so that we have a vision of where we're starting, where we intend to go with expected financial implications. We also have accompanying that in cooking implementation framework that it's the roadmap where we are and where we want to be. We've done some other activities like training women in briquette production, briquette made from agricultural waste, and we're now in the process of setting up briquette production groups across our 13 local governments. We also have a plan on ground to carry out a mass reforestation. We want to build back our lost forests. So with our partners coming, the resources that we're expecting to generate, especially in the areas of e-mobility and e-cooking, because we're not just going for low emission, we're trying to also, create a pathway for low emission. And these plans that we have on ground, very soon Nasarawa State will become a universal cooking, what do I call it? Prototype, because we're hoping that we're going to have, with our access to natural cooking gas, Nasarawa State is going to be one of the first states in Nigeria to have this opportunity and turn our story into one that inspires or sub-nationals to follow.
The governor has said that the challenge with Nasarawa State is not planning but implementation and enforcement. So just tell me, how do you convince a rural dweller who has probably firewood readily available for use and is very cheap, to convince that person that to use natural gas, which we know is not as cheap as this firewood, which is readily available for them to use?
Well, I don't know if you're aware, but firewood is no longer readily available. And I know that one bag of charcoal goes for as much as between 7,000 naira to between 7 and 9,000 naira. And then here we are telling you that 1 kg of natural gas will be going for between 500 and 600 naira. So it's not just about the affordability, but the ease that natural gas comes with.
We must thank you for joining our Nigeria today.
It's be cheaper than the charcoal that they use. And like I mentioned earlier, firewood is no longer readily available.
All right. We must thank you so much, Mrs. Abiba Suleiman, DG Human Capital Development, Nasarawa State. Thank you so much for joining us on Nigeria Today. Okay, let's take more stories now. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority is set to introduce mandatory radio frequency identification technology for baggage tracking at the Nigerian airports as part of the latest efforts to tackle persistent cases of delayed, missing, and misrouted luggages. The NCAA says the automated system will give airlines and passengers real-time visibility of checked baggages while reducing human errors associated with the current barcode-based tracking system. The rollout, being implemented in collaboration with FAN, that's FAAN, is expected to commence before the end of the year.
Speaking with journalists in Lagos over the aviation union's picketing on airlines, Airpeace, through its chief operating officer, Toyin Olajide, alleged that the unions disregarded the subsequent court order restraining their actions, which disrupted flight operations, resulting in losses of more than 2 billion naira in a single day.
Fellow Nigerians and the world at large, what happened yesterday was a flagrant disrespect and disregard of extant laws and the subsequent judgment of the Federal High Court of Nigeria obtained on the 26th day of April 2024 by the staff and employees of Airpeace against the Nigerian Labour Congress, the NLC, the Trade Union Congress, the TUC, NOAFE, the Inspector General of Police, and all other unions.
She also rejects claims of outstanding debts and explained Airpeace's position on the TSC dispute.
On the 5% TSC, the Director General of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has publicly stated that the airlines are not Airpeace alone.
Now let's take you to Plateau State, where the government has launched a new solid waste management framework aimed at addressing the growing challenges of waste disposal and environmental pollution. The framework is expected to promote a cleaner and more sustainable environment through stronger collaboration among government, private waste operators, and communities.
Rapid
population growth, urbanization, and inadequate infrastructure have continued to put pressure on waste management in the state. The situation has contributed to indiscriminate waste disposal, pollution, and its attendant environmental and health risks. The new framework seeks to provide a coordinated approach to waste collection, disposal, and management across Plateau State. Commissioner for Environment and Climate Change, Peter Gwom, says the framework will give the private sector and communities a greater role in ensuring effective waste management.
We are transitioning from a fragmented approach to a more integrated and efficient system that connects waste generation, collection, sorting, recycling, treatment, resource recovery, and environmentally sound disposal.
Representing Governor Caleb Mutfwang, the Secretary to the State Government, Samuel Jatau, says the initiative will promote a cleaner plateau and strengthen the state's position as a major tourist destination.
It's a private sector driven matter. It is a business opportunity. It's where people can make a kind of money if you know what you are doing. So government is just there to provide policy, provide the framework, which is what we are doing today, to enable an environment so that people can come and make money.
Private waste practitioners, civil society organizations, and non-governmental institutions also contributed to the framework, pledging their support towards its successful implementation. The state government says the initiative is part of efforts to improve environmental sanitation and create a healthier and more attractive plateau. Walker Sprackfoot, AIT News, Jos.
We are now taking you to Bayelsa State, where Governor Senator Jaye Diri has charged the newly inaugurated executive of the Ijaw Youth Council (IYC) to uphold unity, mutual respect, and collective responsibility in the interest of the Ijaw nation. Governor Diri gave the charge when the president of the 10th National Executive Council of the IYC, Dobra Okotete, led other members on a courtesy visit to Government House, Yenagoa.
Having emerged from a period of internal division, the new leadership of the Ijaw Youth Council begins its tenure with a renewed call for unity, stability, and purposeful leadership. Led by its president, Dobra Okotete, the 10th National Executive Council visits Governor Jaye Diri to formally introduce the new leadership and seek his guidance and support.
First and foremost, I would like to jump on this opportunity to express the sincere gratitude of all Ijaw youths for the most critical role you played, Your Excellency, to ensure IYC emerged united under one leadership. And as the first beneficiary of this return to a united council, we owe it to you, and with sincerity of heart, I say on behalf of the members of Mahesco, thank you, our dear Governor. We assure you we support the administration, which you are the head, and our father, the Governor General of the Ijaw Nation.
Governor Diri urges the new executive to carry everyone along, stressing that respect, patience, and collective responsibility are essential for the council to succeed.
But when these institutions were formed, they were formed for just one purpose: for the development of the Ijaw nation and the recognition of the Ijaw man as somebody who has brain, who can also contribute to the development of Nigeria. I charge you to do just that. Your immediate past predecessor has done his bit, but we are not there yet. We want to see a virile and vibrant IYC.
The governor also speaks on efforts to reconcile the Ijaw National Congress and address internal divisions within the Ijaw ethnic nationality, stressing the need for genuine commitment to unity to enable the people overcome their differences and move forward together. Oni Sofian Owe, AIT News, Yenagoa.
And now joining us from Yenagoa is Alfred Kemepadi, the Commissioner for Youth Development in Bayelsa State. Many thanks for joining us on Nigeria Today.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. You called that the governor raid that was bedeviling the Ijaw Youth Council before now, and we believe that has been put to rest. But tell us, how crucial is the Ijaw Youth Council involvement in the overall development of youth in Bayelsa State?
Well, like Lagos is to the Yorubas, Bayelsa State is to the Ijaws. By that I mean, of course, by now I know you know that the Ijaws are the fourth largest ethnic nationality in this country. We have the Ijaws in Ondo State, from the Aribo to the larger areas up to Edo State, the Ofunama areas, then predominantly in Delta State, from the Brutu to the Ogula areas. Then, of course, Bayelsa State, which is 100% an Ijaw state, and on the River State, you have the Ijaws from the Kalabari kingdoms to the Okrika, to the Bubuma, to the Andoni, and others. Most people don't even know that the former popular PDP chairman, Uche Secondus, his name actually is Uche Awaji. Secondus is Ijaw. So down to Ibono, to Baka. So this is our coastline. So the Ijaw Youth Council, where I was also sometimes Secretary General between 2012, 2013, and 2015, is the only socio-cultural organization we have that promotes the just socio-cultural and economic interests, and it binds all of us together. As you can see, the current president of the Ijaw Youth Council National is from Delta State. You have others from Edo, the director, and others. So it puts us together like that. So putting this in context, you know that Bayelsa State, being the Jerusalem of all the Ijaws, progressively affects how Ijaws relates all over the country. So if we get it right, for us to get it right in any sphere, economically or socially, amongst Ijaws in these areas I've called, it starts from Bayelsa State, and we don't take that for granted. That is why even the Ijaw House is in Bayelsa, and that's why the governor of Bayelsa State at every point in time is addressed as the Governor General of the Ijaw Nation, and all Ijaws refer to him.
All right.
And let me also tell you, culturally and ancestrally, most of these other Ijaws in most of these other states have their ancestral linkages here in Bayelsa State, like the Ijaws in Ondo State, the Aribo area.
All right.
They are migrants from the current southern Ijaw. That's why even in the coronation of their king, they had to come back to the Barang in this area.
Okay, if I may come in now, you've given us history about the Ijaws, but what is at hand now? You rightly told us that you were the former Secretary General of the IYC and now the Commissioner for Youth Development in Bayelsa State. So you're the right person to tell us why the IYC has always been shrouded in conflict before, during elections.
Well, it's because, when organizations come this powerful and inclusive, there is sometimes some form of political interference that is taken beyond the bounds. But thank God, graciously, the governor, the man of peace that he is, has been able to put all of that to rest. You can see that whatever anybody had described as faction came together to ensure that we now have a more united Ijaw Nation, and that will also apply to the Ijaw National Congress very soon, and you see. So it's that political interference, now. People it's just a tussle for power, but it's okay. It's the need of the board, and we are run and good. Gabriel Okochete Collins, his president, accepted and celebrated all over.
Well, Mr. After, you mentioned political interference, but you know that this can't continue this way. So what are the measures the IYC should put in place to ensure that this political interference are not allowed into probably before or during the election?
Well, they are already doing that. You can see in the current president's speech to the governor, he talked about the banning of all political activities by IYC officials. And in the reviewed constitution of the IYC, it's been also stated that if you must take up a position in IYC, you must not also take up governmental appointments or positions, you understand? However, okay, what is more important is for the president and all of us behind the president to encourage him that they are motivated rightly and that the right values are promoted, the values of Ijaw first. That means irrespective of your political lineage as an Ijaw person, the Ijaw Youth Council can only support you in terms of your ideas of economic development, social development, cultural development, and of course, if you say unity. And of course, another thing that is also important to us, which the president is doing, is to ensure that we protect and promote our communities to ensure that pipelines are not vandalized, and oil production activities are going out smoothly, but inclusive of our people, and rightly so. That's why you hear the president talking about gas flare in places like Bile, that the federal government must also pay attention to.
We have to go now. We have to go now. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you.
We've been speaking to Alfred Kamen Pajeri, Commissioner for Youth Development in Bayelsa State. And more stories. We began as a normal Sunday worship at St. Joseph's Catholic Church in Oye Afa, Enugu State, and it turned into days of fear and uncertainty for two worshippers, loved ones, and community. Now, back from captivity and speaking from their hospital beds, the rescued victims are telling the story of how they were taken and what they went through. Take a listen.
On the 2nd of August, we are in the church.
Emmanuel Onwode, a 70-year-old Briton, remembers the moment everything changed. He says panic broke out during the Sunday worship when government stormed the church and later forced them into a distant bush where they spent days in harsh conditions.
We stayed in the bush for over 7 days. On the first day, we don't eat anything, we don't drink any water. It was when the ransom was negotiating, they promised them they would give them 11 million. That day they can't give us water, can't cook rice and beans and give us.
For the other victims, Seminarian Lawrence Igbo, it was a painful experience.
Around 3-4 a.m. was when we got to the point where they kept us for these 7 days. So they kept us on that mountain for that 7 days. So they were hitting us, beating us. So even using all kind of machetes, stones, sticks, and on us. So the thing was what we passed through these 7 days.
But their ordeal eventually came to an end through a coordinated security operation. The Enugu State government says operatives of the DSS, Army, Police, Enugu State Forest Guards, and other security agencies tracked the gang to their hideouts, leading to the rescue of the victims and the arrest of these two suspects alongside these recoveries.
You notice that we went to Alpha when this happened. There was a breach in our security, and the governor asked that we reassure the citizens that we are going to do everything possible to recover our citizens, and that is what you have seen today being reflected here. A commitment made and action being depicted here in terms of how we consider security in Enugu State.
The breakthrough, the government says, was also helped by the state's growing use of technology in crime fighting. Kelechi Ekeledo, AIT News, Enugu.
I will now take you to Kogi State, where key players are advocating alternative dispute resolution mechanisms to address recurring farmer-headed crisis. They are of the view that it saves lives, prevent displacement of communities, and eliminate threats to food security across Nigeria. They made the call in Lokoja during a capacity building program on conflict prevention and community peace building for livestock value chain stakeholders in the state.
Hundreds of people have been killed in farmer-herder conflict across Nigeria since 2019, while millions have been displaced. Concern over the persistent crisis prompted the one-day training with farmers, livestock stakeholders, and representatives of host communities explore peaceful approaches to resolving disputes and preventing violence.
We know that, yes, where you have humans, there will always be grievances. And for us not to have escalations of these grievances getting out of control, we have this committee in place.
The world is moving towards alternative dispute resolution, and we believe that this is a step in the right direction.
Representative of the Kogi State Commissioner of Police stressed the need for proactive conflict prevention, saying effective resolution mechanisms are crucial to promoting livestock productivity, peaceful coexistence, and sustainable development.
It has to be all-inclusive. It is not a one-way approach, and that has to bring everybody on the table and dialogue. We need to accept our differences.
Participants said identifying and responding to early warning signs remain crucial to preventing the escalation of farmer-herder disputes. They also advocated measures to discourage open grazing and call for responsible livestock management, including preventing underage persons from being involved in cattle herding.
Ranching is very constructive, it's a modern way to go, but both the herders and farmers must cultivate it, they must plan towards it, and what is good for A must be good for B.
From our own security angle, is for prohibition of open grazing. Also, use of underage herders.
At the end of the meeting, participants agreed that sustained dialogue, peaceful coexistence, and effective dispute resolution are essential to improving livestock productivity, strengthening food security, and promoting national development. They urge farmers, herders, host communities, and government agencies to embrace non-violent approaches to resolving disputes and prevent further loss of lives and property. AIT News, Lokoja.
As the world marks International Youth Day, young people in Plateau State are calling for increased opportunities, improved infrastructure, and policies that will enhance their well-being and participation in development. They made the call at an event organized by the Plateau State government, where some youths identified insecurity and economic hardship as major challenges affecting their lives.
The National Youth Policy states that the youths are those that fall within the age bracket of 15 to 29 years. But beyond the age brackets, the challenges confronting young people continue to shape their prospects, from access to education and employment to security and economic opportunities. In Plateau State, the International Youth Day celebration provided an opportunity to assess the realities facing young people and what can be done to address their concerns.
We believe that once the issue of security is tackled, business will thrive nationally.
So many youths in Plateau State have graduated from schools but don't have jobs.
For the past 20 years, that's from 2006 to this time, local government has not employed even one staff. So now, youths that graduated from 2006 to this time around are here stranded.
With significant resources being committed to youth empowerment programs, are these interventions addressing the actual needs of young people? And what more can government and other stakeholders do to create an environment where youths can realize their full potential and contribute meaningfully to national development?
Some of these policies need to be mended, and then young people must be involved in the process of every policy.
We are asking ourselves, what role do we need to play to ensure that Plateau State is stabilized? What are we bringing on the table to address the issue of insecurity? These are talented, gifted in their own diverse ways in life, and without support, definitely they will get nowhere.
International Youth Day is observed every year on August 12 to draw attention to issues affecting young people and promote their participation in social, economic, and political development. The 2026 theme, Different Contexts, Common Aspiration, recognizes the diverse circumstances in which young people live while highlighting the shared aspirations that connect them. For youths in Plateau State, Translating these common aspirations into reality will require sustained investment, opportunities, security, and an enabling environment for them to thrive. Walker Quackfoot, AIT News, Jos.
The National Orientation Agency and the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, have engaged religious leaders from Kano, Katsina, and Jigawa states on their roles in promoting child survival and development. The one-day sensitization workshop held in Kano State is aimed at strengthening the capacity of religious leaders to use faith-based platforms to address issues including out-of-school children, vaccination, birth registration, girls' education, and access to healthcare.
Speaking at the workshop, Chief of UNICEF Kano Field Office, Shafiq Rahman, said faith leaders have a significant role to play in addressing challenges affecting children and vulnerable communities. He said the partnership between religious leaders and development organizations is important in addressing social issues affecting communities.
So for the Northwest region, and as you know, we are facing number of those challenges from out of school to vaccination to maternal and newborn mortality, child birth registration, and etc. So we will be talking together with the religious leader so that they are also updated with the information, and then we encourage them to use those platforms for the betterment of those children and vulnerable women and community in the society.
The entire Faithful Life is about hygiene, mother to child issues, exclusive breastfeeding, antenatal care, and prevention of disease from mother to child.
The chief imam of Danwan King Kudu, Umar Tijani, said cultural practices and ignorance remained among the factors contributing to the number of children out of school. Also speaking, Reverend Adeyemo Adeyo said some parents still denied their daughters access to education because of the belief that girls would eventually get married.
Honestly, this training will be of help to us in terms of disseminating our messages to our followers. That is why we also want every sector to give us the necessary skills that will be of help to the people.
wanda zai taimaka mana wajen isar da sako wajen al'umma.
And we, the religious leaders, will use our pulpits, our platforms to teach this material to our members, our congregation, and let our congregation open their mind to it. Let everybody have the right health-seeking behavior, and we will discover that we have a healthy society. We're going to have children growing up, and we're going to have our children going to school, because all is included here.
The workshop brought together Muslim and Christian religious leaders from Kano, Katsina, and Jigawa State, with participants expected to use their religious and community platforms to promote the messages contained in the revised Faith for Life documents.
Thanks for staying with us. We'll go on a break. When we come back, we'll bring you Sports Track.
Now let's bring you the sports story in Abuja. They say aspiring professional footballers now have another opportunity to showcase their talent as more grassroots-based football tournaments spring up in the nation's capital. One of such platforms is the Onyeka Ikenga Football Academy Under 17 series.
It's crunch time for young aspiring professional footballers in Abuja who are yearning for platforms to develop their talent. The Onyeka Football Academy is creating the lifeline for them to live their dream. Unveiling of the Academy's Under-17 program, which held during the Under-13 finals. Dignitaries including the Minister of Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, represented by his Special Advisor on Public Engagement, Omoyele Adedoyin, commended the Academy for the initiative and enjoined youths to make the best of the opportunity.
This is a platform where you can identify talents. There are also more people who are willing to do more, and from here, this is a stepping stone for them to go higher and to practicalize whatever they've learned, because it's an academy where you learn how to play football to become a professional footballer.
The late Onyeka Ikenga was my daughter. She passed on the 11th of January 2024. And she bettered this idea that we're projecting today because she's a die-hard football lover. She loves football so much, and one of Chelsea's die-hard fans. So Onyeka started this project wanting to empower youths to make sure that most of these children that have talents, they have nobody to help, are pushed to harness their talents and become better people in life.
Elevating match to herald the commencement of the Under-17 program saw Ikenga FC defeat a selected side 5-0. Organizers said the initiative aimed at developing young talent and helping them achieve their potential is designed in line with international best practices.
Yes, we have scouts there. We have professional coaches, FIFA certified coaches from different ministries, MDAs. So they are there. We've given them the task. They should look out for the star players.
And I want to congratulate the Ikenga family, Chief and Chief Mrs. Ikenga, for this initiative, for contributing this as a way of bringing up the youth, occupying them. I was just telling my 7-year-old grandson, I said, would you like to? He said yes. So I bought a boot for him today and bought a jersey, so that at least he will also be mentored and be tutored in the art of football.
In the Under-13 finals, Ikenga FC defeated the Young Eaglets 2-1 on penalties after the match ended 1-0 in regulation tie, catching home a 200,000 naira cash prize.
Right, and that's Nigeria today. Many thanks for staying with us. I'm Hadiza Alden.
Now, many thanks for staying with us.
In southwestern Zimbabwe, crops in the Mangwe area have withered away. Even local farmers will be among Zimbabweans who need aid until next year. That includes 42-year-old Singazi Sibanda, a mother of 3 children.
All my crops were burned by the sun. I don't know how we will get to next year and where we will be. The crops died at early stages.
Mangwe is one of the districts in Zimbabwe most affected by drought. Local officials say some people may have to go work in nearby Botswana or in urban areas to survive.
Boreholes have no water. Dams are drying up. There is no grazing grass for animals. Maybe some hay will be brought from other areas to feed the local animals.
Food is being distributed in hard-hit areas. Evelyn Ndlovu is the Minister of Matabeleland South, also in the Mangwe area. She says the government is in touch with international aid agencies to get more help. Officials say the crisis is growing worse in the region due to recurring droughts caused by the El Nino weather pattern.
The crop situation in Zimbabwe is very poor at the moment, and we expect that the number of people who will not have adequate stock from their own production to last them until the next harvest, which would be then by the middle of next year, that number of people who will not be able to meet their food needs over that full period will go up.
Zimbabwe's government says the 2024 grain harvest will yield about 868,000 tons of grain, an alarming 62% drop from last year's total and far below the target that officials had set for this year. Aid groups say they are stepping up efforts to help.
We're focusing on this January to March period, which we have identified is the peak of the lean season. It's the most critical period. But as you're mentioning, it's also important for us to provide additional opportunities so that even throughout the year, people have options and means to support their families and households.
A message that brings some hope to people like Sibanda. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe's information minister says the country is working to ease food insecurity by waiving taxes on the importation of rice, maize, potato seed, cooking oil, and genetically modified maize for stock feed in a bid to lower prices for average Zimbabweans. Columbus Mavunga, VOA News, Mangwe, Zimbabwe.
Hello and welcome to Democracy Today live on Africa Independent Television, AIT. I am TV Tiav. It appears that all is not set for Saturday's Osun State governorship election with barely less than 48 hours to the commencement of voting. This is because the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is yet to begin distribution of sensitive electoral materials. What we know is that the Commission is yet to also confirm that it has taken delivery of the new ballot papers and result sheets it has ordered for reprinting following the court order to include the Social Democratic Party, the SDP, on the ballot. Election observer groups are already raising concerns as it cannot be said for certain whether or not the election on Saturday will be held as scheduled or not. Let's listen to what they have been saying.
Followed a federal high court judgment directing the commission to include SDP on the ballot. Compliance required the printing of ballot papers and result sheets across the state, increasing the number of parties on the political parties on the ballot to 15.
Extra measures are taken to ensure those materials get to the local government and the racks get activated early enough, then we might have a district challenge on Saturday. And our expectation is every mechanism is put in place, that stakeholders also contribute and support the process, because what we are dealing with in this election is unusual.
Very unusual. We have joining us on the program tonight a seasoned reporter and chairman of all the correspondents who are covering Osun State, Shina Abubakar, who will be joining us virtually live from Osogbo to bring us update on what is happening on the ground. But then wonders may never end when it comes to the judiciary in Nigeria. This Thursday, the FCT High Court in Abuja extended an interim order restraining the Imo State government, its agencies, the police and others from destroying, defacing or removing billboards installed by a member representing Idiato North and South Federal Constituency, Ikenga Imogo Chinyere. The issue is not with the court order or what it is trying to address, but the location and the issue of jurisdiction. An FCT High Court assuming jurisdiction in a matter that affects Imo State, in a matter that almost all the actors and the activities and all of that are in Imo State. We'll wait to see how this will end. But then President Bola Tinubu has received a lot of accolades for the establishment of 4 new divisions of the Nigerian Army in Makurdi in Benue State, Jalingo in Taraba State, Benin City in Edo State, and Ilorin in Kwara State. What does this actually mean? Is it a solution to the insecurity in these areas where these new divisions will be established? What are the implications? We have live in the studio Nigeria's former Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo, to engage these issues and more. We shall get into the discussions, the conversations, and all of that, bringing you updates by the time we bring you up to speed also with other major developing reports.
Election observers group are raising concerns over electoral preparedness, neutrality of security agencies and public confidence ahead of Saturday's Osun State governorship election. Yaga Africa raised the concern at a pre-election press briefing held in Osogbo, the state capital.
Followed a federal high court judgment directing the commission to include SDP on the ballot. Compliance required the printing of ballot papers and result sheets across the state, increasing the number of parties on the political parties on the ballot to 15.
Except extra measures are taken to ensure those materials get to the local government and the racks get activated early enough, then we might have a district challenge on Saturday. And our expectation is every mechanism is put in place, that stakeholders also contribute and support the process, because what we are dealing with in this election is unusual.
With public campaigns for the 2027 presidential election expected to begin on Wednesday next week, that is August 19th, the National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, is warning political actors, religious and traditional leaders, media practitioners, and Nigerians against hate speech, incitement, and intimidation, and divisive rhetoric. Executive Secretary of the Commission, Tony Ojukwu, gave the warning while expressing concern over statements attributed to some public figures, including Sheikh Sani Yahya Jingu and Senator Francis Fadausi, which he said could deepen social divisions, heighten tensions, and trigger electoral violence.
We call on all stakeholders to join us in building an electoral environment in which disagreement does not become hatred, political competition does not become violence, and diversity does not become a justification for discrimination.
Now, the federal government has urged Nigerians abroad to do more than transfer funds to home-based family, relatives, and friends. This is the message federal government has. Now, the federal government has urged Nigerians abroad to do more than transfer funds to home-based family. Now, the federal government has urged Nigerians abroad to do more than transfer funds to home-based family, relatives, and friends. This is the message federal and state government officials have taken to the meeting Nigerian-Canada Diaspora Economic Conference in Toronto, Canada. They are challenging citizens living outside Nigeria to convert remittances into structured investment that will drive Nigeria's economic transformation.
You are the untapped gold mine, and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not paying lip service to that. We want concrete results now. You have the structure, you have the platform. So my threat to you is very simple. Do not just succeed in Canada, succeed for Nigeria. And that's why the theme is, if
we can create the homeland consciousness, which I'll speak to in a second, to be able to regain much of the lost diaspora.
At the update there for you, and we'll get into the conversations right away. Almost everybody is talking about Osun State. We'll get updates like we promised you in the course of the program. But we have with us live in the studio General Lucky Irabor, Nigeria's former Chief of Defense Staff. He was also the commander of the Multinational Joint Task Force, was commander of TRADOC. He was also commander of the Operation Lafia Dole. So a lot of experience, you would say. Thank you very much for joining us, General.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure being here.
Yes. In the last few weeks, divisions, 4 of them, from your own experience, do you think this is a solution? Let's start with that.
Well, first and foremost, let me thank you for having me, and to say that before a force structure is that's for a military is proposed or approved, there are a lot of work that have gone into it. First is threat assessment, to look at what the threats are, the possible threats. And in our environment, I believe that it's obvious to everyone that there are issues. And so to that extent, the approval that was given by the Commander-in-Chief for the expansion of the Army, that is the divisional structure of the Army from 8 to 12, it's stepped in the right direction. So many reasons. One, the land space, if you like. Perhaps let me backstep a little bit. The preponderance of the challenges that we have, especially currently, centers around the surface forces. Surface, in the sense that with the land space that we have, which is well over 924,000 square kilometers of land, you should understand that there's a need for proper occupation in a manner that when threats occur, one should be able to respond. So these are part of the parameters that were looked at before this new force structure. Even though earlier on, there's no piece of land in Nigeria that the army divisions have not covered. So what this one helps to do now is to shrink the areas of responsibility of each of the divisions, which makes it more important. But I believe that what should be of interest to Nigerians is the fact that whereas this is a good thing to do, we should also try to equalize our expectations. Why? Because the offshoot, if you like, the impact of what we like to find is not going to be just it's not a quick fix. It's not something that, like earlier described as off the shelf. Yeah. It's like if somebody just gone to the shelf, you pick up and then you begin to use. No, that's not it. Because it's a process, and it's going to take, a little longer for us to be able to see the impact. Why? One, you have to not just recruit the forces, you have to train them, you have to equip them, you have to also provide accommodation for them. Barracks have to be constructed, amongst several other things. And if you put all this together, it is not what you just put your hand in your pocket and just bring out a few naira, and I think that happens. So this perhaps what I need to bet. By and large, is a good step, and I believe that that in due course will help us to be able to respond to threats, especially the threats that require military responses. In that sense.
You mentioned quick fix. You mentioned occupation. We'll get back to these two issues.
Yeah.
But then I know that in August 2013,
correct,
former then President Goodluck Jonathan approved the establishment of the 7th Division in Maiduguri.
Correct.
In 2017,
correct,
then President Buhari also approved the establishment of 8th Division in Sokoto.
Correct.
After all of this, you became Chief of Defense Staff.
Correct.
The establishment of the division in Maiduguri and Sokoto, has it changed anything? Because Nigerians will tell you the attacks most probably have continued. Maybe where the governor of Borno State, for instance, will let us know that, look, there are places that the troops or the security forces don't go there, everybody's maintaining defense lines and all of that.
Okay, let's. I'm glad that you asked this, and to also know that there have been a lot of developments, and that's the reason perhaps why we should also commend the effort that was done recently with respect to this 8 to 12 division structure. For you to know that force structure for any military is usually reviewed periodically. Now, let's go back to the 2014, 2015 that you talked about, which is true. It's very incidentally, I was the brigade commander at the time on that 3rd division. I was signal brigade commander, and the division then covered the entire northeast, including Borno State, as it were. And the problem, of course, was quite obvious that from Jos we had to travel to Maiduguri and then to Yola. And then, of course, around, because these were where we had issues then, Adamawa, part of Bauchi, as well as Yobe State, and then a little part of Gombe. And then, of course, Taraba. But the epicenter was Borno State. And so it became quite obvious that there was a need to, create that division. Actually, it's not in 2013. It was not in 2014, right? It was in 2013.
2013, yeah. August
2013, because then General Ihejirika was the chief of army staff, and when it was created. So I was part and parcel of the team that went to Maiduguri at the time to have that brigade, that division inaugurated. So, of course, again, when a division was created, I was also, at that time, I was already a major general, and then, the theater commander, Operation Lafia Dole. Just for proper, for factual presentation, a division was originally, created to be part and parcel of the theater, Operation Lafia Dole, and the headquarters was then in Mongunu. The division was under me as the theater commander. I had three divisions, not three divisions as an entity, but in 3 different divisions that were under the operation that I commanded at the time. So 3 division on one hand, 7 division, and of course 8 division. So it was wise, handling that at a later stage, the issues around the Northwest began to crop up, that 8th division was now moved to Sokoto, because at that time we've been able to reduce, the threat in Borno, substantially until they had, at a later stage. So this was what actually happened. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, creations were made, but it's not just to create structures. You must also know that it's like, if I may give an analogy, if we have 10 bottles of water here, all right, the content of the 10 bottles might not be up to the content of one. How wish the bottles are right here. So the issue here is that if there's a requirement for 10 bottles of water, those 10 bottles of water must be 10 bottles of water, not a little quantity in each of the bottles. So for you to say that there are 10 bottles of water, okay, you must certify that the quantity, the actual quantity of the liquid in
each of the bottles
measures. So the creation, maybe that's the best way I can bring this, to say that there are still requirements for each of the existing 8 divisions to be scaled up to what we call table of organization and equipment. It might not be appropriate for me to begin to give all the details here to the public, but what's important is, that I had said earlier on that we need to also equalize our expectation. That it's not something, it's not off the shelf kind of arrangement. That because a creation has been made, then of course it's going to happen. No, that's not. You begin to see, a fast track, action in terms of response to the challenge that we have. But that when in future or as time goes on, you see government increasing the allocations that will make these creations, new creations, to be effective, then you should know why such decisions are being taken. That's towards the whole essence of what I'm driving at. That it's going to take a large chunk of the revenue accruals.
But already, for several years, the country's budget, we've had defense and security, they've had the highest budget over time. What happens to this budget? Good enough you were in the mix of it, because anyway, Nigerians will tell you, why is the army, for instance, building conference centers in Abuja, Air Force, and all of when they should be this kind of scale up that you are talking about, they should be investing in. Remember, those former governor of Edo State, Senator Oshomole, raised this. You said, can we audit what the ministry is this defense budget? Can we audit what they are spending? Can we audit all of those things? There are concerns about this.
All right,
and I think they are legitimate.
Okay, so let us get it. Something sounds nice doesn't make it nice. That something sounds good doesn't make it good. Just let's get that straight. There is nothing wrong with accountability. If you want to ask questions, of course, every institution is liable to be scrutinized. But you see, the scrutiny must be in the right context. I told you earlier on that before these creations were made, there was an assessment that was made. So that is also accountability. Now, so what you must understand is the fact that yes, the budgetary provisions for the military over the last decades, all right, over the last let me say over the last 5 to 6 years, have been quite substantial. But then you should also ask, what is the reason for such allocations? Because we have a problem.
Yes.
Now those problems, you must ask yourself, what really what is required to be able to address those problems? So when you say that the people are asking questions, the questions they should ask is this: how has those allocations been used? What was they used for? And I'm going to give you an example. The troops that we have, all right?
Yes.
they need to be fed. They need to be kitted. Now, and then of course, you also need to have a mobility platform for them. Before I even talk about the mobility itself, the mobility platform, what will make the mobility platform to move, which is fuel. Now, all these elements, among several others that I've just mentioned, they are just expendables. So whether you move an inch or whether you achieve any result or not, a lot of money has gone into it, so they are expendables. Then you also have ammunition that you fire. Once you fire, it is gone. As at the time I was chief of defense staff, a bullet cost about 40 cents. That is, depending on the bullet. Okay, but the least cost about 40 cents.
That's for AK-47?
AK-47. Yeah. Now, that has increased, the cost of that has increased. Currently, of course, I need to go and fact check. Perhaps it will be nearing, $1. So, meaning that for a soldier that fires a shot, that is gone. When you look at the rate, the Naira exchange, then of course you know what that means. Now, for a soldier per day is entitled to 3 magazines with additional one, which is 4, depending on the tempo of operation. And using this one for you to get an idea of what the cost implication will be. That's number one. Number two, you may buy a piece of equipment today, say for example, MRAPs, that cost about $300,000 to $350,000. And then as you are moving, perhaps that may be the first day that you are deploying it. All right. And then just as you're leaving your base, it comes across an IED and it's gone. $350,000 is gone. So will you ask tomorrow that what did you do with that money? These are things. So rather than you asking, say how much money has been, which there's nothing wrong in asking the such question, but what's important is these men that we have sent out, what quantity of vehicles or what quantity of resources, and when I say resources, I'm not talking about money, I'm talking about materials, equipment that's supposed to go out with. Take for example, for a company of soldiers, going on for perhaps one operation or the other, if they are supposed to go with 15 or 20 vehicles, you should ask yourself how many vehicles are they going out with. So if you must ask what results have been achieved, they must also be where the accountability comes in now is to say, look, okay, why have they not been able to achieve these results? Could it be that instead of going with 20 vehicles, they were able to, assert around, they are able to mobilize 2 vehicles? Those are the questions that I believe that Oshomole was talking about, not because they believe that some funds have been misappropriated. So let us get it right. So when they say accountability, it's not in the context, it's not always that they want to find out, whether somebody has embezzled money, because that's what the impression that some of you in the press perhaps want to, drive into the mind of the average, citizen on the street. So these are the issues that there are quite a good number of, challenges that the forces in the front line that they face. And for me, what should be of interest to us is that, look, how can we make these forces, how can we make them to be more effective? What tools should we provide for them that will make them to be able to achieve greater results and at a greater pace? For me, that's what's more important. And so if the accountability, if you like, that we are talking about seeks to achieve that, then of course it's the right thing to do. Otherwise, it's a fruitless effort.
Quick fix, you said it's not possible. Correct. Occupation.
Correct.
We are discussing this on a program like this, Democracy Today, because a number of people look at security as a threat to democracy. It's clear, it's obvious.
Correct.
And the Nigerians were expecting, because the constitutional responsibility of a government is the first is security and welfare of the state.
Correct.
And that security is fundamental. And we know that even before the creation of these divisions, troops have been, doing one operation or exercise or the other in almost all the 36 states and Abuja. And the concerns of this occupation you mentioned much earlier. Are we not seeing more of military in the civil space than it should be in a democracy or under a system the kind of system that we have?
Yes, of course. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, the military man himself is really that, this is what he wants to do. He sold out to the state. It is what the state commands him to do that he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
So the reality is that where we have found ourselves, the challenges that we have is peculiar. And so the military has been called out. So asking, the soldier like me, why is involved in it, it's like, I've been given a tax. I mean, yes, when I say I have been given, I'm not talking about me as a person, I'm talking about the institution that I represent and where I served, all my life, where I've served all my life. So for him, he, of course, will want to also have a little breather to be able to, improve on his skills, on his training, and then to also be able to solve some other problems if only the conditions are right. So in this case, of course, we have seen that the police, that is, the primary organ of state to address internal security issues, also have challenges. So as we speak for the military, the police is even more. In fact, is it the front end? Do you like the disposition of the police?
Certainly.
The way they appear, do you like it? Certainly. And then you have also had that in every now and then they keep talking about funding the police is a challenge among several other issues. So it's the same way. Security and defense have never been a cheap endeavor. So whilst it is essential that Nigerians are a bit bothered, is to also understand the issues. And this brings me to the reason why I even accepted to come to you.
Yes.
And if, of course, other media houses I have to go to make some interventions. Because when you listen to some of the commentaries, you realize that they're actually misplaced. They tend to put the organs of state, pit them against the populace, which does not augur well. So for me, the kind of interventions that I try to do and why I choose to come here is to correct those impressions, to be able to give greater hope to the people, and also as an encouragement to those who I know the pains they are going through because they have been saddled with these responsibilities under very, very difficult and strenuous conditions. So for me, volume of whatever has been, earmarked for defense and security can never be too much. Just like, in those days, we used to hear that if you think education is expensive, then try ignorance. So it's the same way, today, if they ask you what would be your preference to have a peaceful environment to some other benefits, I'm sure what you choose is peace.
Sure.
Because you can't quantify what peace gives to you. It's like someone in good health. You can't quantify the blessings that such a person enjoys until he loses that health. Then you now begin to ask, okay, no matter the amount, please, I'm ready to pay for as long as I regain my health. So it's the same way for security. So whatever expenditures are being made for security is in the right direction. Why? Because the opposite of that is something that is it can only be left for you to interpret.
Well, we shall take a break now, and when we get back, we'll be taking a closer look, at some of these security. You mentioned the police, fundamental.
Correct.
We'll take a look at some of these issues. Stay with us.
New chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you've trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the President.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health needs of people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the government, and I will use my voice.
I don't want the provider at 55 in number. And so the provider says.
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
whatever.
Get the answers on where Nigeria decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m.
Thanks for staying with us. We still have with us General Lucky, former Chief of Defense Staff. You mentioned the police much earlier in our discussion. And then you also talked about even the low funding for the military. Do you think if we had funded or if we are funding the police better, we may not have needed the military in the way and manner we need them now?
Okay, so first and foremost, not saying that they've not funded the military well. Rather, what I said is that there is insufficient resourcing. Now, and that there's a difference.
Okay.
Now, funding here is relative. Now, relative in the sense that if you have 10 naira for maybe 10 people, and you bring out 2 naira to give to one person, the person cannot say that you have not given him an advantage. But what is more important is to find out what are that 2 naira, what percentage of what his requirements are. So when I say limited resourcing, it's in that context. So whereas out of 10 people, talking about within the economy now, let's assume there are 10 sectors of the economy, okay, that requires from this available 10 naira. So because of the challenge, a particular challenge that requires both defense and security, you now decide to allocate 2 naira. All right? Every other sector, we even say, look, but then the question to ask is, that 2 naira, what value is it relative to what is required for them to be able to be optimal in terms of the attainment of their mandates? Achievement of the tasks that have been given. So this is the issue. So if perhaps the person or that sector, in this case, say defense, requires 30 naira and you are giving 2 naira, that's an issue. That 2 naira, not because you are releasing to them, it's in relative to the tools that they require for them to be able to be effective. So this is what I believe that many of you need to interrogate. So that at the end of the day, you are seized with the technical issues relative to the administration of defense and security forces. Then it becomes easier for you to now to be to engage the relative organs of state as to what they need to do, and then even having to also educate the public. But when you just stop it at the fact that relative to the budget, there's so much
for defense.
But without you actually asking yourself, within that so much, how much is so much relative to the needs? I've just told you again about the 4 divisions, additional divisions for the army. That does not imply that the 8 divisions that were there before have actually gotten to their optimum. It must So, but then, are they just because you just close your eyes and then it becomes a full-fledged division? No. It's money that we are going to spend.
So when you were there, the commander-in-chief,
correct,
does he actually have the real budget or the real requirements? Do you guys usually present to them? Because I know the War College, Defense College, all of that, a lot of studies are going into all of this. Do they actually have the real picture of what it should, and they are not doing what is required?
Okay, so let me tell you this, just for the purpose of educating the public, because nobody knows who is listening.
Yeah.
What kind of responsibility may be given tomorrow, so that we don't end up, get into the pitfalls that I've had. There's what is called higher management of defense, which is a core module that you deal with in Defense College. Now, that helps to integrate all these things that have to do with what is required at the strategic, both the tactical, operational, and strategic level of the military, as well as what is also required outside of the military within the political sphere itself. So the grand strategic plan and things that are also relative to the other sectors of the economy, where how to have the right mix and then proper synchronization of all the requirements. That's what that module deals with. So a commander like I was, all right, as CDS, I also know that my duty, my responsibility is not just only to the defense. No, it also goes to, because defense and security actually is the aggregate of all things that the state represents. All right, you have what is called the element of a state power. Now, if those elements are properly, in their right ratio and proportion, we're able to achieve them, then of course you don't have any issue that have to do with challenges security-wise. So, but then life is not always like that. So to answer your question directly is the fact that yes, of course, I even have a book which I've written. In the book, I mentioned in part that we carried out what we call a combat efficiency assessment, and then I made a presentation to the then commander-in-chief. And in the book, I indicated that when the commander-in-chief saw it, it was a little bit, it was concerning to him. And of course, it took certain actions. So just to give you an idea that, of course, all these things are presented. But you see, if your child, if any of your children now comes to you to ask you for what you cannot afford, you are not going to dismiss him. You are possibly going to say, okay, well, Tunde Bello, okay, don't worry. Oh, that's very good. All right, for now, this is what, just hold it. Maybe by so and so time, we'll look at how I will discuss with your mom, blah, 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 and then we'll do something. Then the child will leave you motivated. But then, you know that you are not telling the child the absolute truth, but that does not mean that you have lied to the child. But for me, as a strategic military commander, I must also know the pains that my spirit is going through. Do you understand? Because I know the resources available to him. So these are how you manage some of these issues. And I think that just presenting the problem is not. I usually tell my subordinates that, and even now as I go around giving lectures and also consult, I say, look, if you're a subordinate, if you're presenting challenges to your superior, you must come with options.
Options, yes.
Because if you don't come with options, there is no superior who is ready to be burdened by problems. Yeah. You should be able to give him a leeway for him to be able to take decisions, because your superior for him is to take decisions and provide resources for you. But if you make it look as if, that there is, no, not just that you have hit a brick wall, then of course, tomorrow is not going to see you. So this is the reason why you must be able to analyze. In the military, we say, know your men, know your commander, and the commander know your men. Meaning that you should be able to know the strengths and weaknesses of each and every of your personnel, so that when it's time for you to tax them, you're able to tax them appropriately. Why? Because you are looking for results. You want to achieve results. You are not going to, engage people who will not give you the optimum results. Well, it's the same way in this.
If we have the time, I will ask you the question of the suspicion Nigerians have with the military. Okay. But let's get this intervention from Osun State, where we have Shina Abubakar, a very experienced journalist who is also the chairman of the Correspondence Chapel in Osun State. All right, I'm being told is no longer there with us, but well, hopefully if we get him back. General, okay, he's back now. Abubakar, thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure.
Yes, sorry, we were expecting you much earlier when we didn't get you on. But then Osun State, the elections in less than 48 hours. As we speak, the distribution of sensitive material has not started. What are you hearing from INEC? Have they confirmed receipt of the new ballot papers and election results?
Well, thank you. As at the last 30-40 minutes, I spoke with the public relations officer of INEC here. He told me that he has been briefed that the materials has arrived the airport for Apune, and it is en route to Shogbu here. So, as with regards to that, till this moment we don't have anything, but it is hopeful that by this night the materials will arrive. He said most of the vehicles that will convey the materials to their destinations are already on standby. But because of the reprinting of the ballot papers to include SDP as ruled by a high court judge, that is what delayed the arrival of the material. In the last 40 minutes, he told me we have arrived in Apure and en route to Shogbu, which takes about 1 hour 30 minutes, 2 hours journey.
We have 30 local governments in Osun State. Are you confident that when these materials get in this night, INEC within 24 hours, is it possible to effectively move them to the local governments where they should be moving to the wards, that's the racks, eventually heading to the polling units?
Well, by the briefing from the first PPRO this evening, he said there are a whole security, a 6 units command of Mopol that were deployed to INEC office. There are police on standby for INEC duty. If all of these people,
I'm talking of the program. Okay.
To the movement of materials, with all of these securities, military men around, if the material arrives, let's say by 8 p.m., it can still be deployed to all the local government, escorted by security operatives, particularly the army and the Mopol and the armed Mopol men, with the situation nobody so far so good is bold enough to want to tackle these ones going into the local governments. The local governments with the highest distance to Shogbu, the state capital, is a south local government which shares boundary with all those states. And that takes about 2 hours.
Okay. All right. We hope INEC will be able to get that in good time. But we are also here in the last 24 hours, there were also these reports about a possible alliance between Accord Party and the which party now, and ADC. Have you also heard that?
Well, actually, the ADC spokesperson, I called him and he spoke to me directly that they have no any alliance between ADC and a third party. The man has been saying this. He spoke about it at a town hall meeting that was held, that he has campaigned across all the local governments. He has engaged with stakeholders, and it is not for him at this point to want to go into alliance with any political party. Now, the last thing they did was...
Yes. Oh, network. We are all the interventions we've had from Moshood State in the last 3 days. They always end up like this, and we hope it will not affect upload of election results. General, finally, the suspicion between Nigerians, in the leadership and the military. You know, just 27 years ago, the military was in charge, and now the military everywhere.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad that you're asking this question, which a little bit, a little bit of a bit away from the issue. But what's important is that the military has never been in charge of political governance.
Yes.
It is, and people need to get it right. The military as an establishment has never been in power, in political power, and it's even an aberration. But we have military men who have also, aligned with a few politicians to be in power. I say this because I joined the army during the era of military rule.
Yes.
Okay? And ever since, I've observed that the military is the first victim of military rule.
Even with your officers becoming military governors.
Of course. These are how many? What is the percentage? Don't forget that this was the same reason why Obasanjo, when he came in at the beginning of this Fourth Republic, he, of course, said that any officer who have had, have taken part in political governance of the country must leave. And of course, they were all retired, compulsorily. And then later on, of course, they changed that to, voluntary retirement. It is in that context. So this is the reason why that you find that during that time, what was of interest was regime protection. I'm not in any way trying to... I'm trying to discuss whether there was a need for them to come in or not. That's not the issue.
Yeah.
But to see military officers or the military establishment as those who have been in political power, it is wrong. That's not correct. So we must correct it so that at the end of the day, today, Nigerians must see the military as their own. It is the people's military.
Perhaps yes.
Yes. So whether we like it or not, the military must exist for them to be able to play the role they are supposed to play. Because they are the guardian. Let me end it. Because they are the guardian of democracy. Without the effective military, you can't have effective democratic governance.
Indeed, with protection of territorial integrity and all of that. So I want to believe you will give us a commitment that we will continue with this discussion.
Well, let's hope so.
As your time permits.
As time permits.
Thank you very much, General Lucky Irabor, former Chief of Defense Staff, wealth of experience, and you would say. That's the program tonight. Like we always say, democracy should work for every Nigerian, as the case should be. And citizens, please stay out of trouble and continue to be a good citizen that you should be. I am TV Tiaf.
I am a second generation farmer. My parents started this farm in 1962. My father started out not as a farmer, but as a government economist, and he decided to be a farmer when he was in his late 20s. And they started out with sweet corn because he thought that that's what the world needed, was fresh sweet corn. The land that we are sitting on right now, they bought in 1966. I actually am somebody who has never missed a single summer on the farm. I love growing vegetables because it's the one thing that seems like will never go out of style. Everything else that's a food seems to be under some health questions, but vegetables are completely, uniquely healthy. This is the cool view. What do I do with my knife? How hard is it to get land and start a farm? It takes more than most people have. More like 60 years ago, Fairfax County was transitioning from being dairy farms to being suburbs. That development there was the front field. And if you go further, that's the Thompson field. And if you go across the street, that's the Weissman field. And if you go over there, that's Bradley Thompson's. And so all of these are old farmers from 50 years ago or 60 years ago who rented us property all along this road, all the way to Tyson's Corner. And so when my parents bought this piece of property, there were no suburban developments around here. It was a 2-lane highway, Route 7, which is now currently a 6-lane highway. And all the old dairy farmers were sitting on their property waiting to sell it and waiting to make a lot of money. If you can believe this, the land that was sold adjacent to our property in 2008 was $500,000 an acre undeveloped. An insane amount of money to have to spend to come up with to grow vegetables. What's the solution? What the populace needs to do is say that farming is important to them and that it's just as important as parkland or other public amenities that people really enjoy living near. And this is a big step toward keeping agriculture going in a metropolitan area. Farming basically means at the end of the year, hopefully you paid all your bills. But that doesn't mean you have any money left to start the next season unless you happen to have such a good season. CSA is a great fit for our farm. I think I have about 600 CSA members.
Happy to be here. We're so blessed, yes.
My father used to borrow $25,000 at the beginning of the season and pay it back to the bank in September. Instead of that now, we ask our customers if we can borrow that money, and they give it to us in February and willingly, and then we pay them back in vegetables through the season. They have 3 different size shares: mini, regular, and robust. If you're a mini share, you get 6, and you just come and pick out whatever 6 things you want. And if you decide you want 6 bags of tomatoes, you get 6 bags of tomatoes.
Oh my gosh, the produce is so fresher, has better flavor. It just, and you get to pick and choose what you want to use. It is just wonderful.
When you do something the same for 20 years or 15 years or 10 years, and you keep coming once a week to somebody's house every week, they're going to get to be like family.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
So the farmers market part of our business is roughly 40%. So we're very dependent on it.
We do have some spinach. It's in the back corner there.
We go to 5 markets a week for 30 weeks of the year, and one of them we go year round. 20 weeks of the year that we don't have a market, really. So we make as much money as we can in those 30 weeks.
So much. And there is your flowers. We're happy to be back.
I think the end closest to the stand is where it's a little bit biggest now. I do not think I'm the last generation that will farm this land because I have my nephews who are how much younger than I am. They're 30 years younger than I am. And then we have Carrie, who is one of the co-owners, and she's 20 years younger than I am. It's supposed to be the size of a ping pong ball. I think the land will stay because my siblings and the next generation down have unanimously agreed that we will not sell the land. I don't think that people should be so fearful all the time about change. I think that there's opportunity all the time for change to be good. And that's why you have children. That's why you raise people to be better people. It's because you want the opportunities to come up.
Civil society groups call for adequate security, free and fair polls ahead of Osun election. Operation Fasayama forces crushed terrorist networks in Zamfara. And Niger State government confirms 124 cases of diphtheria infection, 17 deaths recorded so far. This is the news hour on AIT. I am Olamide Abiyo. Welcome. The Osun State Attorney General has approached the State High Court seeking an order compelling the police to investigate alleged threat of violence reportedly made by Senator Francis Fadausi against members and supporters of the Accord Party ahead of Saturday's governorship election. The suit names the Inspector General of Police and the Osun State Commissioner of Police as respondent. The government action followed a video circulating on social media which allegedly showed Fadausi addressing a political gathering in Ilesha on August 11 and making statements interpreted as threats against Accord supporters and those backing Governor Ademola Adeleke. The Attorney General is asking the court to direct the police to authenticate and forensically examine the complete video, determine whether any criminal offense was committed, and take preventive measures to protect Accord candidates, supporters, and voters. The government said the application is aimed at preventing possible violence rather than determining the senator's guilt, which it noted can only be established through a proper criminal trial. It argued that the police have a constitutional and statutory duty to act on credible threats before violence occurs, particularly with the election scheduled for August 15. Meanwhile, separate criminal complaints have reportedly been lodged against Father Nsi and an APC House of Representatives candidate Damilare Eniade over alleged seditious statements under the Osun State Criminal Code. A civil society organization and election observer, Yaga Africa, has urged journalists to educate voters in Osun State on the new electoral innovations to be deployed by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, during Saturday's governorship election in Osun State. Samson Itodo, the executive director of Yaga Africa, gave the charge in Osogbo on Wednesday at a workshop organized for journalists on election results management. Itodo said one of the new innovations introduced under the 2026 Electoral Act was the electronic uploading and backup of election results from polling units through the Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS. He also said voters should be properly accredited with their permanent voter card, PVC. Anyone who had not been accredited should not be allowed to vote.
And when you look at the historical antecedents where results have been contested in this election, it was necessary to engage with journalists who are reporting elections and to take them through the results management process. INEC has introduced some innovations by virtue of the 2026 Electoral Act. INEC is using electronic EC8As. And then also when you look at, issues about the role of the IRF and how results have been manipulated in the past, it was necessary to take journalists through the processes, the journey of results, so they can improve on their reportage.
He advised voters to inspect the BVAS machines before accreditation and voting commenced to ascertain that the devices had not been preloaded with voters' accreditation information. And concerns over judicial accountability and the credibility of election dispute resolution have prompted fresh calls for reforms ahead of the 2027 general elections. The calls were made at a press briefing in Abuja by Action Aid Nigeria following the 5th session of its Independent Judicial Accountability Panel, IJAP. The panel wants election petitions involving governorship, state, and House of Representatives elections to end at the Court of Appeal, except its exceptional circumstances. It also wants INEC to play a more proactive role in resolving internal disputes within political parties, while former senior INEC officials should be restricted from partisan politics for 5 years after leaving the commission.
The court ought not to intervene in the internal affairs of political parties, with the exception that where there is a breach of the party's constitution, the matter becomes justiciable. That is, the courts can then intervene. That the first level of resolution for internal disputes of political parties should be by INEC itself as the regulatory body. This will be in line with the provisions of Section 228, subsection B of the 1999 Constitution as amended.
The country director of Action Aid Nigeria, Andrew Mamedu, also called on the Attorney General of Osun State to prosecute what he described as unguided statements made during political campaign by a serving senator.
We don't care which political party is involved. Our concern is the Nigerian citizens and ensuring that this whole idea of threatening citizens for election, pre-election. So election is not only rigged on election day. That statement alone could keep a lot of people out of the D-Day voting. And we want to make sure that we find a way of curtailing or stopping it going.
We think that the INEC is not exercising its powers and responsibilities enough in resolving crises within parties before they escalate to the judiciary, to the courts.
Andrew prepares for the 2027 elections. IJAP says independent candidacy should be constitutionally recognized to widen political participation and reduce the influence of political godfathers. Still on elections, stakeholders have stressed that Nigeria can only achieve more credible elections and increase voter participation by reducing human interference through the deployment of technology in the electoral process. This was one of the major highlights of the electoral roundtable dialogue held in Abuja, where participants advocated a more inclusive and pragmatic approach to encourage greater participation in election, particularly among young people.
Nigeria's electoral system remains a major concern for these young participants who have gathered to proffer practical solutions to the long-standing challenges undermining the country's elections. Guest speaker, Professor Abiodun Ajibade, maintained that the deployment of modern technology would reduce electoral fraud and manipulation while enhancing the credibility and transparency of the electoral process.
We can sit down in the comfort of our house and vote without going to face barriers by this. In fact, most people know who you voted for? Is it mandatory? Don't you have your own working minds? Don't you know who you want? Whatsoever anybody meets at the collation unit and what is announced is exactly what we have done. And if anything is rigged, we will know.
The National Orientation Agency, NOA, is also championing efforts to mobilize and sensitize young Nigerians, encouraging them to play an active role in strengthening the nation's democratic process.
Voter party is something that is of great concern to NOP. And then we encourage all our youths to participate, come out to participate in the democratic process, not only during election, all year round.
And this is one way of us giving back to the society by sensitizing people, providing opportunities for youth and coming together, bringing different tribes together, bringing different people of different backgrounds so that we can rub minds together and talk about today's problem and provide tomorrow's solution.
The organizers say the response has been encouraging, urging more young Nigerians to embrace the initiative by actively participating in the electoral and political process. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
The National Human Rights Commission has warned political actors, religious and traditional leaders, media practitioners, and Nigerians against hate speech, incitement, intimidation, and divisive rhetoric ahead of the 2027 general elections. The Executive Secretary of the Commission, Tony Ojukwu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, gave the warning while expressing concern over statements attributed to some public figures, including Sheikh Sani Yajingi and Senator Francis Fadausi, which he said could deepen social divisions, heighten tension, and trigger violence. Ojukwu stressed that although freedom of expression is a fundamental human right, it does not permit anyone to incite violence, promote hatred, dehumanize others, or deliberately provoke hostility against individuals or communities. He warned that unchecked inflammatory rhetoric could result in political violence, voter intimidation, communal tension, and erosion of public confidence in democratic institutions.
We need now a responsible leadership, responsible communication, and a renewed commitment to the fundamental principle that every Nigerian is entitled to dignity, equality, and protection under the law. The National Human Rights Commission will not remain silent when human dignity and fundamental rights are threatened. We call on all stakeholders to join us in building an electoral environment in which disagreement does not become hatred, political competition does not become violence, and diversity does not become a justification for discrimination.
The Commission also urged law enforcement agencies to act on credible cases of incitement and threats in accordance with the law and called on the media and social media users to avoid amplifying harmful content. Ojukwu said the NHRC would continue to monitor development and document human rights concerns throughout the electoral cycle. The Theatre Command Joint Task Force Northwest Operation Fansayama says its forces have dealt a major blow to terrorists and criminal networks operating across the Northwest. The command says precision airstrikes in Zamfara State neutralized scores of terrorists, while ground troops also forced terrorists to abandon their position in Katsina State. Following credible intelligence on the movement and convergence of terrorists on motorcycles in Ankara local government area of Zamfara State, the air component of Operation Fansayama conducted precision airstrikes on the identified targets. The strikes, according to the statement, utilized scores of terrorists forcing survivors to abandon their motorcycles and flee into surrounding bushes. In Katsina State, troops operating around the Ma local government area on August 12 mounted sustained pressure on terrorist elements, and that compelled them to abandon their positions and withdraw into nearby bushes, according to a statement by a theater command spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Aliyu Danja. The operations form part of the broader objective of Operation Clean Sweep 4. The operation is aimed at dismantling the Lakurawa terrorist network across the theater, preventing the infiltration and reinforcement of its elements into Nigeria and denying terrorists access to border areas and movement corridors. The command says the operation is also focused on disrupting terrorist activities around the River Niger axis and the Kanji Lake National Park, thereby protecting vulnerable communities from violence. A major relief for a family in Benue State as police successfully recovered a newborn baby stolen just hours after birth in Boko. Security operatives say they have arrested 11 suspects, including a fake nurse accused of orchestrating the thefts right under the hospital's nose. What was meant to be a moment of joy turned into a nightmare at a healthcare facility in Boko in Benue State. Shortly after delivery, a newborn who initially struggled to cry was stabilized and moved to a ward with his mother. But within moments, a woman dressed as a hospital nurse approached the mother, claiming the infant needed a secondary checkup. Trusting the suspect, the mother handed over her child. When the baby's grandmother attempted to follow the woman toward the labor room, she was told to step back and assured everything was fine. Minutes later, the fake nurse vanished with the baby. The incident triggered intense panic and anger around the medical facility, prompting a swift security deployment to prevent a total breakdown of law and order. A statement by the Police Public Relations Officer, DSP Ochia Hondaru, said police operatives have immediately commenced investigation which led to the arrest of 9 suspects for questioning and to assist in establishing the circumstances surrounding the disappearance. He said further investigation led to the arrest of 2 additional suspects at about 10 p.m. on the same day, including the principal suspect, Ngwe Aso, age 35 years, who stole the infant baby. The stolen newborn baby was subsequently rescued from her custody and safely reunited with the mother. With the latest arrest, a total of 11 suspects are currently in police custody in connection with the offense. Investigation, according to the PPRO, is ongoing to establish the full circumstances of the case, determine the roles played by all the suspects and each person's degree of culpability. And from Benue, we move on to Nasarawa State, where Governor Abdullahi Sule has called for stronger intelligence sharing and coordinated security operations among North Central states. This, he said, will prevent criminal and terrorists from exploiting state boundaries to expand their activities. Sule made the call in Lafia while declaring open the second quarter conference of State Director of Security of the North Central Zone comprising Nasarawa, Benue, Plateau, Kogi, Niger, Kwara, and the Federal Capital Territory.
The governor explained that the region's interconnected communities and boundaries made joint security efforts imperative, as criminals displaced from one state could easily relocate to another. He recalled how a joint operation of security agencies in Nasarawa State dismantled the Daru Salam group in Toto local government area after the group moved into the state from Niger State. According to him, the operation resulted in the rescue of more than 781 persons held by the criminals. Sule also urged security agencies to intensify intelligence gathering ahead of the forthcoming elections, warning that criminal activities and elements and desperate politicians could exploit the political season to cause violence.
So for us in Nasarawa, there is no amount that is too much for security in Nasarawa. We do our best to continue to provide. And I urge also all my colleagues to do the same, to even double what they are doing, as long as there are insecurity challenges in their state.
The Nasarawa State Director, Department of State Services, Hassan Abdullahi, identified violent extremism, kidnapping, organized crime, farmer-herder conflict, ethnic militia activities, and gun running as major threats confronting the regions. Governor Sule subsequently pledged to engage other North Central governors and the FCT minister on the possibility of convening a regional security meeting to advance the conference recommendations. Mwesi Shakia, AIT News, Lafia.
The Presidential Working Group on the National Policing Bill has extended the deadline for the submission of memoranda and position papers on the proposed legislation to Friday, August 21st, 2026. The new deadline is 5 p.m., with the extension intended to give stakeholders additional time to prepare and submit comprehensive contributions to the proposed policing reform. The working group, chaired by the Chief of Staff to the President, Bajabi Amila, said the extension would ensure that individuals, institutions, and organizations have adequate opportunities to make well-considered contributions to the legislation. The proposed National Policing Bill is expected to provide the operational, administrative, institutional, and funding framework for an effective policing architecture that responds to Nigeria's evolving security needs, while strengthening accountability, professionalism, and the protection of citizens' rights. Stakeholders, including legal practitioners, civil society organizations, security sector professionals, state government, professional bodies, academic, and members of the public have been encouraged to use the extended period to submit their memoranda and position paper. Key issues under consideration include sustainable police funding, command and control structures, recruitment and training standards, operational jurisdiction, interagency coordination, accountability mechanisms, and safeguards against political interference and abuse. The working group said broad stakeholder engagement remains critical to developing a policing framework that is effective, accountable, sustainable, and responsive to the security needs of the communities across the country. All submissions are to be made exclusively through the official National Policing Bill portal on or before 5 p.m. on August 21st, 2026. At the conclusion of its assignment, the working group is expected to present a final implementation-ready draft of the National Policing Bill for onward legislative processing. The working group also thanks stakeholders who have already submitted their contributions and urge others intending to participate in the process to take advantage of the extension. You're still watching the news on AIT, and up next is Business Reports. President Bola Tinubu says Nigeria's refineries must return to profitable operations and deliver the economic benefits for which they were established as the federal government continues its reforms in the petroleum sector. The president stressed that simply restarting the refineries is not enough, insisting that they must operate efficiently, generate value, and contribute meaningfully to the economy. The president gave the assurance while receiving officials of the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers at the State House on Thursday.
Ordinary flame and the smoke of refinery doesn't mean that it's working until it's profitable and they yield the value for which it is built. I'm not a man who go looking back and everything, because I've accepted the asset and liability of my predecessor. No matter what has happened in the years past, it's my responsibility now as the president to fix it, make it work.
Moreover, President Tinubu defended the policy, saying the savings from subsidy removal would be properly accounted for, stressing that the resulting resources are benefiting Nigerians.
I will soon publish the utilization of what it is. I listen to people, they say common man and all of that. Who are the people receiving the salaries in the local government administration? Are they not common men and women receiving salary regularly at the state level? Are they not common men and women? The ordinary people receiving salary at the federal government regularly, and it affects all the market women around us.
President Tinubu also appealed to transport operators to ensure that the benefits of lower operating costs from compressed natural gas (CNG) are passed on to commuters and do not remain with vehicle owners. He said the government would continue to support CNG adoption while working to ensure that its benefits are felt more widely across the economy. And Nigeria has failed to meet the United States minimum fiscal transparency standards for the second consecutive year, with the United States Department of State saying the country made no significant progress in addressing weaknesses in its public financial management and disclosure practices. The finding is contained in the 2026 fiscal transparency for the period from January 1st to December 31st, 2025. Nigeria was among 67 governments that failed to meet the minimum requirements, while 73 passed the assessment. Nigeria, however, received credit for making information on its debt obligation publicly available, including major debts linked to state-owned enterprises. The assessment comes as the federal government continues efforts to strengthen revenue mobilization, improve fiscal management, and boost investor confidence while addressing the country's fiscal vulnerabilities. Nigeria's capital markets will now operate a 5 p.m. deadline on the first business day after a trade, known as T+1, for settling equities and commodities transactions. The new timeline is expected to make the settlement process faster and more efficient. The Securities and Exchange Commission disclosed this and clarified that under the arrangement, transactions executed on a particular trading day must be settled by 5 p.m. the following business day. The move builds on previous guidelines issued in June 2025 when the market operated under a T+2 settlement cycle, and the subsequent directive in May 2026 announcing the transition to T+1. The shorter settlement period is intended to reduce the time and risk associated with completing transactions. And that's it on business reports. Move on to other stories on the news hour. Enugu State Governor Peter Mbah says his administration's investment in the Enugu International Hospital is part of a wider plan to make the state a medical tourism destination in Africa. He said that this during a pre-launch tour of the facility in Enugu City.
This is the Enugu International Hospital, the first and only quaternary hospital in Southeast Nigeria, located at Rangers Avenue in the highbrow Independence layout, Enugu City.
We have earmarked 6 specialty centers here. So you start with cancer, and then with the cancer services, we are going to provide medical.
During the facility ahead of this planned launch, Governor Mbah told journalists that the idea was conceived even before he started his political campaign. He says his vision is to make Enugu a destination for medical tourism, and that achieving this requires not only a world-class facility, but also top medical professionals who can provide services that Nigerians often seek abroad.
The good thing is that with what you have here and with our commitment to telemedicine and digital and electronic medical practice, we can actually attract or even receive those opinions abroad, and yet the money and the manpower would still remain here, right?
The governor believes his administration has also been intentional about investing in healthcare at all levels with the goal of giving residents access to quality medical care.
Imagine that we have quite a lot of Ndi Enugu who travel to India, travel to Turkey, travel to the United States, travel to the United Kingdom to seek medical attention. All we're going to be asking them to do is just pay a fraction of what they would have ordinarily spent in going to all these major cities.
With the launch of the facility during Kwanzaa, Governor Mbah says Enugu is ready to welcome patients, medical professionals, and visitors from across Nigeria and beyond. Kelechi Ekeledo, AIT News, Enugu.
Into Niger State, where the government has confirmed that 17 people have died of diphtheria out of 124 recorded cases of infection in 3 local government areas within the last 7 months. The Commissioner for Health, Murtala Bagana, made this known while presenting the health sector's highlights for the second quarter of 2026. Bagana also disclosed that 103 patients have been treated and discharged, while 17 deaths were recorded in Bida, Suleja, and Shiroro local government areas of Niger State. According to him, 3 new cases had recently been identified, with 1 patient currently on admission. He noted that the government was strengthening disease surveillance, case management, immunization, and public awareness to contain the disease and prevent further transmission. Agana urged parents and caregivers to ensure that children were fully vaccinated, stressing that routine immunization remained critical to preventing childhood diseases such as diphtheria, measles, and other vaccine-preventable infections. And property worth over 100 million naira have been destroyed by floods in the Imani community, and several houses and valuable property in the MI Wushishi community within Minna Metropolis in Niger State capital. Victims of the flood attributed the intensity to the activities of illegal miners who have blocked water channels and appealed for the government intervention and necessary actions.
The incident, which occurred as a result of about 6 hours of heavy downpour, displaced several family members at the MI Wushishi estate in Minna. The flood swept through parts of the community, carrying debris and other materials, damaging several houses, a mosque, an Islamic school, and vehicles parked within the community. The residents identified the lack of adequate drainage systems and activities of illegal miners as major challenges facing the community.
People start coming out telling us that the miners, where the water is supposed to pass, the miners are blocked, so there is a backfeeding. And this is how we have this problem here. So if government can do something, we are waiting.
So my neighbor was shouting, I heard her shouting, and I should come out. So immediately I opened the door, the water just rushed into the room, and I was just shouting with my children, shouting for rescue. Just thank God we are able to come out of the room. If not, it was no easy at all.
For now, you see our mattresses and everything, because the water has even got to our chest level inside the house. We managed to evacuate the children, and we have to hang them on our neck for us to be able to. We just see ourselves inside water, so we have to run to the mosque to go and stay. Just now we come here, we see how we are packing things now. So all the mattress everywhere damaged.
They appealed to the state government, humanitarian organizations, philanthropists, and other stakeholders to urgently intervene and address the situation, protecting the lives and property of the residents.
The government to assist us, because I'm just retired. And the circumstances where I'm managing. I don't know why I'm going to start now. I don't know. I just don't know where I'm going to start now.
Riverbanks to relocate to safer and higher ground following the incident.
We have to come in and expand this canal and make it more to make it better, so that the water can flow without any obstructions.
No loss of life was reported in the latest flash flood incident, but authorities have been urged to do the needful immediately. Zachary Omale, KIT News, Minna.
The federal government of Nigeria has intensified efforts towards improving national water quality and public health in the country. The disclosure was made by the Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, who was represented by the Director of Water Quality Control and Sanitation in the Ministry, Habu Jamilu, at the training of trainers workshops on the Water Quality Handbook for the National Water Quality Campaign. He said the ministry would continue working with the organized private sector in water, sanitation and hygiene and other partners to strengthen water quality management and public awareness.
It can lead to a lot of various water-related problems. So in Nigeria, we really need a practical tool that we can especially go into rural communities by engaging the local communities and work together to tell them about the risks and hazards associated with drinking water. So we can establish a plan that will address those risks and hazards so that the water that is going to the consumer tap point or to the consumer point is free and is habitable.
Stakeholders at the event noted that the stronger partnerships among government and professional bodies will be critical to achieving sustainable access to safe water and building healthier, more resilient communities.
Without this project, it will be very difficult for Nigeria to achieve SDG6 by 2030. So this project is part of Nestle Nigeria PLC contribution to the achievement of SDG6 in Nigeria and beyond. And we are also calling on federal government, calling on state governors to come out boldly and support this initiative because water quality matters.
APWEN remains committed to a partnership with the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation and OPS Wash. We believe that by working together, government, the private sector, and professional bodies, we can achieve the shared vision of safe water for all.
The Water Quality Handbook was developed to help communities understand the physical, chemical, and biological parameters of waters, their health implications, and the economic consequences of consuming unsafe water. The Bayelsa State government has procured a state-of-the-art firefighting truck for the Bayelsa International Airport as part of efforts to upgrade the facility and meet international aviation standards. Governor Doyo Diriru handed over the equipment to the Managing Director of the Bayelsa International Airport, retired Air Vice Marshal Nelson Kamde, said the firefighting truck meets international standards and will enhance safety operations at the airport.
Seeing it from just the ordinary eyes, you wouldn't actually believe that this is a firefighting equipment. So, and it was procured from Germany, and I know that we have the best of the state-of-the-art firefighting truck. So on behalf of the government, I now hand over the keys and the documents to the Managing Director.
By the provision of this second fire tender, it means that we are fully back into capacity, you understand? And the requirement for just a water tanker is no longer there because this fire tender contains a lot more, firefighting fumes and water than the water tanker will have contained.
If you have muddy environment, the tire can easily navigate. You understand? Then the vehicle has protective function for itself, where you can activate fire in case you are moving within fire. Activate it, that will be quenching the fire while the vehicle is going towards the fire to fight the fire.
The state government says the upgrade of the facilities at the airport is aimed at strengthening safety, efficiency, and emergency response capabilities in line with international aviation standards. The Ministry of Solid Minerals Development and the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency have directed hourly monitoring of seismic activity in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, as residents are also urged to remain calm and go about their formal activities. Speaking at a technical briefing in Abuja, the agency says its seismic stations are being monitored in real time to ensure prompt alert on any major event.
Disaster that inflicts substantial human, material, and economic losses, which many affected countries rarely recover from. At the briefing, the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency allayed the fears of Nigerians, saying the trauma experienced in Abuja on the 5th of August was shallow and posed no threat to lives and properties.
The relationship between some artificial activity and tremor occurring
And I guess that was why there was a stoppage over time. That look, let us do a stoppage of activities of blasting and confirm if what we experience is from that activity or from the natural source. That means there is a sense of thinking and artificial can cause it. So there can be a connection. But like I said, it's a function of the degree of what happened. So what is important is monitoring how it travels. What is important is getting the potentiality of its occurrence.
The agency's technical experts explain that the tremor witnessed resulted from accumulated stress emanating from rock blasting and borehole drilling in Abuja.
But beyond that, we have seismicity every other day. And this instrument is both able to pick what is happening here and what happens elsewhere. So it has capability of picking local events. I mean, things happening around us in Abuja here, in neighboring areas. It also has capabilities of picking regional seismicity. Things happening maybe in Lagos, maybe in Ghana, and of course the ones we call early seismic events. So those ones that are thousands of kilometers away from us. All these can be picked in the equipment.
While the agency stresses that it is monitoring activities, it assures Abuja residents and Nigerians of adequate safety. Amaka Okoro, AIT News.
As the world marks International Youth Day, young people in Plateau State are calling for increased opportunities, improved infrastructure, and policies that will enhance their well-being and participation in development. They made the call at an event organized by the Plateau State government, where some youth identified insecurity and economic hardship as major challenges affecting their lives.
The National Youth Policy states that the youths are those that fall within the age bracket of 15 to 29 years. But beyond the age brackets, the challenges confronting young people continue to shape their prospects, from access to education and employment to security and economic opportunities. In Plateau State, the International Youth Day celebration provided an opportunity to assess the realities facing young people and what can be done to address their concerns.
We believe that once the issue of security is tackled, business will thrive nationally.
So many youths in Plateau State have graduated from schools but don't have jobs.
When government empowered the youth accordingly, not through political affiliation, for the past 20 years, that's from 2006 to this time, local government has not employed even one staff. So now youths that graduated from 2006 to this time around are here stranded.
With significant resources being committed to youth empowerment programs, are these interventions addressing the actual needs of young people? And what more can government and other stakeholders do to create an environment where youths can realize their full potential and contribute meaningfully to national development?
Some of these policies need to be mended, and the young people must be involved in the process of every policy.
We are asking ourselves, what role do we need to play to ensure that Plateau State is stabilized? What are we bringing on the table to address the issue of insecurity?
Youths are talented, gifted in their own diverse ways in life, and without support, definitely they will get nowhere.
International Youth Day is observed every year on August 12 to draw attention to issues affecting young people and promote their participation in social, economic, and political development. The 2026 theme, Different Contexts, Common Aspiration, recognizes the diverse circumstances in which young people live while highlighting the shared aspirations that connect them. For youths in Plateau State, translating these common aspirations into reality will require sustained investment, opportunities, security, and an enabling environment for them to thrive. Walkers Quackfoot, AIT News, Jos.
From Jos to Imo State, where youth are calling on the state government to invest more in industries and other productive sectors that can create jobs and reduce unemployment. This was a key request at a one-day youth summit held in Owerri to address youth restiveness, particularly in the oil-producing communities of the state. The summit brought together youth from across the local government areas, government representatives and other stakeholders to discuss challenges affecting young people and possible ways of creating sustainable opportunities for them. The gathering identified unemployment and lack of economic opportunities as major factors responsible for youth restiveness in the state.
I think first of all is the rate of unemployment that is here in the state is a little bit it's something that needs to be looked into. Even though the state governor is doing a lot of things to make sure that jobs are being created through the digital economy and so many programs that he has been doing in the state. And
I think His Excellency is trying his own way to do it. But what the youth just need is just employment, because no youth, no nation. If a youth is not employed, he's going to become a nuisance, carrying guns, doing so many things around. So once a youth is empowered, employed, whether through skill, anyhow, I believe the nation will be better.
State government, the managing director of the Imo State Oil Producing Areas Development Commission, Austin Oyedebelu, will urge the federal government to ensure that Imo youth benefit from grants and other empowerment initiatives targeted at young Nigerians.
We are equally strengthening our commitment to creating opportunities through grants, scholarships, and other forms of education and support. Education remains one of the most powerful instruments for transforming lives and communities.
Across various MBAs, there are opportunities taken by the Ministry of Digital Economy.
The summit ended with a renewed call for stronger collaboration between government, the private sector and youth in tackling unemployment and other challenges confronting young people in Imo State. And Cross River State says it is repositioning youth development from short-term empowerment programs to sustainable systems that create jobs, build skills, and expand young people's participation in governance. The government made the commitment during the state commemoration of the 2026 International Youth Day in Calabar, saying the new direction will focus on employment, entrepreneurship, innovation, and inclusion across all 18 local government areas of the state. We'll bring you that so in a subsequent bulletin. And let's move on now. The federal government has urged Nigerians abroad to do more than transfer funds to home-based family, relatives, and friends. At the Made in Nigeria-Canada Diaspora Economic Conference in Toronto, officials challenged citizens living outside Nigeria to convert remittances into structured investment that will drive Nigeria's economic transformation.
According to the chairman and CEO of NITCAM, Abike Dabiru Erewa, the diaspora remains an untapped economic resources. She urged Nigerians abroad not to only succeed in their host countries, but to also invest in at least one project back home.
Canada and Nigeria, we do have strong trade ties, but the untapped gold mine is you, the diaspora. The Nigerian in Calgary, running a tech firm, the Nigerian in Ottawa in finance, the Nigerian in Vancouver in real estate. You are the untapped gold mine. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not paying lip service to that. We want concrete results now. You have the structure, you have the platform. So my threat to you is very simple. Do not just succeed in Canada, succeed for Nigeria. And that's why the theme is thrive abroad, invest at home.
The Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole, said reforms under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda are repositioning the economy from consumption to production.
Our message to the diaspora is clear. We do not ask you to invest in Nigeria only because Nigeria is home. We invite you to invest because Nigeria offers a compelling business proposition defined by skill, talent, resources, ongoing reforms, and access to a rapidly integrating African market.
The DFDIs to Nigeria, if we can create the homeland consciousness, which I'll speak to in a second, to be able to regain much of the lost diaspora will give Nigeria and Africa the window of opportunity to scale and to speed.
If you go around the world and you're looking the first 10 best medical doctors, you find there's one Nigerian. If you're looking for the best 10 engineers, out of 10, you find there's one Nigerian in every aspect. So what are we waiting for? Think about it.
Members of the Senate and House committees on diaspora described Nigerians abroad as one of the country's greatest assets. The lawmakers reaffirmed the National Assembly's commitment to laws that protect Nigerians abroad and improve the ease of doing business for diaspora investors. Sadiat Dusumu, AIT News.
Iran and the United States are trading competing claims over control of the strategically important Strait of Hormuz amid an escalating confrontation between the two countries. The newly appointed head of Iran besieged paramilitary force, Hossein Taib, said on Thursday that the waterway remains under the control and management of the Islamic Republic. Taib said the United States had failed to achieve its objectives in the conflict and claimed Iran had maintained security in the strait despite U.S. and Israeli military action. Iran's Joint Military Command Qassam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters also said no vessel could pass through the Strait of Hormuz without Tehran's permission. The United States, however, has claimed it has total control of the strategic waterway and says it is protecting freedom of navigation for vessels traveling to and from non-Iranian ports. The dispute follows the effective closure of the strait after the war began with U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran on February 28. The waterway is the major global energy route with roughly 1/5 of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas shipments previously passing through it. A joint interim agreement had called for a permanent ceasefire and a return to freedom of navigation in the Gulf, but the arrangement later broke down. Iranian military official Rasul Sanei Brad said Tehran would not reopen the strait unless the other side fulfilled its commitment under the agreement. He also warned that Iran would respond more aggressively in any future conflicts. A major grass fire in Stourbridge, central England has affected 6 property and left 2 people suffering from the effect of heat and smoke. A well image showed several property ablaze near the fire, which spread around Auntie John Lane, Racecourse Lane and Stourbridge Road. West Midland Fire Service said it had increased resources at the scene as firefighters worked to contain the blaze. Around 60 firefighters were involved in tackling the fire. Several local rail services were suspended as a safety precaution while some nearby property experienced power problems. Emergency services said 2 people had been affected by heat and smoke, but there was no immediate information on further injuries. Authorities there had also not yet provided a full assessment of the extent of property damage. And up next on the news hour is Sports Track. And Nigeria is on course for qualification for the 2026 ICC Under-19 Cricket World Cup as the Junior Yellow Greens progress to the Division 1 of the Africa qualifiers with a record-breaking win over Mozambique in the 4th match of the Division 2 qualifiers in Kigali, in Rwanda. Peculiar Egemasi produced a man-of-the-match performance, scoring 123 runs and caught 3 wickets as the Junior Yellow Greens breezed past their Mozambique counterparts by 407 runs.
Nigeria won the toss and elected to bat first with Ozana Omokobio and Captain Ali Ramoni opening the innings. Ramoni scored 41 runs to steady the Nigerian innings before his dismissal of the second delivery of the 14th over with score at 89 runs. His opening partner, Omokobio, continued his impressive knock, scoring 84 runs, including 11 fours and 2 sixes, as Nigeria gained momentum and reached 210 for 3 in the 28th over. Then came Egemasi, who stepped on the gas with 123 runs off 84 balls, including 18 fours and 3 sixes, before he was caught with just 20 balls remaining in that innings. His partnership with Bright Young will top scored with 137 runs, including 11 fours and 12 sixes, up Nigeria finish on 461 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. Nigeria then dismissed Mozambique for just 54 runs, completing a dominant 407-run victory. The win moves Nigeria into second position in the standings, heading into their final match against Sierra Leone on Saturday. Uganda remains top of the table with a perfect record, while Sierra Leone is third. The top 3 teams will advance to Division 1, where they will face Kenya, Namibia, and Tanzania for Africa's sole qualification slot for the ICC Under-19 Cricket World Cup.
Into football, Fulham's pre-season friendly against Malaga ended in bizarre fashion on Wednesday after the Spanish side converted a penalty into an empty net. Malaga had equalized in the final minute of normal time, with Eneko Aregi converting from the spot after Calvin Bassey was penalized for handball to make it 2-2. Fulham's coach Alvaro Belloa was sent off after the final whistle before his players headed into the tunnel, believing the match was over. Malaga, however, expected the penalty shootout and remained on the pitch. Aregi then stepped up and scored into the empty net. Fulham insists both teams had agreed beforehand that there will be no penalty shootout if the game ended in a draw. And that's it on Sport Track, and that also concludes the news hour tonight. I am Olamide Ariyo. Many thanks for staying with us.
Since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader, he promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIC News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIC News Hour from May 18, 2026.
President Bola Tinubu began the talk of food production during his campaigns for election, pledging to enhance agriculture to guarantee food security. On assumption of office, he initiated series of policies under his Renewed Hope agenda aimed at structural interventions that will modernize Nigeria's food systems. Among initiatives introduced was big focus on rapid mechanization, dry season farming expansion, and direct physical incentives to combat food insecurity. Driven by an improved investment environment and import waivers, Nigeria's agriculture sector recorded a real annual growth rate of 2.92%, pushing total sector turnover to 101.46 trillion naira. This marked a notable expansion compared to the 1.69% growth rate seen previously. The administration also doubled down on its agriculture expansion program, which was a dominant agenda of the president's visit to Brazil in mid-2025. Central to this was the Renewed Hope Agriculture Mechanization Program, where the administration injected large-scale capital assets into local farming networks, notably rolling out 2,000 tractors supplied by Belarus to boost commercialized output. The results? Data from National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) reveals that the agriculture sector attracted over $167 million in capital importation, signaling an erratic but upward trajectory in foreign investor interest. But while there have been measurable macro-level growth, the cost of food, transportation, and agriculture inputs have skyrocketed, deepening the hunger crisis across the country.
Between July and December 2024, you recall that Mr. President said he was going to, he gave us a window of zero tariff for imported items. About four competencies were mentioned, and these happened. But as these things came in, people had low purchasing power.
Back in the villages and communities, rural farmers needed more support, leading to the president's declaration of a state of emergency on food insecurity. But 1 year after the emergency declaration, the reality on ground remained uninspiring. Prices continued to soar, purchasing power collapsed, and inflation hit historic highs. The mounting hardship ultimately drove thousands of citizens to the streets in 2024 for nationwide hunger protests. Acknowledging that Nigerian farming can no longer rely solely on rainfall, the administration launched an ambitious dry season farming initiative targeting 500,000 hectares of land.
Our mission is clear: to boost agricultural productivity, create livelihood opportunities, and drive wealth creation.
In a bid to provide immediate relief, President Tinubu ordered the release of 42,000 metric tons of assorted grains and 60,000 tons of rice from the National Strategic Grain Reserves. These supplies were distributed across the 36 states and the FCT to stabilize markets and support vulnerable households. Then came a controversial regulatory push. On September 11, 2024, the federal government ordered a special Federal Executive Council committee to aggressively crash food prices nationwide. It was a move that drew sharp criticism from agriculture experts.
Prices went very high. We used fiscal policies, liberalizing importation of food to bring down the prices. But it has a consequence, which is what we are battling with now.
To balance farmer income and national productivity, the government expanded its fertilizer support systems and scaled up its climate-smart agriculture initiatives. The focus is shifting towards solar-powered irrigation, all-year-round production, and agro-industrial value addition. While these initiatives are still very much a work in progress, proponents argue that they have stabilized market supplies in recent months, signaling a start of a new green revolution. Yet, for the average Nigerian, expectations remain high for more sustainable interventions that will bring food prices down to a manageable level. Ngozi Onyejiaku, AIT News, Abuja.
It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIT News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIT News Hour from May 18.
Hello, and thanks for staying with us.
Customs continue to seize uncustom goods at the port. Also on customs report, Senate committee commend Nigerian Customs Service. Plus, more report. I am Egisebe Engineer. Stay tuned. The Nigerian Customs Service has seized 3 containers carrying guns and other custom goods at the port.
The Tinkan Island Port Command of the Nigerian Customs Service has intensified its security operations with the interception of a container concealing parts of over 140 pump-action rifles and the seizure of cannabis-infused products worth over 373.8 million naira at the Tinkan Island Port Command. According to the release made available, DC Abdullahi Maiwada to the media after a press briefing at Tinkan Island Port, Lagos, the Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeniyi, disclosed that the container, which arrived aboard MV Velika, was flagged by the service's intelligence-driven risk management system for enhanced monitoring.
Verified facts on the interception of a container conveying concealed parts of pump-action rifles, alongside the seizure of 2 40-footer containers that were loaded with cannabis-infused products, which were concealed amongst imported goods. The 2 operations underscore our commitment to protecting Nigeria's border from prohibited imports that pose severe threats to our national security and public health. On 8th of July 2026, a container number TEMU 184536-9 arrived at Tinkan Island Port on board the vessel MV Velika and was flagged through our intelligence-driven risk management system for enhanced monitoring. And acting on credible intelligence, officers of this command placed the container under surveillance and subsequently subjected it to a detailed physical examination at the Customs Enforcement Station. The examination uncovered concealed crates containing knockdown components, primarily identified as Joseph pump-action rifles. A total number has not yet been determined, and we are currently undertaking detailed technical examination and inventory of the number to determine the exact quantity and the configuration recovered. As at the time of putting down this report, 130 pieces of double-barrel Joseph action rifle has been discovered. But counting is still in progress. Assembling of these products are also still in progress. I believe that before we all settle to press, the actual numbers will be given to you. Investigations on this extended beyond the seizure. On the 31st of July 2026, one major suspect was arrested at a bonded terminal while attempting to facilitate the release of the container. Documentary evidence, financial records, and telecommunication analysis established the connection of this suspect with the named consignee on the shipping document. And one of the exhibits that we have includes the payment of 10,000 naira received from a company account that is directly linked to the consignee of this particular item. 2 suspects afterwards are now currently in custody, and they are assisting investigators, while another principal suspect remains at large and is being actively pursued.
This is a testament
to the reform that is undergoing in the Nigerian Customs Service under the leadership of the Controller General of Customs. Nigerians can see with their own naked eyes what some bad elements are trying to do in this country. Thank God our officers are ready. We are working day and night. We are collaborating with other sister agencies to ensure that anything that will compromise national security, public health is not allowed into the country.
During a thorough routine examination, concealed crates containing knockdown components preliminarily identified as Joe Jeff pump-action rifles were uncovered. The CGC added that investigation led to the arrest of 2 suspects, while another principal suspect remains at large and is being actively tracked. Another 2 40-foot containers conveying cannabis-infused cookies, gummies, and pre-rolled products concealed alongside used vehicles, generators, batteries, and other imported goods were also discovered.
Yeah, we are not ruling out anything. There could be. Like we said, these items were concealed and they were not declared, obviously, as pump action. And this is why that we should get it clear that the people who did this did not do it for any. There was no clear intention. There was no other intention apart from the fact that they want to use it to cause security problems for us in the country. The fact that they have concealed it, the fact that they were looking for accomplices within the customs to help them bring it out, it means that their intentions were not genuine. So there could be collaborations, there could be some people collusion. We will work, from the fact that we have known, we will gradually get towards those unknown facts. And hopefully, if there are any, you use a very nice word, collaboration. I think the right word is collusion. So there could have been some collusion involved, and we will we'll try and get them.
The Customs Area Controller in charge of FOU Zone A has also commended the management of Nigerian Customs Service alongside the CG, saying that the Nigerian Customs Service has continued to improve on Nigerian generation of revenue alongside the war against smuggling in the country. He has this to say on the CARE program as approved by the management of Nigerian Customs Service.
The controller of the Federal Operations Unit Zone A of the Nigerian Customs Service, Comptroller Gambo Aliyu, has continually demonstrated its competence, effectiveness, and professionalism, particularly in the area of enforcement within the relatively short period of time he assumed his current position. This is because he has consistently aborted the nefarious plans of smugglers through the seizures of their wares, arresting them, recovering revenue for government, thus safeguarding the lives of the citizenry, through aborting the importation of arms and ammunition and checking the consumption of unwholesome products. This feat has been a reenactment of the enviable record he set for himself at his former places of assignment at the Oyo-Osun Command as Comptroller, where he recorded tremendous accomplishments in the area of anti-smuggling and revenue recovery, and as the Deputy Comptroller Enforcement in Tinkan Command, where he also made huge seizures and excelled in the area of probity and transparency and zero tolerance for corruption.
The CGC is a transformation and communications maestro. He has demonstrated and elevated the service beyond leaps and bounds. He has made the service to be pivotal, to be first, numero uno among all, most public agencies. The CGC is a communications engineer par excellence, and this has culminated into the various awards that he has won personally and for the service. Award is a testament to the fact that the CGC has done creditably well, going by the fact that this was an alma mater that he left over 3 decades ago. For such an organization to honor him, looking at the doyens that are behind the NIJ. I think it's an affirmation to what we just said, his communication engineering skills. The award he got in Glasgow is the Commonwealth Environment and Corporate Social Responsibility Award, and he won that in the gold medal category. The NCS, for the avoidance of doubt, was selected among 400 entries worldwide. And to imagine that out of 400 entries, the NCS won the gold medal, and the golden award goes to say a lot of volume. What has happened is that most of the projects have been tied to environmental sustainability. You can see a lot of projects that have been anchored also by the COA, which are like the Green Border Initiative, which seeks to do a lot of tree planting. We've seen that along with the nationwide, all over the nation, all our commands, where trees have been planted. And the world over is talking about environmental sustainability. We're talking about greenhouse effect. We're talking about zero emission, and that is the way to go. This aligns our administration with international best practice, and the World Custom Body, the WCO, it has hammered on environmental sustainability as a means of customs giving back to society. The CGC has, over the years, been well groomed, well positioned for the job, and has a proper, well-entrenched, deep management team who have served as think tank to him, and that has culminated in all the successes that have been recorded. The service hasn't had it this good. We have transited from the periods where, we were operating the analog type of system to a system where we've become the number one in digital transformation.
You are watching the program Customs Report.
The Nigerian Customs Service Zone A Headquarters, Lagos, received a representative of the United States Patents and Trademark Officer, USPTO, on a courtesy visit to the zonal headquarters in Lagos, with discussions focused on strengthening collaboration in intellectual property protection, border enforcement, and the fight against counterfeit goods. The delegation was received by the Assistant Comptroller General of Customs in charge of the zone, ACG Mohammed Babandede, who welcomed the delegates and reaffirmed Zone A's commitment to fostering strategic partnership that promotes legitimate trade and protects intellectual property rights. The ACG emphasized the importance of effective intellectual property enforcement in safeguarding legitimate businesses, protecting consumers, encouraging innovation, and strengthening government's revenue. He also highlighted the need for intelligence sharing, capacity building, technology, and sustained engagement with relevant stakeholders. The USPTO representative, led by Julie LeBlanc, underscored the importance of closer collaboration between intellectual property institutions and border enforcement agencies in combating the illicit movement of counterfeit and infringing products. Both parties explored opportunities for cooperation in training, information and intelligence sharing, identification of counterfeit goods, and intellectual property awareness. Also speaking, the Comptroller Federal Operations Unit Zone A, Comptroller Gambo Aliu, emphasized the need for manufacturers in countries of origin to provide information on their products, distribution channels, and supply chains to destination countries to enhance efforts against piracy and counterfeiting. The engagement further underscored the shared commitment of both institutions to promoting a secure, transparent, and efficient trading environment. The ACG expressed appreciation for the visit, describing it as an opportunity to strengthen institutional relations. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has once again commended the Nigerian Customs Service, endorsing the growing continental recognition of its modernization project, as well as the selection of a subsidiary of the Nigerian-owned Begman Security Consultants and Supplies Limited for a 20-year, multi-billion-dollar Africa Continental Free Trade Area Customs Modernization Project. The Nigerian president described the development as a validation of Nigeria's growing capacity to develop homegrown solutions for the wider African markets. The president's commendation was conveyed in a State House press release issued by Special Advisor on Information Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, following the selection of Bergman's subsidiary, AfriTrade CMP Limited, to implement the Continental Project, which is designed to deploy digital and physical infrastructure to enhance customs processes, cargo tracking, border management, and trade data exchange across participating African countries. The Seme-Area Command of the Nigerian Customs Service has intercepted 3,300 cartridges of explosive materials, 1,306 sacks of expired and decomposing noodles, illicit drugs, and other contraband with a combined duty paid value of 365.16 million naira. The seizures were made in separate intelligence-driven operations at different flashpoints within the command's area of responsibility as the customs authorities intensified efforts to curb smuggling and cross-border criminal activities. The Seme-Area Command Controller Abdullahi Shuaibu Keila disclosed this during the press briefing at the Seme border Badagry, Lagos State. Keila said the 3,300 cartridges of explosive materials were intercepted while being illegally conveyed through the border corridor, describing the seizure as a significant intervention in protecting national security.
The intention was to package, relabel, and introduce these products into Nigerian markets for unsuspecting consumers. Had this shipment succeeded, countless families would have been exposed to serious health hazards, ranging from food poisoning and gastrointestinal disease to other life-threatening medical complications. By intercepting these products, the Nigerian Customs Service has once again demonstrated that border security is also a form of public health protection. Every child, every family, and every Nigerian has been protected from what could have become a silent public health disaster. Furthermore, in separate enforcement operations conducted across different flashpoints within our area of responsibility, the command also intercepted 1,268 bags of foreign parboiled rice, each weighing 50 kilograms, smuggled through illegal routes. Beyond denying government legitimate revenue, such illicit importation undermines the federal government's agricultural policies, discourages local rice production, and threatens the livelihoods of Nigerian farmers. Combating illicit drugs and harmful substances. The fight against illicit drugs remains one of the service's critical contributions to national security and public safety. Pursuant to this, the command intercepted the following shipments: 373 parcels of Carnival sativa, 90 packs of Tamarkin, 250 milligrams, 69 packs of Royal Tapentadol, 250 milligrams, and 310 sticks of Time/Yes cigarettes. These are not ordinary commodities. They are dangerous products capable of destroying lives, foiling criminality, encouraging substance abuse, and undermining the future of our young people. The illicit drugs intercepted are often linked to cultism, armed robbery, violent crimes, and other social vices. While smuggled cigarettes evade health regulations, avoid payment of statutory duties, and expose consumers to products outside approved quality standards. Through these interceptions, the Seme-Area Command has disrupted criminal supply chains and prevented these dangerous products from reaching our communities, safeguarding national security. Among the seizures displayed today is one that poses perhaps the greatest threat to national security.
The custom boss also disclosed that officers intercepted a truck deceptively declared to be carrying food items, but which was found to contain 1,306 sacks of expired and waste noodles, each weighing 50 kilograms.
I must emphasize that our renewed resolve to fight smuggling and cross-border crimes using intelligence is paying off and continues to disrupt the activities of those bent on sabotaging our economy. As part of these anti-smuggling efforts, the command intercepted the following: 1 used speedboat, 1 used water bike, 1 used Toyota Land Cruiser 2017 model, 1 used Toyota RAV4 2016 model, and 1 used Nissan Versa 2010 model. The duty paid value of all items on display today is 365,163,709 naira. To those engaged in smuggling activities, our message remains unequivocal. SEME is no longer a safe corridor for economic sabotage.
According to Kayla, the explosives, along with one suspect, had already been transferred to the Nigerian Police Force Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit for safe custody and further investigation.
The Ogun State Command of Nigerian Coastal Service has also seized goods worth billions of naira for smugglers who are trying to smuggle this consignment through the unapproved route into the country.
The fight against smuggling activities has continued and will continue to receive a sustained momentum that will lead to more serious and enforcement of federal government policies towards curtailing smuggling activities. In line with the federal government policy on agricultural development, specifically to boost local rice production, our command has intensified efforts to make our territories hostile to rice smugglers and contraband traders. I appeal to all Nigerians to support this fiscal policy and embrace local agricultural products, particularly rice, to ensure self-reliance and potential for export. Today, we are showcasing the virtual proof of our vigilance. The items being paraded today include 2,339 bags of foreign parboiled rice at 50 kg each, 70 cartons of basmati rice, 6,035 parcels of Ghana Loud Indica, 30 bags of foreign sugars, 2,674 pieces of new shorts and trousers, 11,450 liters of PMS in tanks, 1,750 liters of PMS in drums, 30 kegs of diesels of 25 liters each, 100 bags of fertilizer, 67 bales of second-hand clothing, 2,674 pieces of new shorts and trousers, 3,760 pieces of new tops, 85 pieces of fire extinguisher, 480 cartons of Pure Heaven drinks, 54 packages of soap, 47 cartons of cosmetics, 36 packages of hair accessories, 3 packages of surgical shoes, 127 pieces of new pots. Total duty paid value (DPV) stands as 3.574 billion naira. These are not just numbers. These are millions of doses of devastation that would have otherwise flooded our communities. You can imagine the effect of disease that enter into the community. The drugs. It will fuel violent crime, ruin the lives of our youth. Our mandate as enforcement agency is clear: intercept, seize, and arrest. However, The specialized war against drug abuse and trafficking is a relay race. The true victory lies in seamless interagency collaboration, as no single agency can secure our nation alone. Statistics have shown that Ghana Loud or cannabis indica is linked to acute psychosis, severe cardiovascular distress, rapid addiction, and long-term mental health degradation. The high profit of these illicit drugs directly funds violent criminal network, human trafficking, and the illegal proliferation of arms across borders. Traffickers aggressively market these high-potency drugs to young demographics, destabilizing schools and local communities. The smuggling of cannabis and dangerous variants like Ghana Loud, Colorado, cannabis sativa are not a victimless crime. It destroys lives, breeds violence in our neighborhoods, and undermines our economy. Our agencies are fully coordinated, and we will prosecute anyone involved in deportation or smuggling.
The Senate Committee on Customs and Excise have visited the management of Nigerian Customs Service in Abuja. They believe the management has improved the nation's economy alongside increased revenue for all sectors of the economy.
The Senate Committee on Customs and Excise has commended the sweeping reforms introduced by the Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, describing them as clear evidence that government resources are being judiciously invested in repositioning the Nigerian Customs Service for greater efficiency. In a statement issued in Abuja by the Customs Service, said the commendation came during a 2-day retreat recently between the Nigerian Customs Service and the Senate Committee on Customs and Excise, aimed at strengthening legislative oversight and reviewing the Nigerian Customs Service Act. The statement said, as part of the program, members of the committee toured the Customs House in Maitama, Abuja, where they were taken through the service's ongoing modernization initiatives, technology-driven operations, and institutional reforms. Speaking after the tour, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Customs and Excise, Senator Issa Jibrin, said the visit had afforded lawmakers the opportunity to witness the service's transformation firsthand.
Just before I round up this week's edition of the program Customs Report, we brought you a report where the management of Nigerian Customs Service has continued to seize on custom goods at the port. For me, Igiseme Etinye, thanks for watching.
The health sector's highlights for the second quarter of 2026. Ghana also disclosed that 103 patients have been treated and discharged, while 17 deaths were recorded in Bida, Suleja, and Shiro local government areas of Niger State. According to him, 3 new cases had recently been identified, with 1 patient currently on admission. He noted that the government was strengthening disease surveillance, case management, immunization, and public awareness to contain the disease and prevent further further transmission. Bagana urged parents and caregivers to ensure that children were fully vaccinated, stressing that routine immunization remained critical to preventing childhood diseases such as diphtheria, measles, and other vaccine-preventable infections. Properties worth over 100 million naira have been destroyed by floods in the Imam community, and several houses and valuable properties in the MI Wushishi community within Minna Metropolis in Niger State capital. Victims of the flood attributed the intensity to the activities of illegal miners who have blocked the water channels and appealed for the government's intervention and necessary actions.
The incident, which occurred as a result of about 6 hours of heavy downpour, displaced several family members at the MI Wushishi estate in Minna. The flood swept through parts of the community, carrying debris and other materials, damaging several houses, a mosque, an Islamic school, and vehicles parked within the community. The residents identified the lack of adequate drainage systems and activities of illegal miners as major challenges facing the community.
They now people start coming out telling us that the miners, where the water is supposed to pass, the miners are blocked, so there is a backfeeding. And this is how we have this problem here. So if government can do something, we are waiting.
So my neighbor was shouting, I heard her shouting, and I should come out. Immediately I opened the door, the water just rushed into the room, and I was just shouting with my children, shouting for rescue. Just thank God we are able to come out of the room. If not, it was not easy at all.
We see our mattresses and everything because the water has even got to our chest level inside the house. We managed to evacuate the children, and we have to hang them on our necks for us to be able to. We just see ourselves inside water, so we have to run to the mosque to go and stay. And just now we come here, we see how we are packing things now. See all the mattresses everywhere damaged.
They appealed to the state government, humanitarian organizations, philanthropists, and other stakeholders to urgently intervene and address the situation, protecting the lives and property of the residents.
The government to assist us because, I'm just retired. And the certain civil I'm managing. I don't know why I'm going to start now. I don't know. I just don't know where I'm going to start now.
Riverbanks to relocate to safer and higher ground following the incident.
We have to come in and expand this canal and make it more to make it better so that the water can flow without any obstructions.
No loss of life was reported in the latest flash flood incident, but authorities have been urged to do the needful immediately. Zachary Omale, KIT News, Minna.
Governor Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State has expressed support for initiatives aimed at promoting clean cooking methods in the state. The initiative aims at reducing the use of charcoal and firewood across the state. Governor Sule expressed support during a presentation on the Sustainable Energy Access Project in Lafia. He said the state's major challenge was not planning, but implementation and enforcement.
Sule noted that despite Nasarawa's efforts to restrict charcoal use, the practice remained widespread in some communities. The governor welcomed the proposed use of natural gas as a cheaper alternative to firewood, charcoal, and liquefied petrol and gas, stressing that residents must be able to see and experience the economic benefits before they would fully embrace the initiative.
Nigeria is a country that is so blessed with the abundance of gas. So if you carry out this initiative, that's why I was very interested in hearing from my friend MDAEDC, how they will go about it so that we don't just discuss it and at the end of the day there is no implementation and we don't get that.
To electricity.
So we have a technology that allows us to deliver natural gas at about 60% the cost of LPG. LPG costs between 1,500 to 1,600 per kg today. we can deliver cooking gas at about 600 to 500 naira a kg. At that price, it is cheaper than firewood and charcoal. And not only is it cheaper, it's also safer.
The Director General of the Nasarawa State Human Capital Development Agency, Habiba Suleiman, said the state 10-year plan targets 10 million homes and about 1 million homes annually, with the aim of reducing emission, improving health, and assessing carbon finance.
We have our Nasarawa State Low Emission Development Strategy document. We also have a 10-year costed plan and also an implementation framework, so that we're not just putting out a document, we're not just putting out statements, but we're putting out a pathway that would enable us achieve the expected outcomes.
Governor Sule directed relevant state agencies and technical personnel to work with the project developers to ensure that the proposal moves from planning to implementation. Mwesi Shakia, AIT News, Lafia.
Election stakeholders have stressed that Nigeria can only achieve more credible elections and increased voter participation by reducing human interference through the deployment of technology in the electoral process. This was one of the major highlights of the Electoral Roundtable Dialogue held in Abuja, where participants advocated a more inclusive and pragmatic approach to encourage greater participation in elections, particularly among young people.
Nigeria's electoral system remains a major concern for these young participants who have gathered to proffer practical solutions to the long-standing challenges undermining the country's elections. Guest speaker, Professor Abiodun Ajibade, maintained that the deployment of modern technology would reduce electoral fraud and manipulation while enhancing the credibility and transparency of the electoral process.
We can sit down in the comfort of our house and vote without going to face barriers by this. In fact, most people know what you have, who you voted for. Is it mandatory? Don't you have your own working minds? Don't you know who you want? Whatsoever anybody meets at the collation unit and what is announced is exactly what we have done. And if anything is rigged, we will know.
The National Orientation Agency, NOA, is also championing efforts to mobilize and sensitize young Nigerians, encouraging them to play an active role in strengthening the nation's democratic process.
Our voter party is something that is of great concern to NOP, and then we encourage all our youths to participate, come out to participate in the democratic process, not only during election, all year round.
And this is one way of us giving back to the society by sensitizing people, providing opportunities for youth and coming together, bringing different tribes together, bringing different people of different backgrounds so that we can rub minds together and talk about today's problem and provide tomorrow's solution.
The organizers say the response has been encouraging, urging more young Nigerians to embrace the initiative by actively participating in the electoral and political process. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
Still on electoral issues, concerns over judicial accountability and the credibility of election disputes resolution have prompted fresh calls for reforms ahead of 2027 general elections. The calls were made at a press briefing in Abuja by Action Aid Nigeria following the 5th session of its Independent Judicial Accountability Panel, IJAP. The panel wants election petitions involving governorship, Senate, and House of Representatives elections to end at the Court of Appeal, except in exceptional circumstances. It also wants INEC to play a more proactive role in resolving internal disputes within political parties, while former senior INEC officials should be restricted from partisan politics for 5 years after leaving the commission.
The court ought not to intervene in the internal affairs of political parties, with the exception that where there is a breach of the party's constitution, the matter becomes justiciable. That is, the courts can then intervene. That the first level of resolution for internal disputes of political parties should be by INEC itself as the regulatory body. This will be in line with the provisions of Section 228, subsection B of the 1999 Constitution as amended.
Country Director of Action Aid Nigeria, Andrew Mamedo, also called on the Attorney General of Osun State to prosecute what he described as unguarded statements made during political campaign by a serving senator.
We don't care which political party is involved. Our concern is the Nigerian citizens and ensuring that this whole idea of threatening citizens for election, pre-election, so election is not only rigged on election day. That statement alone could keep a lot of people out of the D-Day voting, and we want to make sure that we find a way of curtailing or stopping it going.
We think that the INEC is not exercising its powers and responsibilities enough in resolving crises within parties before they escalate to the judiciary, to the courts.
And then the second question is
As the country prepares for 2027 elections, IJEP says independent candidacy should be constitutionally recognized to widen political participation and reduce the influence of political godfathers. And this is Abja Report on AIT, reaching you live from our Paduma Hill studios here in Asokoro. Here's a reminder of our top stories. Niger State government confirms 17 persons dead of diphtheria out of 124 recorded cases in 3 local government areas within the last 7 months. And a presidential working group extends deadline for National Policing Bill memorandum. Flood destroys properties worth millions in Mina Metropolis. Welcome back. And now to health stories. The federal government of Nigeria has intensified efforts towards improving national water quality and public health in the country. The disclosure was made by the Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, who was represented by the Director, Water Quality Control and Sanitation in the Ministry, Abu Jamilu, at a training of trainers workshop on the Water Quality Handbook for the National Water Quality Campaign. It said the ministry would continue working with the organized private sector in water, sanitation and hygiene and other partners to strengthen water quality management and public awareness.
Poor quality water can lead to a lot of various water-related problems. So in Nigeria, we really need a practical tool that we can especially go into rural communities by engaging the local communities and work together to tell them about the risks and hazards associated with drinking water. So we can establish a plan that will address those risks and hazards so that the water that is going to the consumer tap point or to the consumer point is free and is habitable.
Stakeholders at the event noted that stronger participation among governments and professional bodies would be critical to achieving sustainable access to safe water and building healthier, more resilient communities.
Without this project, it will be very difficult for Nigeria to achieve SDGs by 2030. So this project is part of Nestle Nigeria PLC contribution to the achievement of SDGs in Nigeria and beyond. And we are also calling on federal governments, calling on state governors to come out boldly and support this initiative, because
The handbook was developed to help communities understand the physical, chemical, and biological parameters of water, their health implications, and the economic consequences of consuming unsafe water. The Presidential Working Group on the National Policing Bill has extended the deadline for the submission of memorandum and position papers on the proposed legislation to Friday, August 21, 2026. The new deadline is 5 p.m. West African time, with the extension intended to give stakeholders additional time to prepare and submit comprehensive contributions to the proposed policing reform. The working group, chaired by the Chief of Staff to the President, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, said the extension would ensure that individuals, institutions and organizations have adequate opportunity to make well-considered contributions to the legislation. The proposed National Policing Bill is expected to provide the operational, administrative, institutional and funding framework for an effective policing architecture that responds to Nigeria's evolving security needs while strengthening accountability, professionalism and the protection of citizens' rights. Stakeholders, including legal practitioners, civil society organizations, security sector professionals, state governments, professional bodies, academics, and members of the public have been encouraged to use the extended period to submit their memorandum and position papers. Key issues under consideration include sustainable police funding, command and control structures, recruitment and training standards, operational jurisdiction, interagency coordination, accountability mechanism, and safeguards against political interference and abuse. The working group said broad stakeholder engagement remain critical to developing a policing framework that is effective, accountable, sustainable, and responsive to the security needs of the communities across the country. All submissions are to be made exclusively through the official National Policing Bill portal, National Policing Bill, on or before 5 p.m. on August 21. Drug cartels are being dismantled and trafficking routes disrupted, but Nigerians Anti-Narcotic Agency wants the battle is far from won. As the NDLEA honors officers and partners taking on the challenge, its chairman, Buba Mawa, says staying ahead of an evolving drug trade will require resilience across generations. Now to sports. With Nigeria's failure to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup casting a shadow over the National Football Federation, the coalition of Iowa Youth says the setback should not be used to determine the fate of the current NFF leadership. The coalition says football is unpredictable and that while NFF leadership must be accountable, sporting failures should not be turned into political or sectional blame.
There are structural problems in Nigerian football that require urgent attention, and there are lessons that must be learned from our failures. But it is equally important to acknowledge that the present executive committee has demonstrated a clear commitment to addressing many of these challenges and has initiated change aimed at strengthening the administration.
Also point to the NFF Extraordinary General Assembly in March, which approved amendments to the Federation's status and electoral code ahead of the election.
The forthcoming NFF election must be allowed to proceed in accordance with the NFF statutes and electoral code. We affirm the legitimate aspiration of Iowa stakeholders to participate meaningfully in the leadership of Nigerian football. This is not opposition to any other region. It is an assertion of our own legitimate place in the national football leadership structure.
The group is urging stakeholders to allow the September 27 Congress to proceed according to the approved rules, while rejecting attempts to scapegoat the current leadership for the Super Eagles' recent setbacks. And that's up to report on AIT. I am Oyinbo Wealth. Many thanks for staying with us.
It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIC News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIC News Hour from May 18, 2026.
Into any market across Nigeria, the reality hits your pocket immediately. 3 years ago, the economic landscape was fundamentally different. Today, the central question dominating the national conversation is no longer about the necessity of reforms, but the human cost. When President Tinubu was inaugurated in 2023, the economy was said to be his strong forte, and then he listed the ways he was going to achieve this. Budgetary reform, by stimulating the economy without engendering inflation, was to be instituted. Industrial policy and fiscal reform to promote domestic manufacturing and lessen import dependency. At the time President Bola Tinubu took the helm, the nation was plagued by a low 2.7% GDP growth rate and officially pegged Naira. Determined to stop the bleeding, the new administration swiftly rolled out its reform agenda, but the medicine was proven to be bitter. Following the subsidy removal and FX float, petrol prices surged from 180 Naira to well over 800 Naira per litre. Consequently, transport fares and production overheads went through the roof. Parallel markets, the Naira tumbled from around 460 Naira to $1, crushing past the 1,400 Naira baseline. Economic analyst Bala Zaka said the reforms have worsened hardship, weakening purchasing power and slowing economic activity.
The economy is in the first quadrant as against going to the second, third or fourth quadrant, meaning that the performance is abysmally low. Even if you want to explain it from the point of GDP, look at GDP variables. Look at the consumption index. The consumption index is very low because the disposable income of both individual and corporate citizens have been eroded by what? By inflation, by devaluation, by high energy cost. Then look at the investment index of the GDP. Investors are not coming, because Nigeria is experiencing all kinds of hostilities.
First, the case for progress. The government's aggressive monetary tightening has broken the back of runaway inflation from a terrifying peak of 34.6% in late 2024. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that the headline inflation has cooled significantly to 15.69% as of April 2026. But for many Nigerians, this does not mean price reductions. It simply means prices are rising at a slower pace. Muda Yusuf of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise credits the government's reforms for investor confidence.
If you look at the macro indicators, the stability of the exchange rates has been a major achievement of this administration, because over the last 2 years we have seen a remarkable stability, and stability of the exchange rate is very significant for investors' confidence. Investors' confidence is critical for investment, whether domestic or foreign. So on the score of the exchange rate ecosystem, foreign exchange ecosystem, it has been quite positive.
For families buying rice, garri and yams, the daily reality is a 16.06 food inflation rate that continues to squeeze household wallets.
If you no hold up to 20,000 naira upwards, you no go fit buy anything. A tuber of yam sef, if you no get up to 4-5, you no go fit buy 1 tuber of yam. So now, so even though chicken self, I priced one I priced as of yesterday. The lower price is 35,000 live chicken. So it's not easy at all. Make government help us. More no die because of hungry. That's why then we vote them, put them for that place.
Government, we want you guys to help us, at least for our goods, because people are complaining. Most of them are cost. So we needed some of the markets to come down so that they'll be able to buy from us.
Yet, looking through the lens of economic outputs, the indications scream progress. Driven by recovering oil production and an expanded non-oil tax net, Nigeria's real GDP grew by a robust 4.07% in the final quarter of 2025. Global rating agency S&P upgraded Nigeria's credit rating from B to B, explicitly citing improved macroeconomic stability. Significantly, because of subsidy removals, federal allocations to state governments have surged, hitting record monthly distributions of 3.64 trillion naira. But this has translated little for the quality of life of citizens at the subnational level. The president has also submitted massive budget proposals, the highest in the country's history. The numbers have been quite flattering. In 2024, a total of 43.5 trillion naira was signed as the country's budget. In 2025, it was 54.99 trillion naira, and in 2026, it jumped to 68.32 trillion naira. But its implementation has been very underwhelming and far from flattering. For instance, only 17.7% of the capital budget of 2025 was released as at the third quarter of the year. Due to missed revenue targets, the 2025 budget year was further extended to March 2026 after a repeal and reenactment was passed by the National Assembly. However, the economy of the subnationals has sort of stabilized due to largely the removal of subsidy. This massive revenue boost allowed the federal government to implement a 133 increase in the national minimum wage, booming it from 30,000 naira to 70,000 naira per month. Over 20 states are now paying even higher benchmarks 3 years in. The verdict depends entirely on where you stand. If you look at the balance sheet of the central bank and federal revenues, Nigeria has avoided a structural collapse and is trending upward. But if you look into the cooking pots of over 140 million multidimensional poor citizens, the financial recovery remains an abstract concept. Amarachi Amushe, ART News, Lagos.
It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? ART News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the ART News Hour from May 18, 2026.
Hello and welcome to Kakaki, the African Voice on Africa Independent Television, AIT. I'm Oloyede Owuru. Now, a high-stakes meeting of the United States-Nigeria Joint Working Group got underway in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday, with the aim of deepening cooperation on counterterrorism, defense, and national security. National Security Advisor Nuhu Rebadu led the high-level Nigerian delegation to the talks. Discussions centered around making progress in bilateral security cooperation, assessing ongoing counterterrorism measures, and agreeing on the next steps. Members of the Nigerian delegation included Minister of Foreign Affairs Bianca Udumegu Ujuku, Minister of Defense Christopher Musa, Minister of Finance Taiwo Oyedele, Minister of Interior Olubumi Tunji Ojo, Attorney General of the Federation Lateef Fagbemi, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs Shola Enikonlaye, and Chief of Defense Staff General Olufemi Oluyede, and Nigeria's permanent representative to the United Nations Jimoh Ibrahim. Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu joined the bilateral talks on Thursday. Now, the U.S. delegation is headed by Alison Hooker, Under Secretary of State for Political Affairs. The high-level engagement comes amid renewed Nigeria-U.S. discussions following the United States designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Now, the Joint Working Group has been described as an important platform for both countries to address security concerns, strengthen intelligence and defense cooperation, and demonstrate measurable progress in Nigeria's fight against terrorism and violent extremism. The Washington talks are strategically important for Nigeria as the government seeks stronger international partnerships, intelligence support, defense cooperation, and technical assistance to confront terrorism and other security threats. They also provide Abuja with an opportunity to present its security efforts directly to senior U.S. officials and clarify Nigeria's position on counter-terrorism, religious freedom, and civilian protection. Well, on Kakaki, the African Voice, this Friday, we'll be looking at the outcome of the meeting, the likely fallout, and examining what U.S.-Nigeria security cooperation has achieved so far. Joining us to do this is Dr. Leo Abara. Dr. Leo Abara is a retired military colonel and security strategist and a leading voice in contemporary security analysis. From there, we will turn our attention to sports, as these are indeed interesting times for athletics in Nigeria. Events of the last couple of weeks are indicators that the future of athletics and athletes in the country are indeed bright. Team Nigeria finished 7th overall at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow with 24 medals, 10 gold, 7 silver, and 7 bronze, while simultaneously achieving unprecedented milestones at the 2026 World Athletics Under-20 Championships in Oregon in the United States. In Glasgow, the Nigerian contingent performed some astonishing feats, including Samuel Ogazi, who struck gold in the men's 400 meters flat, setting a new Commonwealth Games record with a blazing time of 44.25 seconds. He also guided the mixed 4x400 meters relay team to a games record time of 3 minutes 14.58 seconds in the heats. Ezekiel Nathaniel clinched gold in the men's 400 meters hurdles, becoming the first Nigerian athlete in history to secure this specific title at the games, while Chukwuebuka Enekwechi captured the gold medal in the shot put, marking Nigeria's first ever Commonwealth gold in the event. Team Nigeria also dominated various categories at powerlifting and bagged medals and broke records at different track and field events. Now, a week later, Nigeria's athletes were in action again at the Under-20 World Athletics Championship in Oregon, the USA, where the cadet athletes showed their potential. 18-year-old Jessica Orji made history by becoming Nigeria's first ever field event gold medalist at the World Under-20 Championships, claiming the women's shot put world title with an outstanding throw of 18.08 meters. Sprinter Miracle Izichukwu was controversially disqualified from the women's 200 meters final due to a lane infringement after clocking a personal best of 22.61 seconds in the semis. Director General of the National Sports Commission, Bukola Olokade, deemed both performances in the sports fiestas as successes, but believes Nigeria could and should do better at future games. Well, how would this be achieved? How bright are Nigeria's prospects for the future? Can the country broaden its participation spectrum and win more medals at future games and championships? Well, these are questions we'll be putting to the Special Assistant to the Director General of the National Sports Commission on Media, Kola Daniel. Kola was in Glasgow and indeed Oregon for both games and gives us an overview of what happened and will tell us what plans are being outlined to keep athletics in Nigeria on the upward trajectory. All right, I'm sure everybody knows in Nigeria and indeed beyond that the Osun State off-cycle governorship election is scheduled to take place this Saturday. Political parties have included major campaigns, and the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is finalizing voter deployment ahead of the election, which is just a little over 24 hours away. Over 2.3 million have been registered to vote at 3,763 polling units across all 30 local government areas of the state. Now, 15 political parties have fielded candidates, the most prominent being Ademola Adeleke, the current governor, who won the election under the PDP, but has defected and seeking re-election under the Accord Party. The All Progressives Congress has officially fielded the managing director of the National Inland Waterways Authority, Bola Ribamiji, as their flag bearer, while Najim Salam, former Speaker of the Osun State House of Assembly, is running on the platform of the African Democratic Congress. Well, after all the twists and turns of the build-up to the election, the D-Day is almost here. And we'll be joining our correspondents in Osun State to capture the mood as the clock ticks towards Saturday's voting. Do remember you can be part of the program too by sending your views and comments to all our social media handles on Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube at Africa Independent TV, so that you can stay up to date with the latest news from around the globe. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing right now as we join our news desk for Kakaki World News. Thanks for joining us on the World News on Kakaki, the African Voice. Eastern Japan is battling severe flooding after torrential rain swept through the region on Thursday. The downpour triggered landslides, submerged roads, and disrupted electricity supplies, prompting authorities to issue their highest level rain warning for the first time. More than 100,000 households were advised to evacuate. The Japan Meteorological Agency warned that the situation could become extremely dangerous, particularly in areas experiencing intense localized rainfall. About 100 millimeters of rain was recorded around Sakura City in Chiba in just 1 hour, while floodwaters were seen covering vehicles and residential areas. The heavy rain has also caused major disruptions to transportation. Train services were suspended, leaving hundreds of passengers stranded at Chiba Station, while thousands of homes lost electricity. Authorities have reported flooding in homes, as well as landslides and mudslides in several communities. Emergency officials are urging residents in vulnerable areas to move to safer areas without delay. The weather agency says the immediate priority is protecting lives as more rain threatens affected communities. Scientists have also warned that climate change is contributing to more frequent and intense extreme weather events. Now, rescue teams in Colombia are racing against time to find survivors following Monday's powerful earthquake. The 7.4 magnitude tremor caused widespread destruction, with hundreds of people still unaccounted for as emergency crews enter the critical final stage of their search. In cities including Cali and Pereira, rescuers have spent several nights searching damaged buildings. Teams are using trained dogs, specialist equipment, and manual tools, while repeatedly stopping to listen for possible signs of life beneath the rubble. The operation has become increasingly difficult because of aftershocks and buildings that remain structurally unstable. Thousands of homes have been damaged or destroyed, leaving families without safe places to stay. Authorities are continuing to assess the situation in remote communities where access has been difficult. The official death toll has reached at least 265, while thousands more have been injured. The Colombian government has declared an economic emergency and announced a period of national mourning. International rescue teams are also being brought in to support local crews as the search continues and attention begins to turn towards emergency shelter and reconstruction. Mount Etna's latest eruption has turned the volcano into a major tourist attraction, with visitors rushing to Sicily to watch lava descend its slopes. The dramatic activity has produced spectacular scenes, but local guides are warning that growing crowds could create serious safety problems. Tour operators say demand for excursions has risen sharply as tourists seek views of the eruption, particularly during nighttime trips. Some visitors have attempted to approach the volcano without professional guides, despite the risks associated with changing volcanic conditions. The growing crowds are also putting pressure on trails around the mountain. Guides say thousands of people have been making their way towards viewing areas, with some visitors reportedly arriving without suitable footwear or equipment. The eruption has caused problems beyond the volcano itself. Ash clouds have repeatedly disrupted flights at Catania Airport, leaving passengers stranded and forcing authorities to limit airport operations. Italy's civil protection authorities have maintained a yellow alert for Etna. Guides are urging visitors to respect restrictions and use trained professionals when entering high-risk areas, saying the spectacular eruption should not come at the expense of personal safety. A major Russian oil refinery in Orsk has been shut down after a Ukrainian attack, with regional authorities warning that repairs could take as long as 6 months. The facility, located deep inside Russia's border with Kazakhstan, was hit earlier this week. Regional Governor Yevgeny Sonchek said the refinery is now completely out of operation. He attributed the particularly lengthy repair period to the difficulty of obtaining replacement equipment under Western sanctions. The shutdown comes as Russia is already dealing with fuel supply problems in several parts of the country. Restrictions have been introduced in some areas, while motorists have reported longer queues and higher prices at petrol stations. Ukraine has repeatedly targeted Russian energy infrastructure. During the war, Kiev says such strikes are aimed at reducing Moscow's ability to generate revenue from its energy sector and putting additional pressure on the Russian economy. Russian authorities say they are preparing for possible fuel shortages and may have to bring in supplies from elsewhere. The Orsk shutdown could therefore add to existing pressure on Russia's domestic fuel market in the months ahead. Zambians are voting in a presidential election that has put the country's economic performance at the center of the campaign. President Hakainde Hichilema is seeking another term after 5 years in office, with voters assessing whether his economic reforms have improved their daily lives. Hichilema's administration points to progress on restructuring restructuring Zambia's debt, strengthening the mining industry, and working with the International Monetary Fund. The country, one of Africa's major copper producers, is also seeking to significantly expand production as demand for the metal grows. But economic pressure remains a major concern for many households. Food and energy prices are still high, while critics argue that improvements in national economic indicators have not translated into enough benefits for ordinary citizens. Hichilema's main challenger is Government Minister Brian Mundubile, who is campaigning on a message of political change. The opposition has also raised concerns about restrictions on campaigning and the wider space available for political dissent. The election is therefore being viewed not only as a contest for the presidency, but also as a test of Zambia's democratic reputation. The outcome will determine whether voters will give Hichilema more time to pursue his economic program or opt for a change in leadership. A highly unusual parliamentary by-election is taking place in the English constituency of Clacton, with Reform UK leader Nigel Farage facing dozens of opponents. Among them is comedian John Harvey, who is contesting the seat under the satirical persona Count Binface. Farage previously represented Clacton but resigned his parliamentary seat in July, triggering the special election. He has returned to the contest and is portraying the vote as a challenge to Britain's political establishment. The mainstream political parties have largely stayed away from the election, criticizing Farage's decision to trigger the contest. That has left a crowded field of independent and fringe candidates competing for attention. Count Binface has emerged as Farage's most talked about rival, despite having little conventional political support. Opinion polling still puts Farage comfortably ahead, although Binface is expected to attract a significant protest vote. Voting continued until late Thursday, with counting still ongoing. The result should provide a fresh indication of Farage's standing in a constituency that strongly supported Brexit and has seen a key part of his political career. The Nigerian government has urged Nigerians abroad to do more than transfer funds home to based family, relatives, and friends. At the maiden Nigeria-Canada Diaspora Economic Conference in Toronto, Canada, officials challenged citizens living outside Nigeria to convert remittances into structured investments that will drive Nigeria's economic transformation.
According to the chairman and CEO of NITCAM, Abike Dabiru Erewa, the diaspora remains an untapped economic resources. She urged Nigerians abroad not to only succeed in their host countries, but to also invest in at least one project back home.
Canada and Nigeria, we do have strong trade ties, but the untapped gold mine is you, the diaspora. The Nigerian in Calgary running a tech firm, the Nigerian in Ottawa in finance, the Nigerian in Vancouver in real estate. You are the untapped gold mine. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not paying lip service to that. We want concrete results now. You have the structure, you have the platform. So my charge to you is very simple. Do not just succeed in Canada, succeed for Nigeria. And that's why the theme is thrive abroad, invest at home.
The Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole, said reforms under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda are repositioning the economy from consumption to production.
Our message to the diaspora is clear. We do not ask you to invest in Nigeria only because Nigeria is home. We invite you to invest because Nigeria offers a compelling business proposition defined by skill, talent, resources, ongoing reforms, and access to a rapidly integrating African market.
The DFDIs to Nigeria, if we can create the homeland consciousness, which I'll speak to in a second, to be able to regain much of the lost diaspora will give Nigeria and Africa the window of opportunity to scale and to speed.
If you go around the world and you're looking the first 10 best medical doctors, you find there's one Nigerian. If you're looking for the best 10 engineers, out of 10, you find there is one Nigerian in every aspect. So what are we waiting for? Think about it.
Members of the Senate and House committees on diaspora described Nigerians abroad as one of the country's greatest assets. The lawmakers reaffirmed the National Assembly's commitment to laws that protect Nigerians abroad and improve the ease of doing business for diaspora investors. Sadiat Dusumu, AIT News.
Commuters using the Abuja-Kefi Expressway are expected to heave a sigh of relief as the government moves to complete the ongoing flyover projects along the highway. Chief Press Secretary to the Nasarawa State Government, Ibrahim Adra, who spoke to the renewed Hope Ambassadors Media Tour team, said the projects became necessary due to the increased loss of life and persistent traffic gridlock along the corridor.
Road infrastructure, the administration has recorded notable achievement following the removal of fuel subsidy. Some residents of Nasarawa State who commended the government for embarking on critical infrastructure projects said poor road infrastructure had claimed many lives in the past years.
Initially, we have a single road. There has been accident there. When they dualized it, it persisted. But with God's grace and the effort of federal and state government, this flyover is coming fruitful, and we pray and hope that the accident will be over. It has been a terrible experience.
Like 2 years ago, up to 11 or 8 people like were taken in this river. When there is heavy rainfall, you see that many people will be affected.
They won't pass the road, so the water just rush with them.
Representatives of Nasarawa State Governor Abla Isuli and leadership of the media team said the project will provide a lasting solution to traffic gridlock and frequent road crashes along the route.
We've had instances where vehicles lost controls and go into residential houses and lives were lost, property being lost constantly. So we're happy with this construction, and it is our sincere hope and belief that when this is completed, it will ease all of this.
At the end of the project, we are expecting about 43 to 44 billion naira as the total cost of the project. And that will enhance the economic activities of the area and the entire Nasarawa state, because it will reduce the travel time from Abuja to Kefi from over 2 hours to less than 40 minutes.
You have seen are part of the gains of the reforms undertaken by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. When those reforms were initiated, people were complaining that there were initial difficulties, but those difficulties soon gave away for benefits, and this is part of the benefit that we have seen.
The projects include the construction of flyover bridges to address the notorious traffic gridlock along the Maraba-Kefi Expressway, where many lives have been lost in road crashes, skill acquisition center, and healthcare facilities. Haz Akudi, AIT News, Lafia.
Nigeria's Ministry of Solid Minerals Development and the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency have directed hourly monitoring of seismic activity in the Federal Capital Territory, as residents are also urged to remain calm and go about their normal activities. Speaking at a technical briefing in Abuja, the agency says its seismic stations are being monitored in real time to ensure prompt alert on any major event.
Earthquake is a disaster that inflicts substantial human, material, and economic losses, which many affected countries rarely recover from. At the briefing, the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency allayed the fears of Nigerians, saying the tremor experienced in Abuja on the 5th of August was shallow and posed no threat to lives and properties.
The relationship between some artificial activity and tremor occurring. And I guess that was why there was a stoppage over time. That, look, let us do a stoppage of activities of blasting and confirm if
what we experience is from that activity or from the natural source. That means there is a sense of thinking and artificial can cause it. So there can be a connection. But like I said, it's a function of the degree of what happened. So what is important is monitoring how it travels. What is important is getting the potentiality of its occurrence.
The agency's technical experts explain that the tremor witnessed resulted from accumulated stress emanating from rock blasting and borehole drilling in Abuja.
Then beyond that, we have seismicity every other day. And this instrument is both able to pick what is happening here and what happens elsewhere. So it has capability of picking local events. I mean, things happening around us in Abuja here, in neighboring areas. It also has capabilities of picking regional seismicity, things happening maybe in Lagos, maybe in Ghana, and of course the ones we call tele-seismic events. So those ones that are thousands of kilometers away from us. All these can be picked in the equipment.
While the agency stresses that it is monitoring activities, it assures Abuja residents and Nigerians of adequate safety. Amaka Okoro.
Nigeria's Opposition Liberation People's Party LPP has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC to respect a recent appeal court judgment and treat the LPP with equal rights. The national chairman of the party, Honorable Abubakar Dogara, made the call at the first National Executive Committee meeting in Abuja, where the national chairman addressed party stakeholders. The LPP's leadership urged members not to relent in supporting the party by strengthening its unity towards the party's goal in winning offices during the 2027 polls. At the meeting, the leadership also highlighted the party's manifesto, which is anchored on good governance, ending political exclusion, and addressing economic inequality. With Nigeria's failure to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup casting a shadow over the Nigerian Football Federation, the coalition of Arewa youths said the setback should not be used to determine the fate of the current NFF leadership. The coalition said football is unpredictable, and while the NFF leadership must be accountable, sporting failure should not be turned into political or sectional blame.
In Nigerian football that required urgent attention, and there are lessons that must be learned from our failures. But it is equally important to acknowledge that the present Executive Committee has demonstrated a clear commitment to addressing many of these challenges and has initiated change aimed at strengthening the administration.
General Assembly in March, which approved amendments to the Federation's statutes and electoral code ahead of the election.
The forthcoming NFF election must be allowed to proceed in accordance with the NFF statutes and electoral code. We affirm the legitimate aspiration of Arewa stakeholders to participate meaningfully in the leadership of Nigerian football. This is not opposition to any other region. It is an assertion of our own legitimate place in the national football leadership structure.
The group is urging stakeholders to allow the September 27 Congress to proceed according to approved rules, while rejecting attempts to scapegoat the current leadership for the Super Eagles' recent setbacks. And that's the world news on Kakaki the African Voice. Up next, Kakaki Business. Stay with us.
Welcome to Kakaki Business. The annual inflation rate in the United States is expected to slow for a second consecutive month to 3.4% in July 2026 from 3.5% in June, easing further from the 2023 high of 4.2% reached in May. On a monthly basis, the CPI is forecast to rise 0.1%, rebounding from 0.4% decline in June, which marked the first monthly drop since May 2020. Gasoline prices are expected to have fallen nearly 3%, while airfares and jet fuel prices are also likely to have declined. New and used car prices, meanwhile, could see a slight uptick. Core consumer prices are expected to rise 0.2%, following a flat reading in June, while the annual core inflation rate is seen easing to 2.5% from 2.6% in the previous month. That would mark the smallest annual increase since February. Overall, the CPI report is likely to point to a further cooling in energy-related price pressures that intensified in the month immediately following the start of the US war with Iran. And Germany's annual inflation rate accelerated to 2.8% in June 2026, confirming preliminary estimates up from 2.3% in June. It was the highest reading since April, driven by a sharp rise in energy inflation to 8.3% from 3.4%, as renewed Middle East tensions pushed oil prices higher. Motor fuel costs accelerated sharply due to the renewed price increase following the discontinuation of the temporary reduction in energy tax on motor fuels on June 30, 2026. Meanwhile, services inflation eased to 2.9% from 3.1%, while food inflation remained unchanged at 0.4%. Core inflation, which excludes energy and unprocessed foods, inched down to 2.4% from 2.5%. On a monthly basis, consumer prices rose 0.8% in July, rebounding from a 0.3% fall in June and marking the fastest increase since March. The EU harmonized inflation rate also accelerated to 2.8%, its highest level in 3 months and well above the European Central Bank's 2.0%. China's total vehicle sales has fallen 0.3% from a year earlier to 2.584 million units in July 2026, following a 3.2% decline in the previous month. According to data from the China Association of Automobile Manufacturers, new energy vehicle sales soared 23.7% year-on-year to 1.561 million units in July, following 23.6% growth in June, with NEVs accounting for 60.4% of total vehicle sales, breaking the 60% mark for the first time. For the first 7 months of the year, vehicle sales dropped 3.7% year-on-year, compared with a 12.0% increase in the same period last year, while NEV sales climbed 9.6% to 9.007 million units. During the period, NEV sales surpassed 50% of total new vehicle sales for the first time. Meanwhile, on a monthly basis, car sales fell 8%. Last year, China's vehicle sales grew 9.4% year-on-year to a record high of 34.4 million units, accelerating from a 4.5% rise in 2024, while new electric vehicle sales surged 28.2%. The Bank of Namibia kept its benchmark repo rate unchanged at 6.75% during its August 2026 meeting, following a 25 basis points rate hike in June. Policymakers said the stance remained appropriate to support international reserves and maintain the Namibian dollars 1-to-1 peg with the South African rand. The MPC noted increased domestic inflationary pressure and weaker economic activity since its previous meeting. Annual headline inflation rose to 4.4% in June from 4.1% in May, driven mainly by higher transport prices. Inflation is forecast at 4.0% in 2026, before easing to 3.9% in 2027, with the latter revised up by 0.3 percentage point amid Middle East tensions. Economic activity slowed in first half of 2026, with weakness in mining, manufacturing, power generation and transport offset by gains in agriculture and retail. Growth is now forecast at 2.1%, down from 2.6%, with slower global growth, foot and mouth disease and a potential El Nino posing downward risks. Nigeria is positioning itself to attract up to $100 billion in fresh investment as global investors turn their attention to opportunities across key sectors of the economy. Speaking with journalists in Abuja, President of the Business Summit Group, Haida Uzaman, says the proposed investment portfolio will focus on viable projects that are properly structured, documented and backed by sustainable business models.
Our intention, what is the purpose of our journey? Our purpose of the journey is to close businesses and get you the investors as fast as possible, cutting all these narrow lanes and also wastage of time and energy and money for both sides. That we let you sit down with the investors face to face on the table, the way we are sitting, and you talk to them. And in our summit, we don't have a chief guest, we don't have a special guest, we don't have a speaker. People ask us, who are the speakers? We don't have any speakers, in fact, because we let our investors and let our investees, mostly our investees, those who are looking for investment.
The federal government must be interested in genuinely wanting investors and remove anything that will frustrate them from investing. All of us are responsible for the government and the country we want to live in. You started your business, you want to scale up, or you want to start a business, you already have the right financials, and you've spoken to experts, they prepared your documents, you need funding. For this purpose, the minimum that we're willing to match people is $10 million. The combined money available for this purpose is $100 billion in various sectors, which has already been emphasized.
The group, however, expressed concern over the level of investment in electricity generation, describing the current situation as unacceptable despite efforts by the government to liberalize the power sector.
You can produce electricity and sell to the end user, like I can produce electricity and sell it to Mr. Gumi immediately and collect the money. This policy itself is absent in many countries. So after having such a policy, you cannot attract foreign investment or domestic investment to produce electricity. This is completely unacceptable.
The Business Summit Group is therefore urging other state government, project owners and private sector leaders to take advantage of available opportunities and position their projects to attract foreign capital. And that's Kakaki Business. Good morning.
Stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, online.
All right, nice to know you're there. It's the Friday edition of Kakaki, the African Voice. The Thank God It's Friday edition, yes, where we move into the weekend. And I'm glad to tell you that I'm not alone. My tag team partner from long time is in the studio, Adora Sydney Jack. Adora,
morning.
how you doing?
Very well. How are you?
Good to have me beside you, I guess.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
It's always a pleasure.
You're good too.
Pleasure.
All right. Take it away. We've got a special report. Okay. Election stakeholders have stressed that Nigeria can only achieve more credible elections and increase voter participation by reducing human interference through the deployment of technology in the electoral process. This was one of the major highlights of the Electoral Roundtable dialogue held in Abuja, where participants advocated a more inclusive and pragmatic approach to encourage greater participation in elections, particularly among young people.
Nigeria's electoral system remains a major concern for these young participants who have gathered to proffer practical solutions to the long-standing challenges undermining the country's elections. Guest speaker, Professor Abiodun Ajibade, maintained that the deployment of modern technology would reduce electoral fraud and manipulation while enhancing the credibility and transparency of the electoral process.
We can sit down in the comfort of our house and vote without going to face barriers by this. In fact, most people know what you have, who you voted for. Is it mandatory? Don't you have your own working minds? Don't you know who you want? whatsoever anybody meets at the collation unit and what is announced is exactly what we have done. And if anything is rigged, we will know.
The National Orientation Agency, NOA, is also championing efforts to mobilize and sensitize young Nigerians, encouraging them to play an active role in strengthening the nation's democratic process.
Voter party is something that is of great concern to NOP. And then we encourage all our youths to participate, come out to participate in the democratic process, not only during election, all year round.
And this is one way of us giving back to the society by sensitizing people, providing opportunities for youth and coming together, bringing different tribes together, bringing different people of different backgrounds so that we can rub minds together and talk about today's problem and provide tomorrow's solution.
The organizers say the response has been encouraging, urging more young Nigerians to embrace the initiative by actively participating in the electoral and political process. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
Yes, pretty interesting story there. Technology and elections and getting young people involved. Only yesterday we had Christabel, the teenage youth activist on set, who was talking about a lot of factors inhibiting the participation of young people. And you know, young people these days are tech savvy. You know, they don't do things in the olden days like most of us used to do. So they don't understand all these where they like to do things in a hurry, and they think there's not enough of such facilities on ground.
I think, again, is to be able to open up the ecosystem. It's not just enough to have the systems in place, but to create some level of literacy. Remember, the world is evolving, and with the adventure of AI, you know, especially in election management, Zambia, we read this morning, is going into elections. One of the most important conversations on the table of Zambian government is economics and youth participation and unemployment. And when you're thinking about youth participation, you're not just thinking about politics. You're also thinking about leadership, you know, policy literacy, policy development. Where are they on the table? So bringing it back to Nigeria, like I always say, there is life after election. It's not just the election itself. It's a process before, during, and after election. So how are young people aware? How are they literate enough? How do they maximize the opportunities? I mean, when we think about social media in Nigeria, I think the first thing that comes to a young person, whether literate or not, is the adventure of influencers and TikTok and you know, Facebook and Instagram and all of that. But it will be great to see them, you know, really curious to go beyond the adventure of using, you know, social media for branding and self-awareness, which is good. But how do you create literacy for, you know, social capital development, for electoral literacy, participation? How do you also begin to use that to track the numbers? And I think that's, for me, that's what's essential. I like the energy of the young people, but then again, however boisterous it may seem, how do we channel that energy into the right things? Look at what's happening in Osun. You know, followership is predominantly made up of young people. You know, when you think about tension, you think about youth participation in politics, is young people. So whether the good, the bad, and the ugly, you always find young people centered, but it is to give them the level of literacy that positions them well in the discourse of what is good for them and what is good for the nation. And I think that's where, for me, begins.
Okay, with more initiatives like this, it can only get better, not only for the youths, but all those clamoring for free, fair, and credible polls in Nigeria.
All right, so we talk a bit about intelligence this time. Nasarawa State Governor Abdullahi Sule has called for stronger intelligence sharing and, of course, coordinated security operations among North Central states. Now, Mr. Lady, he said it will prevent criminals and terrorists from exploiting state boundaries to expand their activities. We've always said that. But he also made the call in Lafia while declaring open the second quarter conference of state directors of security of the North Central Zone, comprising of Nasarawa, Benue, Plateau, Kogi, Niger, Kwara, and of course the Federal Capital Territory. Let's take a look.
communities and boundaries made joint security efforts imperative, as criminals displaced from one state could easily relocate to another. He recalled how a joint operation of security agencies in Nasarawa State dismantled the Daru Salam group in Toto local government area after the group moved into the state from Niger State. According to him, the operation resulted in the rescue of more than 781 persons held by the criminals. Sule also urged security agencies to intensify intelligence gathering ahead of the forthcoming elections, warning that criminal activities and elements and desperate politicians could exploit the political season to cause violence.
So for us in Nasarawa, there is no amount that is too much for security in Nasarawa. We do our best to continue to provide, and I urge also all my colleagues to do the same, to even double what they are doing, as long as there are insecurity challenges in their state.
The Nasarawa State Director, Department of State Services, Hassan Abdullahi, identified violent extremism, kidnapping, organized crime, farmer-herder conflict, ethnic militia activities, and gun running as major threats confronting the regions.
We intend to take the following actions. Convey the outcomes of this conference to our respective state governors and their city ministers. Formulate and submit to our state governments an action plan that outlines steps for implementing agreed intelligence sharing and early warning systems, and establish and dedicated liaison reporter persons to coordinate regular updates with neighboring states and ensure prompt responses to emerging threats.
Governor Sule subsequently pledged to engage other North Central governors and the FCT minister on the possibility of convening a regional security meeting to advance the conference recommendations. Mwesi Shakia, AIT News, Lafia.
Right. It's obviously no surprise that Lafia is where this meeting is held. It's the sort of epicenter, if you like, of North Central Nigeria, and it's been seen as a lot of the routes where some of these bad guys make their way in and out to neighboring Kogi, Benue, and other states, and some pretty interesting, concerns raised there.
Absolutely. I mean, it takes me back. I remember back in the years when we were talking about the Ompachi cult. Okay. And and the crisis in Lafia and all of that community crisis, and then it seems to be just cults and community crisis, and then we've evolved and grown into cases of banditry and kidnapping and terrorism, and so in a way, to a lot of people, it may have seemed to have gotten worse. But again, you also look at the dynamism of what's happening across bordering countries and the catchment areas of where crises are sort of trickling into pathways into Nigeria. But again, like I always say, these adventure, because that's what I call it, continues to evolve with the kind of dynamics that insecurity bring. But again, the government also being on ground to be able to cushion that effect with new interventions like this is also key. And I think this cuts across all the North Central states, especially for a state like Benue State. Okay.
You got something else to give us, and let's hear it.
Yes, and talking about the West African food insecurity, and we talked about the federal government identified accelerated productivity, increased private sector. I'm sure you saw some of it in the Kakaki business earlier. Yes. Investment and greater inclusion as key priorities for the next phase of Nigeria's agricultural transformation. Now, there was an event that was organized here in Abuja by the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa. Let's hear what they have to say.
Of the challenges facing the region's agricultural sector, from high production costs to insecurity, climate change and limited access to finance. Farmers are under increasing pressure to produce more and earn a sustainable income. The federal government says addressing these challenges requires a new approach driven by productivity, private sector investment, and greater inclusion.
We must produce more food on land under greater pressure for a population growing faster than our yields. This is why the next chapter of agricultural transformation must focus on three priorities. First, we must accelerate productivity growth through innovation, climate-smart agriculture, improved seeds, digital technologies, mechanization, and stronger extension systems. Second, we must enable increased private sector investment across agricultural value chain and create reliable market opportunities for farmers.
And welcome to Get Fit in 60 Seconds with Jolly Phillips. Now, everyone has 60 seconds in every day to spare. So if you're ready, let's go! All right, today's workout is 2 knees, 2 kicks, and 4 jumping jacks. Have we got that? And your time starts now. Let's go. 2 knees, 2 kicks, and 4 jumping jacks. Come on, let's go. 1, 2. Now, if you can't do your jumping jacks, follow me with this next one. Kick, step out. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. Yes. But if you can't do those jumping jacks, come on. Go for it. 30 seconds more. Come on, we're going. No stopping now. Stay with me. If at any point you need to slow it down, please be my guest. Come on. We're almost there. Last 5, 4, 3, 2, and we're done. Well done! I hope you had a great workout. Anyway, what I need you to do is to follow us on Instagram at Alpha Fitness Studios and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Alpha Fitness Studios, for free workout videos, free dance videos, sales and promos, and make sure you join us at the gym, Alpha Fitness Studios in Lekki Phase 1 next time you're in Lagos. So until the next time, bye-bye!
Hello, great people of Nigeria. Welcome to the Leadership Clinic. Today, I'll be speaking on the capacity for national and self-reflection. It is a skill that must be developed. Every individual must, at some point in your daily affair, reflect on what has transpired, and at the end of the day, reinvent yourself and then make progress. And that's how nations actually grow. When you have a critical mass of people who take decisions on behalf of a nation, develop the capacity to reflect about the decisions that they have taken in the past, about history, and reflect about certain movements and alliances. What does it do? It enables these leaders to reinvent themselves and come out stronger. So nations, like individuals, need moments of honest introspection. Leaders must cultivate the discipline of confronting collective failures without fear or defensiveness. The ability of each and every one of us to ask the hard questions everyone avoids is so real that real progress begins with uncomfortable conversations. Why are we not making progress as a nation? Why are we not making progress as individuals? Why is it that our companies are not working? Why am I as an individual stuck here where I am today? Why am I not reinventing myself? Why am I not becoming outstanding? Asking the hard questions is very important. And the second element is recognizing patterns, not just events. Nations often repeat cycles. They refuse to study. Go and look at nations that have been able to make progress. Nations like United Arab Emirates, they decided to study the progress that has already been defined by Singapore, and they began to study positive elements of that growth, and they began to choose cities they could convert into certain element of what they were able to see. And that's how they were able to recreate their own country, because somebody who had done it great before can actually pass a message, and it takes only somebody who reflects, somebody who asks the right question to be able to determine how to be able to respond to that. Every time that we reflect, there must be a change of attitude. There must be a change of behavior. There must be a change of character. There must be a change in our daily affairs. Looking inward is only powerful when it leads to correction. Every time that you have been able to sit down to review the activities you have been involved with in the past, to review the actions that you have taken in the past, to review the intensity of the outcome of the decision that you have taken in the past, what does it do for you? It gives you perspective. It gives you insight. It gives you opportunity to learn what not to do again. It gives you the insight to identify what to avoid. It gives you the opportunity to grow in wisdom in order to be able to reinvent yourself and set yourself on the path of greatness. Great people of Nigeria, you must remember, if a man doesn't have a purpose for waking up, sleeping becomes interesting.
Look up, well, smile. Here comes Lady Etty, etiquette queen.
In a world where character, confidence, and social intelligence shape success, refinement becomes a powerful advantage. This is Etiquette with Etty, the inspirational pep talk series where renowned etiquette expert Lady Etty shares practical wisdom and transformational life lessons designed to help individuals navigate life with dignity, poise, and purpose. Welcome to Etiquette with Etty.
Not everyone will praise you. Not everyone will agree with you. And sometimes people will criticize you. The real question is, how do refined people handle criticism? Hello there. My name is Etienne Akpanusong. I'm also known as the Lady Etty, your preferred etiquette and personal refinement pedagogue. Today, we're learning how to handle criticism without losing your confidence. Criticism can feel uncomfortable, but sometimes it carries valuable insight. Refined individuals understand that criticism does not always define your worth. It can actually refine your growth. Here are 3 elegant ways to respond to criticism. Number 1, listen calmly. Resist the urge to interrupt or become defensive. Sometimes, simply listening shows maturity. Number 2, separate emotion from information. Ask yourself, is there something here that can help me improve? Growth often hides inside correction. Number 3, respond with grace. A simple response such as, thank you for sharing your perspective. I will reflect on it. This shows strength and not weakness. Remember, confidence is not the absence of criticism. True confidence is the ability to grow from it. Keep it elegant always. Thank you.
Today on Etiquette with Etty, Lady Etty reminds us that refinement is not just about how we appear, but about how we think, how we speak, and how we treat others. Because true elegance begins with character and is expressed through grace. To deepen your journey in etiquette, personal refinement, and social excellence, you are invited to join the programs and masterclasses at ETI Global Academy, where individuals are equipped with the skills and confidence to thrive in today's world. Follow Lady Etty at The Lady Etty and Etiquette Africa at Etiquette Africa across all social media platforms for more transformational life tips and upcoming events. This program is proudly brought to you by ETI Global Academy and Etiquette Africa.
Nigeria, Africa and beyond. Lady Etty teaching everyone to follow.
The stories now break online. Don't Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, online.
All right, if you're just joining us, it's the top of the first hour of the Friday edition of Kakaki, the African Voice. And of course, you know how we do it around this time. Taking a look at what our newspapers are saying on their front pages and lead headlines.
Absolutely, but we don't do it alone, do we?
No, we don't.
Absolutely, we have to.
We're smart, aren't we?
Oh, yeah, yeah. And we love to share the space. We have two gentlemen, remarkable in their own right. Ezra Transe is here with us and looking very Friday, like
sharp.
ready to.
He took a week off last week.
I'm telling you, and also looking ready to go into the weekend. Yeah, very sharp. And Emmanuel, that's great. It's always great to see you.
Nice seeing you. Good morning. Good morning.
All right, so let's start with our first newspaper this morning, and we do go to the disclosure news. If you can go there with us, Oshun, of course, is in the news. Guba election tension heightened as Oshun goes to polls Saturday. Adeleke Yeba Banji, Salam, 12 others battle for 1.9 million voters mandate. Now, let's also look at the gwg.ng. And yes, well, Emmanuel, I see your papers talking Oshun as well. Fears mount over low voter turnout, and that's what we see there. Fears mount over low voter turnout, and that's what we also see. But just above that, we see a little inset story saying Okpeholo recalls suspended commissioner in Edo cabinet reshuffle, and that's on page 2 of the gwg.ng this morning. And I'm going over to leadership. Yes, this Friday, leadership is still looking at Oshun Decides. Well, it's the day before the D-Day. I'm sure that a lot of the papers will be running with that with their headliners. But here he tells us, more like an explainer's page, Oshun Decides all you need to know about tomorrow's poll, and that's the writing factor to that. You would also see Oshun Decides 2026, and then it gives you the electorate in numbers. If you just look below that lead story, from registered voters to polling units to local government areas, PVCs collected, civil defense personnel deployed, and police officers deployed, you would see all the numbers. Quite a way to start this morning if you need an explainer's note. Well, the Business NG is going over to Oshun election as well, and it says tension rises as Accord faction withdraws support for Adeleke. As Accord faction withdraws support for Adeleke, endorses Oyebamiji. Someone will say, is that not the governor's party, the faction? Okay, well, we'll get the reviewers' intake on that later on. And then we also go to the Authority newspaper this morning. Well, it's also rising with tension as his lead says Ebonyi Rec must leave Oshun before election. That's Governor Adeleke. Tension, Ebonyi Rec must leave Oshun before election. And that's what Governor Adeleke is saying there.
Okay, I've got the blueprint in my hand and I'm sure you'll see it on your screen. The blueprint says Oshun poll. Adeleke Oyebamiji, 84-year-old retired principal, Yemisi, 12 others vie for 1.9 million votes. With the riders, Tinubu assures of security, Accord party faction endorses APC. Adeleke campaign team seeks transparency, police change personnel on neutrality. All sorts of stuff happening in Osun State, and it's all on the front page of the blueprint.
All right, let's go over to the Daily News Craft. Hashtag Oshun Decides. That's the lead there. All eyes on INEC as 2.33 million electorate vote tomorrow. 14 political parties in fierce contest for Guba seats. Experts list factors that will shape election outcome. Accord APC ADC candidates top chart, and that's on page 2 as well. You also want to look at that story on security troops. NAP 61 terrorists. Sokoto approves 1.7 billion naira for 1,000 motorcycles, and that's on page 3 of the newspaper of the Daily Newscraft. Now, the Whistler is whistling Oshun loudly this morning, says Oshun Guba, fear of violence grow as Accord APC talk tough, and that's on page 17. 2 killed, speaker attacked in Oshun East, Adeleke rattled as Accord faction endorses APC candidate. Tinubu congratulates APC candidate on expected victory in inverted comma by the paper. Well, let voters, not federal might, decide Oshun election OB, and that's the writing factor there. You also want to look at other stories there. Doctors to Makinde meet our demands of face fresh strike on page 18. And then let's also look at that Nigerian pilot story. 24 hours to Guba election. That's coming to you on page 8. It says Oshun government sues IGP. Asks court to compel IGP Disu, others to probe Fadehunsi over death threats. 6 an order compelling police to protect Accord party members, other voters. Demands potential criminal implications of Fadehunsi's threats on the law of Osun State. The suit has IGP Osun Police Commissioner as respondents, with Fadehunsi as person affected. And that's what you find as the lead story there. You also want to see that story on page 8. I don't know whether it was on any importance to people, but a short there where it says IVB exonerates self over killing of Maman Vasta. That's on the bottom page of the Nigerian pilot. I don't know how he did that, whether in court, but let's go to the next paper. Al Jazeera Nigeria this Friday looks at Osun Guba tension may suppress voter turnout. Yaga Africa says election day credibility will depend on timely deployment, reliable technology, consistent application of the law, and effective contingency planning. And that's the lead story on the front page of the Al Jazeera this Friday. Well, let's look at that. Still on the front page of Al Jazeera Nigeria. It says on the far right, Niger ADC unveils deputy governor plan for people-oriented government. And that's on page 15 of the Al Jazeera Nigeria this Friday. And that's another party talking. But going straight into Standard Times, Osun Guba, Tinubu assures voters of security, calls for peaceful election. Well, in the other one, he mentioned expected victory. Here he's talking about peaceful election. Interesting lineup. And that's on Standard Times. And if you want to also look at all the other papers, we do have This Nigeria. This Nigeria speaks about vote freely, but wisely. Tinubu tells Osun voters. Somebody will add, at the end of it. But that's the lead story. Vote freely, but wisely. Tinubu tells Osun voters. Assures of security, peaceful outcome. Adeleke condemns killings, raids, demands ballot box contest. Violence could trigger vote apathy, says Yaga Africa there. And that's the lead story. But Senate probes $3 billion loan, $722.6 million NLNG revenue gap. And that's coming from This Nigeria this morning. But the Nigerian News Direct is also bringing you the Osun Guba. Go out to vote for candidate of your choice, but choose wisely. That's coming from Tinubu, the president, and of course, a leader of APC. And the New National Star is still talking. Osun decides. Nigerians charge INEC, security agencies, on free, fair election as police NSCDC deploy more than 25,000 personnel to man 3,763 polling units.
All right, I'll be able to catch my breath, and let's take what the Guardian has to say. And it asks a question: will 1.9 million electorate win?
Rhetorical question, I guess.
Yeah, well, we'll hope to get answers to that pretty soon. Very, very instructive there. We'll go over to the Daily Asset, which leads with State Police Bill. Presidential panel extends deadline for memoranda.
Indeed, and Daily Assets is also coming to that one. It talks about.
Yep. To Observer's Times, war against terror must be accomplished, according to DSS boss Tosin Ajayi.
Yeah, well, that writer says intelligence chief says no single agency can defeat terrorism alone. But Daily Sun is rising, however, with ex-CDS, NHRC, Amnesty demand action against Father Hunsi, and that's Jinger. That's also there on that front page, and says their unguarded statements should not be tolerated. Senators' remark must not go unpunished. Amnesty, we must guard against igniting Rwanda-style violence in Nigeria, and that's NHRC, Nigerian Human Rights Commission, and it's talking about that on their front page newspaper.
Okay, let's move over to something completely different on the Daily Monitor. Daily Monitor leads with Tinubu vows to revive government-owned refineries, expand CNG initiative. With the riders, says his administration focused on restructuring economics of refineries to ensure profitability, value creation. Another rider says urges transport operators to ensure benefits of CNG reach commuters, ordinary Nigerians.
All right, let's look at the Daily Global. Nigeria's refineries will work, Tinubu tells Nupeng. But let's look at that bottom story. It says Oshun, APC-backed councils receive local government allocations from the federal government, Alimi alleges. And bottom page, Oshun poll politicians must honor peace accord, says INEC. And of course, still on Oshun, CP Kwara charges deployed personnel on discipline and neutrality.
All right, and we're going to round off our review of papers today with a look at the Daily Independent, whose lead headline says, Air Peace Picketing. Unions action exposes critical flaws in airport security. Experts blame NCAA fan over chaos flight disruptions.
All right, so let's get it here out with the reviewers. And maybe I'll start with you, Emmanuel. GWG.NG starts with Oshun fears mount over low voter turnout. You run with that.
Yeah. Based on the preceding developments, the killings and the fears and apprehension that it's not necessarily going to be going out to vote, but it's likely to be a war. So that's the basis of our stories, and it came from Yaga Africa. Yaga Africa at a press conference yesterday, or a statement, alleged that that from their findings, the number of citizens who are qualified to vote will not be coming out to vote. And this is troubling for our democracy, because the rate of turnout, voter turnout over the years has not really been very appreciated, has not really been positive. More and more people decline to vote. Why? It is because they fear that their votes do not count. That's number one. Number two, they fear also that they could be met with violence. You remember what happened in Lagos the other time when somebody went to vote and her face was marred and nothing came out of it. So I think that's the basis of this apprehension. And almost 30 persons have been killed ahead of this election. So there's this fear that there may be voter apathy tomorrow.
Okay, Ezocha, your paper also led with the Oshun election countdown. In fact, ordinarily at a time like this, with all papers talking about Oshun, I normally like to pick like 4 or 5 and take the rest in a hurry. But it seems as if all papers have a different angle to look at what's happening tomorrow. And yours says tension heightened as Oshun goes to the poll on Saturday.
Yeah, it's a very high, big one. Almost every paper led with it, like you said. And if you have followed the trend in Oshun since campaign started, you can see that you ask yourself, are we really running a democracy? Nigeria is not the only country that conducts elections.
We have witnessed elections in, even let us reduce it to so many West African countries. Countries like Ghana, countries like Benin Republic, they are democratic, they conduct elections, and the type of killings that we are seeing only in a state is not even recorded in these countries during a bigger election like the presidential election. So we now wonder how Nigerians' own has always been different. Like Emma said here, it's obvious that apathy will be there, like Yaga said, because nobody will come out to die because he wants to vote. You will see that even the same Wednesday, a few hours after an alleged APC senator's charge or his supporters to go out and kill Accord party members, people started dying in the same Osun East. The Speaker of the House of Assembly was attacked. A nephew of the APC campaign DG was killed, and 2 other people killed in the same Osun East, which is now a major flashpoint. But Osun East and Osun Central, like we have it in one of our riders on Disclosure News, are the major flashpoint because they control the highest number of votes. Analysts have said it that if Osun Central, for example, controls 42% of the total votes, while Osun East controls 38%, Osun West controls 24%. So the concentration, the flashpoint is Osun. But like we have said, INEC issued a statement yesterday, noting that about 2.34 million Osun people registered for this election, to vote for this election. But only 1.9 collected their PVCs. With only 1.9, violence is heightened, tension is heightened, killings are going on. Do we think that somebody can emerge with up to... So their party must be there. Because you will vote to be alive, not so?
Yeah, and talking about tension, I mean, Osun State is actually known for, in their past elections, for bringing last-minute introductions to either change the narrative one way or the other. And if you look at the Business NG, it tells us tension rises as Accord faction withdraws support for Adeleke, endorses Oyebamiji. Now, that's the last thing you want.
A day before election. A day before election.
Yes. What happened was the presidential candidate, the former presidential candidate of Accord, who came to the rally yesterday, posing as the national chairman of the party and the leader of the party, said he was endorsing Oyebamiji, the APC candidate. But the restructure of Accord has gone forward to say that, to disclaim him and to disown him, that it was a caricature because he doesn't have any responsibility or position in Accord. You know, tomorrow is going to be very interesting. It's going to be thin-edged, given the fact that the different tendencies are dug in. You don't forget that the Adelekes have one of the most extensive political networks in Osun State, flowing back from the Second Republic, when his father was a Second Republic senator. His father was his brother was a governor in the Third Republic, and the same brother was a senator in the Fourth Republic. He himself has been governor and has been a senator. So, and they have over the years built up networks across the states. So it's not, and of course they have money, and besides
they've got Davido too,
and they have the Davido factor, who is the youth coordinator. But that was the APC candidate is also the APC candidate is also a very strong guy. Absolutely, we understand that he's been his philanthropic gestures. He's been building mosques, building churches. I think he's a Muslim. Building mosques, building churches. So he's shown a lot of philanthropy. And also, he has one of the most entrenched political actors in the state as his campaign DG, Wole Oke. Okay, I don't... Wole has been, is his campaign DG, a 5-time member of the House of Representatives. You know, in the West, you normally rotate zone positions. You don't go 1, 2, 3. But this man has been able to go to the house 5 times. So he
must be doing something.
He was also positioned for governorship at some point.
Yes, he was positioned. He was denied.
He was denied ticket.
The ticket.
Yeah.
So so it's going to.
And he's also the man in charge of the Inland Waterways Authority. That's Oyebamiji as well.
Okay. Yeah. So you see, it's going to be quite interesting.
So let's take a look at this. I mean, just going from the numbers that Ezocha reeled out, leadership takes it, more of like an explainer's note. Says Osun decides all you need to know. Now, you mentioned we have 2.3 registered voters, which is what is here, 3,763 polling units, 30 local government areas, 1.9 million PVCs collected, and then, of course, the personnel, police 15,000, 10,000 over for NSCDC. But maybe you take a look closer at the strongholds of the top contenders. Now, on the front page, it says Adeleke stronghold is Ede North, Ede South, and Oshowo. And then Oyebamiji is looking at Rewole, Isokon, Ijesha North. And then Salam is looking at Ejigbo and Ilesha East. So it seems as if these 3 men have divided the entire constituency. So it's going to be very tough.
It's going to be very tough. Like Friday Leadership did, we also did same analysis on Disclosure News inside our stories, because Adeleke, according to analysis, is sure of Osun Central. According to analysis, it's sure of Osun Central, which commands about 42% of votes. While Osun East, where Senator Francis Fadahunsi is representing at the Senate, is very dicey because APC is very strong there. And the rest is Osun West, which has about 24% of the votes. But the truth is that these 3 political parties you have mentioned are very strongly rooted as far as this tomorrow's election is concerned. So the concentration will be, like Emma said, the delegates are very strong politically as far as Osun is concerned. And it is said that they may still grab Osun Central, which controls the majority of the votes. But it is a very dicey one. And talking about it, my concern here is how will the turnout be? Because people have already been frightened. There is fear already. With the killings, like you said, over 30 people have been killed ahead of this election.
Well, talking about people being killed, I'm not going to let you go without talking about we're not going to leave this issue without talking about the security aspects. We're hearing.
Can I just interject something?
Quickly.
We should not discount the Aregbesola factor. Aregbesola, people have been playing it low.
There was a story that they were planning to arrest him. It was a lot
yes. We reported that yesterday. You see, Aregbesola has been governor and has been entrenched in Osun politics for more than 2 decades. And he has planted his surrogate there as the candidate. So we emphasize that he may deplete some votes from the APC because he has his tentacles spread across the state too. So that's where the APC should also watch out.
Yeah. All right. Like I said, we're not going to leave the Osun story without talking about the police angle. Governor Adeleke is quoted, if you go to the Authority newspaper, Ebonyi Rec must leave Osun before election. Governor Adeleke, that's in the Authority. And then we also have the pilot that says, Osun government sues IGP, 24 hours to Gopa election.
So someone will ask, Ebonyi Rec should leave. Why?
What is she doing?
What's she doing in Osun State
when she's not officially delegated to be there?
And talking about this,
she's got friends there.
She got friends.
We also added last week. INEC talked about militarizing election. We discussed it here, and I made a statement here. 2 weeks ago, rather, I made a statement there that it is not only about talking about withdrawing military during election. Will it be? Will the federal government follow it? Today, we have seen even the opposition shouting. Every street of Osun State is controlled now by the military, by police, by civil defense, and opposition is crying far over it. So, and you talk about Osun government seeing IGP. It's very much in order. What
has he done?
allegedly what the Osun East senator did is incitement. Incitement, inviting him alone and allowing him to go is not enough. So I think they sued IGP to compel the police to investigate and prosecute the Osun senator.
And this is actually the best time to go into our second talking point. Because
and yes. He is not the Osun State is not the only group that has human rights. That's also asking for that.
That's exactly
Amnesty International is also asking for that.
And that's on the front page of the Daily Sun, which says ex-CDS, National Human Rights Commission, Amnesty demand action not only against Fadausi, but also against Ringier.
Yes.
For his alleged inflammatory
because like I have said here, several other countries conduct election without people dying. Why is Nigeria's own different? Why is it that people will incite violence during elections? Why is it that we must shed blood for somebody to emerge as a president, as a governor, as a senator, or as a member of the National Assembly? Meanwhile, when you shed blood to get yourself to any of the red or green chambers, will you say you are leading the people?
It's wrong. When we say action, what do they? I mean, we know that they've been at least. Senator Fadausi has been quizzed already. So when we say action, what do we really want? We want them in handcuffs?
Quizzing is not just for him to report and show face at the police station.
Yeah.
It is for him to answer for what he said.
Yeah.
What does he has to be taken to the judicial to the judicial arena. He has to talk before the judge. What does he mean by kill accord members and the members of their children and members of their families? This must not be swept under the carpet. The fairest election we had in Nigerian history was the June 12, 1993 election. There were no policemen around. I remember traveling from Kaduna to Lagos to go and cast my vote. It was a matter of celebration. Citizens monitored everything. They made the report. You understand me? So it's not because the militarization, when you enforce the instruments of the state upon the people, it moves them away. It drives people away from the electoral process. So I think the militarization allow people to come out and vote and declare the results. There should be no police, no military.
All right, Sani Ibrahim is saying in the Osun gubernatorial election tomorrow, if they use a manual accreditation, then APC will win because that is rigging. I mean, that's his own opinion. And then you also see Hamza Yusuf says, if police fails to investigate, detain and prosecute this case, I'm sure he's referring to Fadausi, they will be enabling, normalizing and setting a dangerous precedent for citizens to believe possible incitements have become lawful.
That is true. That is true. Because that's what it portends. Because if you do not bring Fadausi to account, it's going to normalize incitement and such rhetoric, which we do not need. Our ethnic and religious fault lines are already troubling. For statements like this, and by that Islamic sheikh, tend to widen it, to exacerbate and compound our problems in the country. So that is why that's why the authorities must bring them to account. Because if you don't bring them to account, it's going to, first of all, as I said earlier, it will make people to be afraid to come out to vote. Because if you have told your supporters, kill accord members, kill their children, kill their family members, would you want to go and, because you want Adeleke or somebody, would you want to go to the poll? People will naturally pull away. All right. Self-defense is it's about the first.
Absolutely. I think that's what Oluwaseun Ogunrinde is saying here. And he says, this is how Osun elections will play out. I don't know if he works for INEC, but says only active electorates will come out tomorrow. Hence, the real winner may not be declared the winner.
And that's the question the Guardian was asking,
absolutely.
I think, in its lead headline. But going along with what you've said, there are two schools of thought concerning how to handle these Fardowsi and Ringier matter. Now, some people have said, look, it's just a little bit of mischief that's gotten out of hand, and perhaps we should just, like you said, allow the law to take its course. But perhaps we, the media, are probably not helping matters by making issues of this. But then there's a school of thought that says the media should continue to harp on this thing until the right thing, according to them, is done.
I don't know why people will say the media is making blowing it up. You see, like I've said here, you don't come out to vote and die. And there are certain comments that people that are highly placed should make. And it becomes very, very unacceptable. You know how Nigerian democracy runs. When we talk about supporters of certain politicians, there are supporters who follow their political leaders. I'm sorry to use this word, very sheepishly. Do it the way I've said it. Do it the way I said it. There was a state where a serving House of Reps member was attacked, and those who attacked him said, Oga said he must go down, and he will go down. A state in this country in 2023. So these are some of the things, these are some of the reasons why politicians who are highly placed should be very cautious when they are making statements. And this is why we are saying, record me if you like. I charge, it is a charge.
The F1
The F1 say, record me if you like. It is not acceptable. I don't think that anybody, both the senator and the Islamic cleric, who they have incited Nigerians to go out against those who they call infidels or those who they feel are not their supporters.
A lot of Nigerians have not heard about this thing. That's why they're talking about the media. The media is also helping to spread it.
So it is better you hear it. It is better the media. It is better. It is better the media tells it, so that Nigerians will know what is allegedly awaiting them. So that you don't, I cannot vote when I know that my life is not secured. Yes, the president has said they will be protected. Is this the first time we are hearing you will be protected?
All right, quickly, just before we go, and it just takes me to what Invictus Africa said in their poll. They said they went out to speak to many Nigerians. 42.2% said party leaders influence their choices. And so that means the rhetorics like this also influence followers.
Of course. Of course, very regrettable.
All right.
Osun, the military, both state government and several actors in Osun State should relax this tension, should allow people come out and vote. Democracy is about people voting. Right. If people don't vote, no matter who is declared, you will not be taken seriously because you did not get the people's mandate.
All right, we just want to quickly, for a couple of minutes, just talk about Tinubu vows to revive government-owned refineries, expand CNG initiative. That's in the Daily Global and the Daily Monitor. What is he going to do differently that he hasn't done in the last 3.5 years or so?
And when?
Well, he has less than 1 year, except he needs a re-election. Because it's so unfortunate that for a country like Nigeria, which has abundant crude oil, we are not able to utilize it to boost our local economy. Mark you, over $3 billion has been expended in the repair of these refineries. Expended in the repairs, not to talk of maintaining non-functional refineries, not to talk of maintaining the staff, and the staff are well paid and enumerated, and the provisions that go along with maintaining them on the staff roll. So it's so unfortunate, but that successive governments have not been able to take the bull by the horn in repairing these refineries.
Okay, let's have you up quick. We must go now.
Honestly, this story thrilled me. I am very happy about it. I call on the president to do something about the Nigerian refineries and take the credit. President Tinubu should take it up and take the credit. These refineries, it is very appalling, it's very unacceptable that an oil-producing country, a major oil-producing country like Nigeria, does not have a single state-owned refinery. These 3 refineries in Port Harcourt, Kaduna, and Warri, I think, have got a lot of money. that are yet to be accounted. Good thing, some of those who allegedly, did some deals are being tried now. But you can see that it is very difficult to go to a country that produces oil that doesn't have a state-owned refinery. If the president can at least revive one of these refineries, I think the country will thumb him up. Because let us look at it. Government after government have put in money in these refineries. During the last APC government of the late President Muhammadu Buhari, we talked about privatization, handing Port Harcourt and other refineries into private hands. The then Minister of State for Petroleum, what's his name, Dimitri Silva, I attended a press conference where he said he announced amount of money that the federal government has privatized. But
all right.
The same ministry said the federal government was pumping.
Okay, we're just going to have to put the lid on that. That will probably be a discussion for another day. I'm sure that's going to make headlines in the days to come. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for coming on the Newspaper Review Guide there. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Without wasting much time, I'm told that our correspondent in Osogbo, Olatunde Olajide, is waiting to give us an update on what's going on, as we are 24 hours away from the polls in Osun State. Olatunde, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. Well, that'll sound better. All right. Anyway, give us a feel of what's been happening in Osogbo and the major towns in Osun State as the build-up to tomorrow's elections gather.
Thank you very much, sir. Presently, there is a relative peace presently in Osogbo, the Osun State capital, and some parts of the state, because of the presence of security operatives around every corner of the state. Though before people are panic, people have been saying maybe they will not be able to go out because of the security situations. But now, when they saw the presence of security operatives, people are changing their minds that come on Saturday, they will go out to go and cast their votes.
Okay. What are you hearing on the political front? Anything new that's likely to cause anything dramatic in terms of voter outcomes that you're hearing about?
Are you talking about the police?
Well, anything that you feel that has cropped up that's likely to significantly alter the dynamics.
No. Yes, that there are some hot areas here in Osun State, especially. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. All right. Okay. So let me come in here because, during our newspaper review, we talked about, the militarization of the election process, and it's not just during, but also pre. You are right there in Osun. Are you seeing police vehicles and vans and military checkpoints? What is the, atmosphere like with the presence of that much security? Do you also think that the people feel safer with them in the atmosphere?
Yes. With the presence of security operative here in Osun State, I think people are safe. The electorate are safe because you will see the military, you will see the civil defense, you will see the police and other assisted security agencies. So with the security stations here in Osun State, I think we are here to go, and I can confirm to you that we are safe. We are safe because the presence of security operative here in Osun State is massive.
All right, fine. So what does that say to the issue of potential voter apathy? Because, not too many people like to come out and see the sights of security men all over the place. That probably in its own can create some sort of fear. You're a man about town. Are people expressing enthusiasm to vote, or is it the apathy that is being widely touted that you can see?
Yesterday, I discussed with some groups just to feel their pulse, whether they will go out to go and cast their vote. And some of them told me that before they are having fear that they will not be able to go out due to security situations and tension in the state. But when they saw the presence of the Nigerian police and the Nigerian army, they changed their mind, and they told me that come on Saturday they will go out based on the assurance of the commissioner of police in charge of the election. That was Samuel Ekalfo, that assuring the resident that they should try as much as possible to come out to come and vote. And some resident of the state said, okay, there's no problem. They will come out on Saturday because of the assurance of the Nigerian police force. They will come out. They will come and exercise their rights.
Right. What do you hear from INEC? It's INEC because we had the director of voter education on the show yesterday, and she said that things were in top gear. The
materials were ready.
Materials were going to be properly deployed, even though they had to quickly add a new name on the ballot paper. But according to her, all was going according to plan. Is that how you see it?
Yes. This morning, I just arrived this morning around 2 p.m. from the Central Bank of Nigeria, while the distribution of the sensitive materials is going on. I can confirm to you presently the distribution of material from the Central Bank is almost over now. But yesterday, around 8:45 p.m., the sensitive materials arrived at the Central Bank of Nigeria Osogbo branch with heavy security operatives and accompanied by the REC, and that is Osun State REC, and some journalists and civil society and some politicians to inspect the materials. And the inspection started around 11 p.m. Yesterday. And when it's about some minutes to 12 o'clock, and the distribution was started around some minutes to 12 midnight yesterday. And the resident electoral commissioner is assuring some politician that was present there that she want to make sure that all these materials is signed, so that there will not be any manipulation in distribution of the material. So you will recall that the distribution of sensitive materials was delayed over the reprinting of ballot papers. So, to allow the inclusion of social
Democratic Party's candidate. Okay, Olatunde, I'm going to have to let you go. I know you've got a busy day ahead, and indeed, so have we. So go out there and just stay safe and continue to give us all the information that we really need. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, and please stay safe.
Yeah, Olatunde Olajide, our correspondent there in Osogbo, keeping us up to speed with what's going on in the Osun State capital and its surroundings.
All right, now we told you earlier that we'll be taking a conversation around US-Nigeria security cooperation. We mentioned that there was a high-stakes meeting of the United States-Nigerian Joint Working Group, which got underway in Washington, D.C., with the aim of deepening cooperation and counterterrorism, defense, and national security. And one of the things it centered around was making progress with all of the, bilateral security cooperation so far. And we do have in the studio to discuss this with us, Dr. Leo Abara, retired military colonel and security strategist, right here with us this morning. Good morning, Doc.
Doc, good to see you. You're looking a lot better than the last time I saw you.
Really?
Yes.
So let's begin on this note. Now, I'm sure you're aware about this meeting, and that has just taken off. The US-Nigerian Joint Working Group was established last year to deepen counterterrorism operations, like the government had established, to also look at intelligence sharing as well, and also look at human rights protection between the two nations, that is the United States and Nigeria. Would you say that that is the priority right now, and that this is moving in the right direction?
Well, I think, thank you for having me, and good morning, viewers. I think it's moving in the right direction. If they have gone to Washington to continue the cooperation, I think it's going in the right direction. Don't forget that this joint cooperation with the United States has yielded fruits when we look at the operations that happened in May 16th, 17th, and 18th, where the ISIS leader, second in command globally, was killed in Nigeria. And according to the United States of America, they said the amount of equipment they took away from Nigeria is one of the highest since 9/11. That means that there is progress. And according to them too, about 199 terrorists were unalived. So that means that cooperation is working, and we want to pray that it continues.
Okay, this working group comes on the heels of Nigeria being designated as a country of particular concern. Now, that's what, some 7-8 months ago. We've not heard the US say Nigeria is no longer a country of particular concern.
Yeah. You see, I think if you look at the delegation, the composition of delegation, you'll be able to see the different ministries that are concerned, especially the Justice Ministry, the Interior. These are people that control or oversee some of the structures that they are complaining of, religion and all that. Between the time they pronounced Nigeria as a country of particular concern and now, what has changed? If the delegation has gone to Washington to say, these are the things we have done. But if you look at the few months ago or few weeks ago, you could see here, issues about religion, the fourth line religion in our country, which is not good for the administration. I think the administration have been working very hard to, keep a clean slate on that and present something to Washington to say, okay, we have done A, B, C, D, can you leave this enough? But from the communique I just saw, they released, jointly released, they're still saying that, they're still watching the religious freedom in Nigeria. And then they also pledged freedom of religion, freedom of peaceful assembly, and the plurality of the Nigerian system and the secularity of the Nigerian state has to be upheld. So that means that Washington is not yet convinced with what Nigeria has done. They are still keeping it in review, if that communique has said that.
Yeah. Well, not only on the issue of religion, I read somewhere where they said that they were also skeptical about our budgeting and headings to budget transparency. And some of us are wondering, is that part of what their cooperation is all about? Are they to be looking into what is in our budgets too?
Yeah. Well, if your budget will determine your priority, I'm not sure they're looking at the naira and kobo in it, but they are looking at the priority. If you are giving priority to a particular thing, you'll be able to, your budgetary allocation, we say much about it. And if they have said that, it's not that they are trying to monitor or scrutinize our budget, but if the administration has a priority of protection of vulnerable communities, ending terrorism and all that, they will be able to show it in their policy. After all, government is all about policy. And the policy trusts, if it is not strong enough and convincing enough, they will be able to tell you, well, your budgetary this thing is an indicator that you are not serious with what you are doing. I think that is my interpretation to that.
Okay, so in terms of needs and specificity, I mean, thinking about what Nigeria needs from the US, especially in battling the insurgents and the bandits, I'm asking this because, a lot of times we've seen skepticism around, President Trump utterances. He's always made it out that it's America first in all of his conversation, in whatever he does. Now, what's in this for America? A lot of people will be asking, because it's one thing to say we are having a coordinated, cooperative, engagement for the sake of Nigeria and helping to end insecurity. But what is in it for the United States? Because they never come to the table without a list.
Yeah.
Often.
You see, the international politics is about coalition and, cooperation. And every nation, every state out there stepping out into the international arena will want to have alliances and cooperations. And Nigeria is a very powerful country in Africa. They may not understand that, but those of them that do international analysis and all that do know the potentials of Nigeria. Is it the armed forces? Is it their natural resources? Is it their influence and all that? So if America is coming into Nigeria for alliance and trying to reposition Nigeria in such a way that they can make Nigeria strong enough militarily and then have the intelligence capacity to be able to, take charge of the West African sub-region, then America will show interest. And don't forget that if Nigeria equally falls into any other superpower like China or Russia, America will lose a lot because the coastline of Nigeria means a lot. The maritime significance of Nigeria means a lot. And then the neighboring countries in Nigeria means a lot to the Americans. They will want to have a very good relationship with Nigeria than allowing China or Russia to do that. And Nigerian government should leverage on that equally to know how to play the hegemonic power play in the international arena. And having said that, America too has alliances with big countries like Egypt and Ethiopia. And anytime those regions have problems, America wants to step in, they have an ally they use. So they will want to prepare Nigeria by first of all getting rid of terrorism in Nigeria, so that they can be able to invest, in Nigeria, and Nigeria becomes a partner. That does not mean they are going to take over Nigeria, but in the international arena, there are alliances and other type of cooperation for them to exist.
So some people say that Nigeria should also take optimum advantage of engagements like this to get the most out of countries like the US. Apart from just sitting around the table and talking specifically, what do you think the Nigerian government should go for and can get from the US government that it hasn't got already?
Yeah, if they deepen this strategic cooperation, Nigeria will be able to have the military muscle to protect its territory and equally have influence within the West African region. Then the issue of surveillance, intelligence, transfer of technology should be on the table. And I think Nigeria will be able to go for that. And then diplomatic support, because if you're a regional power like Nigeria, and by the time we get rid of terrorism and move forward to become a regional power, we will need the diplomatic support of United States of America to have a lot of influence and influence a few things across our sub-region especially, and then Africa as a region. So we need to deepen the cooperation with Nigeria because with the United States of America. We tend to gain more from that. But the most important now is getting rid of terrorism so that we can man our borders. Our borders, there are a lot of ungoverned spaces within Nigeria. By the time the Americans, we cooperate with them and our military becomes, an intelligence community becomes strong enough to get rid of ungoverned spaces, I think Nigeria will bounce back into its status as a sub-regional power.
Yes, and talking about sub-region, in the context of where Nigeria sits within, the sub-region ecosystem, we're bordered by different countries who also have, in times that we've known, left the covering, or like I say, the gatekeeping charge of the ECOWAS. And, that also raises question on inter-relationship, military intelligence sharing and gathering within the African sub-region areas. How do they also see this as a time to wade in, perhaps to, maybe soft power with the kind of diplomacy that America offers Nigeria right now? Because whether you like it or not, these bordering nations around Nigeria also play key strategic, security contribution to what we see, what we encounter, and how we also manage, the gateways between Nigeria and terrorists.
Yeah, that brings us to statecraft. You see, when our leaders understand statecraft, they will be able to understand the pillars of statecraft and then the instrument of national power, and equally realize that as a state, you're not going to exist alone. The countries that are within your borders, you're supposed to have influence over them, and equally use them for your own security. So by the time you look at your national power, you say, okay, I will use diplomacy to be able to, no matter the configuration of the neighboring countries, whoever they align with, your own is your own interest. How do you drive your own interest using the instruments of your national power? The mistakes we have been making in the past is, first of all, using the military first, the military instrument of national power. And that scares off some of our neighboring countries. And we need them for intelligence. We need them because some of our borders are porous. By the time we be able to play our diplomacy properly, and then, synchronize some of our instruments of national power, integrate them into, relating with these other countries, we will not be able to be having influx of foreign fighters, arms smuggling, and all the criminal economy that our porous borders have. And they will be able to help us, give us intelligence as well. So we need to play our politics properly, knowing fully well that out there in the international arena, we need to pursue our interests. At the same time, show that we are a regional power by protecting others as well.
Okay, Doc, you're a retired senior military officer. I'm going to ask you to gaze into your crystal ball and tell us where you think all this US-Nigeria military cooperation is going to end up in the coming months.
Well,
or you can't find your crystal ball.
No, I'm guessing. I'm guessing at the crystal ball. That's why I want to read. The operation in May, the United States of America took away a lot of communication equipment from Nigeria. Up till now, they have not been able to go through all of them to know what has transpired. And I'm sure that in a few months' time, they will be able to call the Nigerian government and say, well, we have been able to go through what we took away from Nigeria. These are things we have found out.
Sorry, Doc, can I allow you to explain that thing? Even took things away. What did they actually take away?
Communication equipment from the terrorists.
Okay.
They say it was so huge that they had to get an extra aircraft to carry them away. The biggest since 9/11. If that is the case, that means that there are information, intelligence in those equipment they took away. So it will be able to tell us their funders, their locations, those countries that are sponsoring them, and the Nigerians that are part of them, and all that. The intelligence, a lot of intelligence will come out of that. We are yet to get to that. And by the time those intelligence come to Nigerian government and they use it, they will be able to secure Nigeria. And I think the funding and those that are cooperating with them, trying to destabilize our country, will be identified. In few months' time, a lot of people will be called to question. So I think their cooperation should continue. It's ending up in helping Nigeria get rid of, extremism, unnecessary religious extremism, and then terrorism.
All right, and again, the UN fourth counterterrorism conference just held and had over 116 countries and 1,000 participants. And what they said was, for Africa, social inequality, economic inequalities was named number one, and also looking at the fact that we need to start evolving with new technologies when we come, to think about intelligence gathering and sharing as well. And what's off that the sub-Saharan African context is the most fragmented terrorist ecosystem in the whole world, and the urgency of intervention is now. So perhaps the cooperation and the meeting that has been...
Yes, I agree with you. Insecurity, I want to say, insecurity is not a military issue. It is a governance issue. The Nigerian government and the sub-Saharan African governments should be able to up the ante on good governance. By the time you exclude a particular group of people, maybe you want to take care of only your party members and those who voted for you. There are people who have instantly have created ungoverned space, and they will push back. So it's all about governance. Once we'll be able to, look at the country as your own constituency, there won't be any pushback and all that. So insecurity we are having today, terrorists we are having today, is a result of bad governance. So we need to improve on governance. The military people will not solve the problem. There is only one arm of the instrument of national power. You should be able to build the economic, the information, the intelligence and all that. Synchronize them and let there be good governance. And then I think this issue will come. We may not need the Americans again if we'll be able to have statesmen that are charting the course of the Nigerian state.
Okay, Doc, I think we're going to just have to leave it on that instructive note. Many thanks for your time. We'll be speaking with Dr. Leo Abara. Dr. Leo Abara is a retired military colonel and a respected security strategist, and he's been bearing his mind on what's been happening in the high-stakes meeting between the United States and Nigeria Joint Working Group, which held in Washington on Wednesday and Thursday. Doc, lots of thanks for your time and useful insights.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, the top of the hour, we'll take a quick break, and when we come, of course, you know what time it is.
Kakaki Social O'Clock. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, online.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the president.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says,
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
GTBT, whatever.
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m. People, politics, and power brings context and clarity to issues and events in governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics, and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
The government should come. We need Nigeria to work.
We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, Politics, and Power with Imoni Amarebe.
Will low-performing agencies be held to account? Or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
At 1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
Excuse me, ma. This your 100%
Babes, are you sure you want to spend this much on hair? Since your landlord just increased rent.
I saved for this one separately on Money Point.
You say you save on Money Point? Yes. This madam Money Point here, the array of your dryer there, his charges David's Money Points I used to have it. The rest of this my submit beat David's Money Points I used to do it. The salary of this my staff is save as you transact.
Jennifer, Money Point save as you transact. Money Point fixed savings and Money Point target savings.
Contribute to today. Come on. You go give your money to Adaku to stay. You see Money Point account there. You know go open a savings account. Now Adaku you shoot. I beg everybody inside this my room. Oh yeah, bring out your phone and download the Money Point app now. Even you. What are you waiting for?
Download the Money Point banking app now. And start saving the bank you can trust.
Money Point, made for your progress.
Good morning, Nigerians. Welcome to another exciting time of Kakaki Social. My name is Anyale Abutu, and thank you for staying with us this Friday morning. We've lined up the stories making headlines and sparking conversations for you this morning. Now, an APC woman allegedly shares salt and cash in Osun State. A viral video circulating on social media appears to show a woman reportedly associated with the All Progressive Congress allegedly distributing salt and cash to residents in Osun State. The footage has sparked online reactions, with questions being raised about whether the distribution was part of political mobilization ahead of the state governorship election. All right, let's take reactions. Kayode Ogundamisi is saying, the generation is embarrassing. To say the least, we are Yoruba, descendants of Oduduwa. We once had Chief Obafemi Awolowo and a generation of leaders who represented vision, intellect, and service. Today we have, your guess is as good as mine. Those are Kayode thoughts. And Niger Escobar is saying, This Osun State election will determine if President Tinubu will retain his position, causing bad government, people still collecting salt for their votes. And citizen monitors are saying, take a look at how much they think your future is worth. This is insulting, to say the least. And Mr. Joshua is saying, all these people there, their children are here on Twitter supporting APC, while their mothers and fathers are receiving 100 naira worth of salt as 4 years payment. And moving to some police matter, a police encounter with young men sparks reactions in Edo State. Encounter involving some young men in Edo State reportedly turned tense after members of the public intervened in a video circulating online. Some Nigerians are seen as challenging the officers who were allegedly attempting to take the young men away. While the full circumstances remain unclear, the incident has renewed conversations about police conduct, accountability, and citizens' rights.
What they took us last time, they should stop harassing people. They should stop.
All right, to help us unpack what we just watched, let's take some reactions. And Jai is saying, the only two reasons why the Nigerian theft force has successfully continued this on road are the people are scared because they don't know their rights. The onlookers don't care because it's not them being harassed yet. If everybody gathers the courage, wallahi, they'll realize their job is to protect and maintain peace, not to cause pandemonium. Cheers. And Pablo for Christ is saying, I tweeted the other day that I fear the police more than army, navy, and any other forces put together because of the injustice and atrocities those people commit themselves without the fear of the rule of law. And Big Shady is saying, if Nigerians can come together to fight harassment like this, the police will stop the rubbish they keep doing. And the last thought here from Kelly Bonito is saying, in Edo, looking and smelling nice is an offense. Just 2 weeks ago, I got arrested while walking down the street. My phone was forcefully searched, and during that search, they discovered a screenshot of my payment from X. I had completely forgotten about it, that screenshot, because I only sent it to someone a long time ago. I tried to explain myself, but they still forcefully took me to the police station and forced me to pay 50,000 naira. I locked up and didn't tweet about it because it's a little money. Only God can help us here in Edo State. And those are Kelly thoughts there. Moving on to another police matter. A police officer reminds Nigerians police bail is free. A police officer featured in a viral video has reminded Nigerians that police bail is free and that members of the public should not be required to pay bail at a police station. The officer also advised anyone allegedly asked to pay for bail to report the matter through the appropriate channels, including contacting the Inspector General of Police. The message is simple: know your rights and speak up when they are violated.
Call our people attention to something. When you dey collect person on bail, you dey read the form wey you dey sign. Plenty of them wey dey read the form wey dem dey sign. This bail wey I dey collect, so I no pay 1 naira for this bail, so dem give you sign. Plenty of them wey carry the thing just sign.
Because you just want comot.
Because you just want comot. If you read am, e show say you no pay 1 naira. The law no allow any person to pay money for bail for any police station. And I won't tell you now from my mind, if you enter any police station, they say make you common money pay for bail. Very simple. Oh. Just come on your phone. Tell the officer, say, I won't call IGO. Come on your phone. Dial the numbers. Make I roll the number out.
Yes.
080 57 0 into 5 places. That is 00000 and 1.
Okay, let's take reactions on this. Now, Akuzo Onu is saying, simply put a CCTV and checkmate your officers. Stop the gaslight. All of you are the same. And March is saying, not until you get to the station, then you find another law there. I don't trust Nigerian police, Jare. Okay, and Z is saying, in Nigeria, we all know that bail is not free and police is not exactly our friend. All right, and tell me one person who has entered a police station and walked out without spending a dime. I will wait. Okay, and then the last comment on this from Prince Sheks is saying, police hierarchy always claim bail is free. Now they've dropped numbers you can call. Try giving it a call, let's see. And then to another matter here, a student allegedly being slapped by the lecturer over parking space. The lecturer has reportedly slapped the student following a disagreement over a parking space. The student was reportedly said to have parked in an area usually reserved for the lecturer. The incident captured in the video making the rounds online has generated a mixture of shock, amusement, and criticism from onlookers. All right, let's take reactions from this. And Bob Joe is saying, lecturer brutality. NUC, over to you. Don't sweep under the carpet. And more reactions. Obum is saying, I will report a case of assault to the police and make the lecturer put up undertaking not to purposely fail my exams. And Steady is saying, only in Nigeria, watch the Senate sit immediately and get the assaulted student expelled. It happened in Unizik, so why won't it happen everywhere? Okay, and Supreme Clerk is saying, that's so wrong, and the lecturer should be arrested for assault and disciplined by the university. Those are supreme thoughts there. Now moving on to Onitsha. Traders scramble to save goods as demolition hits the Onitsha market. Tension and confusion reportedly followed by demolition activities at the main market in Onitsha, Anambra State. A viral video shows traders scrambling to remove goods and personal belongings as demolition activities continued. The scenes have generated strong reactions online, with concerns being raised about the impact of the exercise on traders and their businesses. Okay, so Madubuchi is saying, I can tell you for sure that a certain governor has mandates to reduce the wealth in Igbo land. And Nnamdi Kanu is saying, why are people not given the time to remove their goods and belongings? Obi Kwankwaso is also saying, tomorrow, these men can turn into kidnappers and armed robbers, all because of mistake. MM. All right, that's the much we can take this morning on Kakaki Social. Thank you so much for staying with us. My name is Anyole Avotu. You can follow us on AIT_online. You can also catch me on X at Anyole Avotu.
Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, online.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Raypower Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
People, politics, and power brings context and clarity to issues and events in governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics, and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
The government should come. We need Nigeria to work.
We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, Politics, and Power with Imoni Amarere.
Will low-performing agencies be held to account? Or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
All right, nice to know you're still there. It's the Friday edition of Kakaki, the African Voice. Hope you had a good time with Anyole on Kakaki socials. It's the weekend and not a bad time to talk sports, if you ask me. These are pretty exciting times for athletics in Nigeria. Our athletes have just been through a busy period at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, where they ran away with 24 medals, and the Under-20 World Championship, where 18-year-old Jessica Oji set the cat amongst the pigeons by winning the female shot put.
Indeed, and talking about Samuel Ogazi, who struck gold in the men's 400 meters as well, flat setting a new Commonwealth Games record, and it's astonishing feats.
All right, and join us to celebrate this and to tell us what the future holds for Nigerian athletics, because the Under-20 Championship is a cadet championship, and it's not necessarily, the medals aren't really the issue, it's the prospects of what lies ahead for Nigerian athletics in the years ahead. And joining us to look at all this, we're joined by the Special Assistant in Media to the Director General of the National Sports Commission. We're talking about Kola Daniel. Kola was in Glasgow and was also in Oregon and witnessed all the great stuff firsthand. So he's going to be telling us all about it and, of course, what the future holds for Nigerian athletes. Kola, many thanks for coming on Kakaki.
Pleasure is mine.
Welcome back. I mean, after all those, have you started adjusting to our climate? Or?
I think I'm settling gradually.
All right. So now tell us, must have been a great experience for you. I mean, going there. I mean, did you really envisage, let's even start with the Commonwealth Games. Did you envisage Nigeria doing so well in Glasgow?
I wasn't surprised about this, the performance. It was intentional, a deliberate act, going by preparation, 1 year, 6 months preparation, putting into that. So one should be expecting success. Going by the preparation from the 3 weeks campaign in Glasgow, where the athletes were camped for 3 weeks, first of its kind in history. They were camped in Aberdeen, and when they were camped in Aberdeen, it was more or less a serene atmosphere. I was privileged to be part of those who went to that camp in Aberdeen, and when I got there, I saw the vicinity, and I said to myself, this is a place for an athlete to be focused and get ready for a tournament of that magnitude. And camping in Abuja for 2 weeks before they left the shore of this country, and they camped in Aberdeen for 3 weeks, altogether 5 weeks. And for that 5 weeks, incentives were paid. They were in the right frame of mind. No excuse for failure. And they went into the tournament in question with that mindset. And the first medal rush came in the very first day, day one. Esther Wogu did it in a grand stand in weightlifting. She got the first medal for Nigeria. And again, Esther Yema continued in that manner. So I think I wasn't surprised that we got 10 gold medals in this tournament in question.
So where does this rank in Nigeria's all-time achievements with when you have 10 gold, 7 silver, 7 bronze medals? Where does it rank us?
I think this is the second best ever in history in terms of achievement in Commonwealth Games. Looking at the size of the numbers of athletes that went to this tournament, 72 athletes. The best ever in history, which I was privileged to be part of, Birmingham 2022, when I was the special assistant media to former Minister of Youth and Sport, Honorable Sunday Dari, and that was the best ever performance for Commonwealth Games for Team Nigeria. Follow suit is this. The Birmingham 2022 went with large numbers of contingent, 164, but the size now, we only went with our competitive edge, the strength of the team. That is why we went to the tournament in question. So second best ever. But the high point for me is Samuel Ogazi. You made mention. This is the first time in history of Nigerian athletics that we won 400 meter flats. For the first time in history, Samuel Ogazi became the first living Nigerian that ever won 400 meters. And not only Samuel Ogazi, Ezekiel Natane followed suit in 400 meters. Odu became the first Nigerian ever that ever won 400 meters Odu. Again, Goodness Nwanchukwu broke Commonwealth record, broke our own world record that she set in Birmingham 2022. And presently, she is the world record holder in that event.
So what other standout performance? Because we heard that our paralifters also took the place by storm.
Yes, I think our strength, weightlifting, we will have better medals in terms of wrestling, but wrestling was not listed
as part of the sport. I mean, they restricted it to about 10 sports.
Yes, they limited it to 10 sports. Yes. In the previous edition, 2022, we had 5 medals in wrestling alone. We have 2 in table tennis, and we then go with table tennis and wrestling. So our focus was just weightlifting, wrestling, I beg your pardon, weightlifting, talking about athletics, and as well, shot put. You could see Ebuka Enokwechi, the team captain. This will be the first time we're winning gold medal in shot put, and Ebuka did that at 2 in the grand stand.
Okay, and then on Tobi Amusan, who's already a household name in Nigerian athletes, also her say in the
she was part of the podium performances, but one might be thinking Tobi will
first,
good medals, but to me. It's better than not having anything. She won bronze medal, but the expectation was high, thinking that Tobi Amusan and as well Koinsola Ajayi. Koinsola Ajayi too. In 100 meters, Koinsola Ajayi broke 20 years record that was set by Digi Fatuba. And 20 years ago was the last time we won bronze medal in 100 meters. Koinsola Ajayi did that by winning bronze medal in the 100 meters. And Toby Lover 2 won bronze medal.
All right, great stuff. And so what's next for the team Nigeria in terms of competition?
I think we're preparing for Ultimate Challenge in Budapest, Hungary. In 3 weeks' time, we'll be in Ultimate for the track and field event. That is the next competition for our athletes, talking about international competition. But looking at Oregon.
Yeah, that's how I was coming to that.
Looking at Oregon, on the 20 World Championship, which I was privileged to be part of the contingent that went to Oregon. I saw potentials. I saw developmental stage of our athletes where I beg your pardon, where Miracle Ezechukwu became the fastest ever runner in world under 20.
Yeah, it's interesting you should mention Miracle's case because it's a mixture of joy and heartbreak.
Because we're
no, that's actually Jessica Oji. She's showing there. That's so you can see her on the screen. Okay, this is Miracle. This is Miracle.
Take a look at what she did. She
just left all of them for dead.
9.9 in this race. And that race became the fastest ever in history of world under 20.
What, just that her lap?
Lap. Miracle, she did that. I wasn't surprised knowing fully well she was part of the team to Commonwealth Games at 17. She just finished, she wrote her WAEC this year, and she's busy, resilient, ability. She's just the stuff you need in 100 meters and other 200 meters. And she has actually demonstrated that in a burning enthusiasm. She has put her name in history book as far as World Under 20 is concerned, alongside Jessica Oji. Jessica Oji became the first Nigeria ever in history to have ever won World Under 20 shot put. You could see she was excited, she was elevated. She won silver too at the Commonwealth Game at 19.
I wonder if our producer can play the soundbite from what Jessica had to say. No audio. Okay, there's no audio. Because I did listen to that, and she was excited and elated about winning, but she actually didn't seem surprised. She looked like she thought she was going to win against her success, silver in the Commonwealth.
But I wasn't surprised because in the Commonwealth game she threw 17.0, but when she got to the tournament in question in under 20, she threw 18, far better than what she threw in a Commonwealth game. And the Commonwealth elite athlete and the under 20 developmental, and she has been able to improve again, silver at the elite level, gold at the developmental level.
Okay, so let me jump in here quickly because of want of time. The Director General of the National Sports Commission has expressed satisfaction with the team, says well done for what they did at the Commonwealth Games, but then says, well, there's room for better performance. What does he mean by that? I mean, I see you all elated, excited, but there's another twist.
There was an expectation. There was a target before the commencement of the tournament that we could go on with 16 gold medals.
I see.
So that was why it sounded that manner that there's room for improvement. And you could see that you could see that we were actually thinking that maybe we could as well surpass the Birmingham 2022, which is 13 gold medals, and this is 10 gold medals.
Jessica Oji's comments actually aroused a lot of interest among sports enthusiasts in Nigeria, apart from the fact she speaks with an American accent. It's pretty clear that she's actually based in America and probably raised in America. Now, and a lot of Nigerian athletes we have now are foreign raised. How in the past we've had a lot of Nigerians. I remember when I was growing up watching athletics, we had a number of guys. There's a couple of Nigerians that ended up running for Portugal, running for Denmark, and running for all different countries except Nigeria. Do you think the Nigerian sports authorities have what it takes to keep these guys Nigerian, and we don't end up having them as Japanese or something else in the years ahead?
Even with the recent successes recorded in the Sport Commission, just about a fortnight ago, we did what we call Talent Diaspora Scouting competition in United Kingdom. Over 6,000 Nigerians living in diaspora actually shown interest. They came for that program in question to be part of the Nigerian national team. That's to tell you that there's something that is right in terms of sport administration in Nigeria. And that is why Jessica Oji, she wasted no time to compete for her fatherland. Yeah, she's Nigerian. Her father is an Igbo. Her father is a diplomat who has been privileged to live in different country. Mali, presently the father is in Mali. The father lives in Ghana before, and that opportunity she has to be part of the Nigerian success.
Okay, some of the other athletes are their circumstances similar to Jessica's, also groomed abroad, or are these our own homegrown?
But you see, the beauty of this tournament we just finished.
It's a mixture.
Over 72 athletes, over 60 were bred and buttered in Nigeria. Poinsola Ajayi, named Favor Ashi. Majority of our headline stars were actually bred and buttered. Just few of them were raised outside the shore of this country, because we know what it takes to promote local talent. We know what it takes to have natural talent in the country. What is missing before the missing link is poor motivation, and which we have tackled. When athletes, what they need the basics. Pay their bonuses, give them good camp allowance, give them good provision of good shelter, give them nice kits. They are good to go. And
talking about those kits, I was looking at some of those kits. I mean, I probably want to get one or two myself for the next time I go jogging, because they were actually lovely kits.
Beautiful kids from Puma who signed. Don't let me let the cat out of the bag. No influencer. We're just trying to wrap up starting putting the dotted lines. The Puma will be the next sponsor of Nigerian national teams in the near future.
Well, Udoti Onwuzurike says that Nigerians are yet to see his best, regardless of his feat in Glasgow. And I think that for the fact that they are all so young, and these are emerging artists, athletes, and talents, where does Nigeria look at in also putting one consistent, deliberate funding towards development, to keeping in touch? Because he's made a very critical analysis here. These are, yes, Nigerians, but who are diasporans and who have the opportunity of environments that afford them the opportunity to train and be at their best. How do we look at multiplying that effect here in Nigeria, and also looking at scouting for new talents?
You just made mention of Udodi Onwuzurike. To me, that was the race I watched in Glasgow that got me elated. I got enchanted knowing fully well he was in impossible lane 9, and he did it in a grand style, knowing fully one might be thinking maybe he might end up not winning a medal, but he did that. But you see, I sat with his dad. The dad is his motivating factor. I sat with the dad, and the dad said to me emphatically, with a sense of authority, that my son will win medal for Nigeria in this race. I watched with a keen interest with what the guy in question did. And if you look at the success of Udodi Onwuzurike, he was in last on the 20th championship for Nigeria, which he won medals for Nigeria, and he continued in that manner with the exceptional talent. He has demonstrated high profile of enthusiasm to athletes, to what he has done in that event. Looking at what you've just said in terms of environment, and as well to have the multiplier factor, we've introduced what we call training grants for our athletes, and that is the, should I call it, the tonic needed for the success recorded. Each athlete that represented Nigeria, we have athletes category A, we have category B, and we have category C. The category A before the tournament were paid $10,000, convert to Nigerian currency. They all smile with 13.5 million for your nutrition, for your psychology, for your coach, and as well yourself, to take yourself, to put yourself in the right frame of mind before this tournament. We've succeeded to have paid that money within the space of 6 months. We paid that money twice for athletes. For the local athlete, they earn $5,000. For local athletes, they've succeeded to have gotten $10,000 before the commencement of this tournament. So a local athlete might have smiled home with $10,000. A foreign athlete might have smiled home with $20,000. What did that mean? That means that you don't need to wait till when you want to compete for Nigeria before you get money, before you believe that, yes, you are a professional. We'll look after you. The slogan of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is look after this athlete and let them reward Nigerians with medal performances. And that is exactly what is going on now.
I look like if I'm going to come back in this world as a Nigerian, I think I'm going to run for Team Nigeria with all these kind of bonuses that we're hearing. Now, I actually watched some other tournaments, some other at the Commonwealth Games, and I was hoping that we'd see Nigeria expand its competitive horizon in such tournaments. I was actually watched the netball final, believe it or not, between New Zealand and Jamaica, and I just was the women's final, and I just said it would have been fantastic if Nigeria was there. I mean, what is the Commission doing to try and broaden our participatory horizon in sports?
I think there's a beautiful question concerning the fact that the Netball Association, they just been named a federation, just brought to this tournament to question. And we have succeeded in terms of expansion. We have eSport now. We have eSport Federation, we have Netball Federation, we have the Scrabble Federation. These are sports that we have a meteoric rise in the country, and we want to capitalize on it so that they can as well be part of our international tournament. We're not limited to our traditional sports where we have competitive edge. Netball, a beauty to build with such players I watched before we left the shore of the country. I think it's part of federation now that we're paying attention to deities to ensure that we do well internationally.
And I guess all these federations involve, I mean, elections and things. I'm sure you're going to get the right people in the right places to drive your what you're up to. Really.
I think for me, I would want to ask about the not so the good ones that didn't feel like Olayinka Olajide, who came 7th in the women's 200 meters race. And she fought back here saying that she competed in that. I watched it. She competed in that race. Blazing through with injury and pain, and she was just coming back, and lack of preparation as well. So I mean, yes, we do see some who haven't won, but how do you also remotivate them? Off the tracks, and those who are coming off injury, because she did look like she had something going there.
You see, Olayinka Olajide, Blessing Ogundiran, one other athlete, the three of them were injured at the course of the tournament in question. Yeah. It's a law of nature. There's nothing you could do. Injury is part of sports. So when injury set in sometimes like this, that slows them down. And that, like what I just said, is just law of nature. So like Olajide, one might be thinking she would do better than what she did, but because of injury, no thanks to injury. Blessing Ogundiran was part of our medal prospect, but because of injury too, she was even operated at the course of the tournament in question. So there's nothing one can do when it comes to law of nature. Injury is part of the sport, and what one can only do is just to minimize it, but you cannot erase it completely.
Okay, Adora asked the question, what happens next for the Nigerian athletes? You were trying to explain something that's going on in Budapest. I want to shed a bit more light on that and the preparation for that.
Budapest's ultimate challenge for athletes to showcase all over the world is going to take place in Hungary, Budapest precisely, where our athletes some will form the qualifiers to World Senior Championship coming up next year in China. So Budapest is a qualifying series where some of the athletes will get their qualification, while some have qualified already, just to beautify their ranking in the world athletics. So it's coming up in 3 weeks' time, where our elite athletes, Queensola Ajayi, Favour Ashi, talking about Nathaniel Ezekiel, Samuel Gazi, Ella, Oluwatobiloba Musa, and a host of others. Miracle Ezechukwu, she is not coming back to Nigeria presently. We're together in Oregon. She's training presently ahead of the Budapest now. So preparation
is already ongoing.
By Monday, they will enter camp, straight to camp to prepare for the. If you see, I think to me, we have a clear definition of promotion in terms of athletics in Nigeria presently, because the stars we have, the main stars we have, is over ages. Deji Fasuba, those names we used to hear then. We've not, apart from Bless Okagbari, the likes of Miro Yali.
We didn't get the best for them.
We're not getting them any longer. But we're blessed of late with top stars. Queensola Ajayi became the third fastest runner in the world. Diamond League, he won Diamond League, he won London League. That's to tell you what Nigerians can do. Queensola Ajayi, Samuel Gazi, Ezekiel Nathaniel, Favour Ashe, these four lads are in the imperious form of their life, as I speak with you presently. They're looking at the girls too. Ella, my God, a beauty to behold. paragon of excellence in the track. They're looking at this girl.
I hope she's watching, as you're saying.
They've done absolutely well. They deserve this recommendation. Like I told someone, I said, Toby Loba Musa, she's just a global institution in human form. The way and manner she carries herself and what she's doing in the track. 100 meters hurdle, Toby, a beauty to be, a magnet of desire.
Okay, with all that on the ground, it's safe to say that Nigeria's athletics future is indeed bright.
More than bright, considering the fact of what they've done. They've laid a formidable track for others to follow. Now, I could still remember I was in the stand in Oregon, and the commentators said in athletics gave it to Nigeria and the track and field event. The Americans were even scared when we went to like 4x1 and 4x4. We got to the final. We did it. In fact, we broke African record. Perfect Faye, Faith Olushi, Rosemary Wanko, and Miracle Ezechiku, the four of them broke African record in 4x100 meter in that under 20. That is why I sounded with sense of authority that the future of athletics is bright in Nigeria.
All right, I guess like you said, bright is putting it pretty mildly.
Absolutely.
All right, well, I think we'll just leave it on that note and wish you and the commission all the best as you count down to Budapest and other tournaments ahead. We'll be speaking with Kola Daniel. Kola Daniel is the media aide to the Director General of the National Sports Commission, and he's been running us through what went down at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow and the Under-20 World Championships in Oregon, USA. Kola, many thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
Insight.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for the good job you guys are doing in the studio.
Thank you. All right, it's time for us to bring you entertainment and lifestyle shortly. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment and Lifestyle on Kakaki, the African Voice. I am Chidera Isidore. Afro house singer Niniola is returning to music with a deeply personal new single titled Raining, months after the death of her husband, Michael Ndika. This marks her first major musical project since Ndika's passing away in May. Niniola and Ndika were privately married for 13 years, and he was her business manager. Following his death, Niniola openly shared her grief, describing her late husband as her best friend, confidant, pillar, and business partner. She has also spoken about how difficult it has been to navigate life without him. Now, Niniola is turning those emotions into music. The singer wrote, "Some feelings are too deep for words, so I put them in his song." The song explores themes of love, loss, and emotional healing, offering fans a glimpse into the singer's journey through grief. For Niniola, Raining, or Domi, is more than a musical comeback. It is a deeply personal expression of a woman finding her voice again after losing someone who played a major role in both her personal life and career. Afrobeat superstar Davido is set to take over London today, Friday, August 14th, 2026, as he headlines the highly anticipated Davido and Friends show at the iconic Crystal Palace Ball. The multi-award-winning Afrobeat singer is expected to deliver a high-energy performance, bringing some of his biggest hits to fans in the United Kingdom. The event will also feature an impressive lineup of Afrobeats and African music stars, which include Omale, Black Sherif, Gabzy, and Iko. The Crystal Palace Ball show marks Davido's first major outdoor headline festival in the UK, with a venue capable of accommodating thousands of music lovers. For the singer, the London performance is another major milestone in his continued push to take Afrobeats to global audiences. All eyes are on Davido as he brings Davido and Friends to London. Veteran Nollywood actor Sunday Afolabi has opened up about the difficult financial struggles that forced him to take on several jobs outside acting, including commercial bus driving. Speaking on Talk to Be Show, Afolabi revealed that his decision to relocate to Badagry affected his acting career, as getting to major production locations in central Lagos became increasingly difficult. As acting opportunities became scarce, the veteran actor said he was forced to explore different means of survival. He disclosed that he sold his car and used the proceeds to acquire a fairly used motorcycle, which he rode commercially. But his struggle did not end there. Afolabi said he also tried his hands on tailoring, solar panel installation, photography, and eventually commercial minibus driving after his acting and photography jobs folded up. Despite the hardship, the actor maintained that he would rather take up any legitimate job than beg for food. The emotional interview also saw Afolabi break down in tears as he recalled the difficult experiences himself and his family went through during the challenging period. Known for his memorable performances in production including Owoblo, the veteran actor's story has since sparked an emotional reaction among fans. For Sunday Afolabi, the journey is a reminder that behind the glamour of Nollywood, many veterans have faced difficult realities long after the cameras stopped rolling. The Ariwa comic industry is mourning the death of veteran comedian Alhaji Mohammed Sani, popularly known as Tombuleke, who died aged 86. Tombuleke reportedly passed away in Kaduna on Tuesday, August 11, 2026. His death was confirmed by his son, Sani Gwazo Tucker, who described the late comedian as a caring man who loved the people. The veteran entertainer became widely recognized for his role in the popular Hausa comedy program Gidan Kashi Ahu, which aired on the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria and the Nigeria Television Authority in the 1980s. Through his performances, Tombuleke became a familiar face among Hausa-speaking audiences and played a significant role in the development of Hausa comedy and entertainment. Funeral prayers have been held in their residence in Zaria on the day he passed. Tombuleke may have taken his final bow, but his contributions to Hausa entertainment would remain part of the industry's history. That's it on entertainment and lifestyle. I am Chidera Itudui.
Morning.
All right, that's entertainment and lifestyle. Drawing the curtain on Kakaki, the African Voice, for this Friday and indeed for the week. Many thanks for being a part of the program since we started the week on Monday morning, and trust that you'll start next week with us on Kakaki, the African Voice. I'm Oloyede Oworu.
Well, I'll just say to you, time na money, yo. Time na money. Go figure.
Even at the weekend?
Absolutely. My name is Adora Sydney Jack. Goodbye.
All right. Have a great weekend.
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cast says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows, mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cast launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Owori says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
Cast says the success of the movie Lionheart, directed by Genevieve Naji, which became the first Nigerian film to stream on Netflix in 2019, also inspired filmmakers.
We actually didn't have avenues of distribution like that. But ever since Genevieve came up and did Lion's Heart, and it just opened up, the door to Netflix and other streaming platforms. It just made people see possibilities.
But filmmakers say access to funding is still a challenge and want Nigerian government and financial institutions to invest more in the movie industry.
There's been improvements in the cinematics, the cinematography, the lighting, the more opportunities, sound design, as opposed to before when it was just, get a camera, you have a story, you point and you shoot.
And the result and the growing market is good news for filmmakers like Paul Cast and millions of Nigerians who are waiting to see the next